Hello, we are live. I am Steve Fisher, Otherworldly Fundraising, and we are here this weekend. We are having our Options Save Lives weekend. Otherworldly Fundraising was an organization formed by a group of nerd friends who decided that they wanted to get together, bring our talents together, and help out people and make a better life in general for everyone. And so every September, we have a virtual con where we bring celebrity guests, artists, authors, and just general, interesting folks for people to come and spend the weekend watching interviews and whatnot. And it's all for a good cause. It's all to raise money for Options Save Lives. I just popped up the QR code in the corner. And I'm going to put let's see. We're going to have, well, I can't find the ticker stream at the moment, so I'll put that up later. But if you click on the QR code, it'll take you right to Options Save Lives.
Yep.
And
just get your phone out and scan, and it'll take you right over to it. So
yes, and I'm going to play a video right now that tells you who this organization is that we're helping.
Otherworldly Fundraising is a group of friends who decided to use our nerdy talents to help others. Our charity this year is Options Save Lives, which helps individuals fully recover from alcohol use disorder. Thank you for joining us this weekend and for donating to this worthy charity.
All right. So if you go to Otherworldly Fundraising at GoDaddy sites, you will find us, or you can click on the link here and it'll take you right to the donations. And for every $10 in donations, everyone is entered into a sweepstakes to win one of 3 mystery prize boxes. For anyone who donates $50 or more, one of our members is an artist, and you get to win this painting that he did of Amy Acker that was actually signed by Amy Acker a couple of weeks ago at a convention. And Trevor Hawkins is the artist, and you can win that artwork. And I think for the next 3 people who donate $50, Jamie will dress as Deadpool and give you a shout out.
Yeah, that's going to be a whole lot of fun. So certainly want to check that out.
Excellent. Okay, I'm going to let you two be now and go about your interview. Have a good time.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
All right, everyone. For those of you who have been, living under a rock and may not know, this talented person to the right of me has been a Golden Globe and Emmy nominated. Fargo celebrating 10 years this year. That's crazy.
Yes.
Seen in Emergence and right now in St. Denis Medical. Everybody, Allison Tolman, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah. The so I'll tell on you just a tiny little bit. You were saying you said you were doing karaoke last night. What's your go-to?
I love a song that like everyone's gonna get excited when it plays and everyone knows. So I like Proud Mary, some Tina Turner, always good. I think you go old and classic. That's I have to remind myself that like the goal at karaoke is not for me to find a song that's in my perfect range, but to find a song that people are going to be like, no way, when it starts. So,
yep.
And then everyone wants to sing too,
Yep. Yeah. I've got a buddy of mine that his favorite thing is to almost do that, but to pick something that everybody wants to sing but can't. So he'll pick like 1 Week from Bare Naked Ladies or something like that. Because everybody's like, oh yeah, I love that song, and then they'll try to sing it, and then they can't remember half the lyrics.
Yes. Yes. And then you get to be a star. You also get the moment of joy, but you also get to be a star who's the only one who knows all the lyrics to hook, which is good.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
But and congratulations on St. Denis Medical getting season 2.
Thank you.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
So the what is that feeling like when, I mean, was everybody pretty sure that it was going to get a second season? Like, what was the buzz?
I mean, we were as sure as you can be, but I have felt sure about other shows that have only had one season. So this, I guess the difference here was that we were correct. But also, like, now that I've seen what it is like to have a show where the network is really behind you and really like rooting for you, I'm like, I don't think I'll ever mistake it again. You know what I mean?
Right.
But it's hard because whenever you're doing a show that they're about to cancel, they're shaking your hand on a Tuesday and being like, "Oh, we just love it. You're so great." And then
Right.
they cancel you a couple days later. So it's always like, it's hard to gauge. But this was really, it was really special. We were, like I said, we were as sure as you can be, but you just never really know. And the climate in the entertainment industry has been so off and so bizarre since COVID that I just
Yeah.
don't take anything for granted. Like, you just never know anything, you know?
Yeah. It is crazy how many things were just, well, devastated for one thing, but
Yeah.
affected, just everything was affected. So many things were devastated. There was something that I saw an article about yesterday that I'll kind of touch on and get your thoughts on, because my reaction was quite visceral, and I would expect that yours probably is too. So, like, for anybody again living under a rock, how did Fargo happen? What was the process for that for you?
So Fargo was really like a bolt of lightning. I was living in Chicago and I had an agent. I had started my career in Dallas and then moved to Chicago to study at Second City. So I had come out of the training center at Second City. I was doing some sketch writing and some improv with my own group, and I had gotten an agent in Chicago so that I could audition for commercials and things like that, because I did quite a bit of commercial work when I lived in Dallas. And I was trying to get my feet underneath me in the theater scene. It was hard because Chicago is like much more sort of well established than Dallas, and so it's hard to get my foot through the door. And I think maybe twice before I had auditioned for a pilot for my agent, and just had been like, well, this is a good experience. I'm getting to see a different casting director I don't usually see because they only do television, they don't do commercials.
Yeah.
But I really had not had a lot of luck yet in Chicago. I had booked one voiceover gig, which forced me into the union because Texas is a right to work state. So I had all of my hours, and then the first job I got in Illinois, I had to find the money for my dues, my membership fees. Anyway, but so Fargo was just another audition that I got through my agent, that they were kind of like, put yourself on tape for this thing. And I was like, sure. I didn't say no to anything. And the beginning of my career, one of my main tenets was like, don't say no to stuff. If you can say yes to it, say yes to everything. So I said yes to every audition, every staged reading, every favor I could do. So yeah, I put myself on tape for it. Just forgot about it, like sent it out into the ether like you do auditions when you're an actor. And like 3 weeks later, my agent was like, your tape is still in circulation. And I was like, what does that mean? They were like, well, you're still in consideration. And I was like, oh, that's cool. So cool. Like, I thought I was going to, have another casting agent in town who knew who I was. And that was going to be as far as that went. And then like 3 weeks later, he was like, your tape is still in circulation. And I was like, okay. And then a week later, they called me to New York to do a screen test. I tested it on a Saturday, I think, and got the job on a Thursday.
Wow.
And was a complete accident. Like, I never set out to be a television star. I just wanted to have enough weeks to get like health insurance and be a good union member, and then just like stay in Chicago and make stuff with my friends. Like, that's what I thought I was going to do. So
that's cool.
That is not what happened. I booked Fargo, and my whole life like went flippy doodle,
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. No, that's awesome. But taking a step back into like, how did you get into like Second City?
So I have done improv forever. I did it in high school. I did it in college. I did it professionally in Dallas. It's like a really useful tool. It's fun, but it's also a really useful tool for commercial actors. They always want to hire someone who's got some improv experience
Yeah.
because you can take their scripts and make them better.
Right.
And they don't have to pay you for it, which is great.
Yeah.
So I went through, I was on a children's theater tour. My cat is yelling, "You're fine. You're fine."
Yeah.
I was come say hello. I was on a children's theater tour right after college, and I went through Chicago for the first time and had like a visceral reaction to the city and was like, this is my city. Like, this is where I'm supposed to be, you know?
Yeah.
So I could have started boning up on Chicago, and that included Second City. And I was like, oh, I can go and like study at the best place to study like sketch comedy, you know?
Yeah.
The city for comedy, for improv and sketch, you know? And so I spent several years in Dallas. I ran a theater company there with friends. And like I said, I did a lot of commercial work. And then just before I turned 30, I was like, I think it's time, like if I'm going to go choose a different market size, now is the time. And I had always known that I would eventually go to Chicago because I just had more interest in it than New York. And I had no interest in Los Angeles, which is where I live now. Surprise.
Right.
So I just did it. I just went and did it. And I went through the conservatory program, which is like the training program there. So I auditioned to get into it. And studied with them for about a year and a half.
That's cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
So what's it like being in it? Like when you go into the place and because so many like
Yeah.
Bill Murray and so many. I mean the list is just enormous.
Yeah.
Does that enter in your mind as you're doing some of these things? Like, does it
Yeah.
loom large over all of it?
In Second City, absolutely. Like in the building itself and the bar across the street that everyone goes to. And I mean, it is part of lore, and they feel like hallowed halls in that way, you know? And especially when you're through classes and you get to perform on these stages, you're like, you know who's performed on these stages and you know who they're named after, and these legends who were there before you. So yeah, that's definitely, it's part of the culture there, and it makes it really, it makes it really special.
That's cool. Yeah, 'cause
Yeah.
I've always wanted to go to something at Second City, and I've always been kind of curious, like the vibe and everything. So that's really that's
it's
awesome.
cool. I mean, if you're ever in Chicago, I say go see a main stage show if you can. They're a riot.
Yeah, that's cool. I'm from Iowa, so it's not too. It's like
Yeah.
we do a lot of driving anyway, so like 6 hours is not that big of a deal.
Yeah.
But that's so cool. I love it. So what is I mean, I've seen in other interviews and things you're kind of a theater kid starting out. Is that how you kind of got the acting bug initially?
Like I was an actor, I was a performer so young that there's like kind of no line between. It was like, I think eventually my parents just were like, I mean, I guess we put her in a day camp at like 5 or something. They were like, obviously this kid is like, wants to perform. She wants the attention. She loves an audience, you know? And so they put me in like a summer camp thing where we like recited nursery rhymes and did, theater games and stuff like that when I was really young.
Yeah.
But I was so young, there was never a discussion of like, Mom and Dad. I do remember being like, I want to be an actor. Like I want to be a real actor when I was like probably 11 or 12.
Yeah.
And them being like, that's cool, but we both work, and so we can't be stage parents. Like we can't go get you an agent. Like we can't,
Right.
It's just not on the table in our family.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that really stung, but I don't remember.
Aw.
I'm sure I was like, but my future,
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my God. So okay. So when do you think is the first time that what's the earliest memory you have, and then what's the earliest memory maybe your parents have of you doing something acty, like just either around the house or?
It's funny, like I remember the first time I was on stage, like that was for that day camp thing that I did.
Okay.
Like I remember reciting the little girl with the little curl right in the middle of her forehead. I remember reciting nursery rhymes, when I was probably 5 or 6. Maybe younger, who knows? But I do remember that. But my mom would say that she can remember I talked really early, but she can remember that before I even was talking, that she would that I would like make sounds at the cat. I would like imitate the cat's sounds. And she was like, uh-oh. And then and then her other story is that she like turned her back on me in the bath, and the bath had like a big mirror next to it, and they're at our house in England probably. And when she turned back around, I was going like at myself in the mirror.
That's
Making
awesome.
faces at myself in the mirror, and she was like, "Oh God."
That's amazing. I love
Like,
that.
we're gonna have to pay for this kid's health insurance for a long time because she's not gonna get a real job.
It means you're either going to go into acting or you're going to be like a furry or something. I don't know. So
Yes,
it's one
or
of
a
those,
psychopath of some kind.
One of yes.
There's a lot of crossover.
Why?
so-
Why choose just the entire? You know. I had to ask you about that because, like, first time I was ever on a stage, my dad had bands forever, and the first time I was ever on stage, I was 11 months old.
Yeah.
And they had a little, he did like his band did an Elvis act at the end of the night. And they had like a little, they made me a tiny jumpsuit with diaper straps on the things. And they took pictures thinking that they were going to like use it as, you know, like embarrassment material when I brought a girl home as a teenager or something like that. I don't know. It was meant to be a one-time thing. And they could not keep me. They used to pay me to stay off stage. And then when I was 2, that stopped working. So they would play a record. I would mime the record. And then at 3, I started singing. And that's, you know, so I'd say that's
crazy.
Yeah.
But you came from a performer family too, like, which is
that's
a door in. My parents were just like, like, what do we, you know?
Yeah, they're like, you're on your own, kid. Well, like,
they were like,
moral
what do we do with
support.
this?
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And they have been so supportive. But yeah, my dad is quite reserved and like quietly funny. My mom is not reserved at all and is like the leader of any group that she's in.
Right.
And she can sing. She's now in a rock band.
That's cool.
Yes, it is very cool. But at the time, like, you know, they were just like, they had no experience with a kid who wanted to perform and no performance experience really themselves. So they were like, we don't know where you got it from. It's my mom's side. We have like a couple of vaudeville actors on that side. So it skipped a few generations and got to me is what happened.
That's all right. Hey, that's all good.
Yeah.
Was there a single thing that prompted the move to Los Angeles? Because you said it wasn't something you expected.
Fargo. When I was shooting Fargo, I was like, this is such a crazy experience. I'm having fun. And then when it started airing, actually before it started airing, I was at a dinner one night with producers and one of them raised their glass and said, I'm just going to say it, here's to the Emmys next year. And I was like, what? I was like, what do you mean? Because it was my first TV show. Like, I didn't know.
Right.
Like, I knew we were making something good, but I didn't know we were making something that was, now I know, like, oh, we're making a prestige television show, or like, we're making a sitcom that everyone can enjoy, you know, like there's just, you know, ahead of time. I didn't know. I had no idea.
Right. Yeah. There's no frame of reference.
Yeah. But I can remember like when that happened, I was like, oh, this show might be a hit, a hit. People might really watch this show. And I also can remember thinking, I could work for any of these people. Like, if not, I was like, if I had to quit acting, I still now know enough people in the industry that I could be an assistant. I could, you know, there's a lot of options. I could be in the entertainment industry. And at the time I'd been working in IT for years. I was doing customer service. When I got the job, I was like a post manager at a photography studio. And so I was like, I should probably consider not like leaving and going to Los Angeles and like continuing this, whether it's acting or not, you know? So I was in Los Angeles. I had come out for a month. I'd rented a place. I had just hired Naomi Odenkirk, who's my manager. And I was taking some meetings and meeting some people and was going to get an agent in Los Angeles so that whether I stayed in Chicago or not, I would have an agent out there.
Yep.
And I was living in LA when the show premiered. And I was like, oh, okay, I need to move out here. I was like, this is a really big deal. Like, this is not going to peter out. So my partner at the time and I, you know, talked about it and decided to move. We moved out at the end of that year, at the end of 2014.
Very cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it
The
was kind of foisted upon me. But I will say, I mean, I was like, I'm not going to stay here. I'm eventually going to go back to Chicago. But I did learn, especially like over the pandemic when it was just like me and the cat and the city, I learned to really love Los Angeles. And so now I have a home out here and I'll be here for a while, I think.
That's cool.
Yeah.
That's cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's crazy how some energies that you're like, yeah, I don't know. And then you experience them in a different way and it just kind of grows on you. And
It just
it's,
took time, I think. You know, I still love Chicago. Chicago's my favorite city.
yeah.
But this is where my work is. I just never, until St. Denis, I never got to a point where I was like, it's safe for me to live elsewhere. I was just like, I gotta keep taking meetings. Like, I have to keep booking. I have to stay here and keep booking, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
So,
And now you've done like so many different things and like, comedy, horror, drama. I mean, what is your favorite what has been your favorite experience? I mean, I know it's hard to say since you've got a show that's running right now and everybody's like, "Oh, it's my new thing," right? But like
yeah,
I guess we'll set that aside for now. Not counting
not
the
counting
current
St. Denis.
yeah.
Uh-huh.
What has been your favorite is there a moment or a show that's or something, a project that has
Mhm.
just been like, oh, that was a really neat experience? That just really
Yeah.
took you by surprise, maybe.
I mean, a couple, I think. I'm trying to think about the movies. I haven't done a movie in a while. I think for me, I mean, each experience is its own special thing, and that is one of the great things about doing anthologies and doing movies is that you're like, this is a finite thing that'll be done at this time, and so you really like appreciate it while you're doing it.
Yeah.
And when you're on location, you're also like at summer camp, so you're like, this is a finite time that I'm going to be away from home doing this thing with these people, and it is really unique and really special. Um, but since the pandemic, I've worked mainly at home. I've worked mainly in Los Angeles, which was not the case before that. I was always in Atlanta and I was in, Canada, like whatever. And I really do like working at home and being able to come back to my own
Yeah.
bed at night. Uh, part of that I think is like doing Why Women Kill was really special. It was really challenging. It was like a different, like heightened acting style. The costumes were insane and gorgeous and
Yep.
sometimes painful, like laced into things. But that was really special, just like visually and stylistically, I think.
Mhm.
And then shortly after that, I did Gaslit, which was with Julia Roberts and Sean Penn. And I had a small enough role in that where I got to kind of like sit back and relax, and it wasn't like Fargo where I was like, it's Billy Bob Thornton. Also, I don't know what a mark is. Like, I don't know how to do this. I didn't know how to do anything.
Right.
I couldn't. There was like, no, it was impossible to take in the experience because I was like learning as I went. But with Gaslit, I got to wasn't there every day. I was just there sometimes. And I got to be like, this is a huge set. This is a huge project. That's Julia Roberts. Like, that's America's sweetheart.
Right.
So that was pretty special as well.
That's cool.
Yeah.
If there was, is there any type of project or style of anything that you would like to do that you have not had a chance to yet?
That's a great question. Before I would have said mockumentary, and now I'm getting to make a mockumentary, which is awesome. But I've always wanted to do mockumentary style and just really love it. I would probably do another horror film, and my team is always looking for horror films for me because I love horror. But Krampus and The Gift are kind of the only like horrors and thrillers that I've done. So I would do another one of those. And I'm always looking to play a villain away from my regular day job. I'm always looking to play like the bad guy because it's super fun.
Yeah.
So yeah, that would be something that would really turn my head. I think would be someone who turns out to be the bad guy is always a dream.
Yeah. Okay. So if that being the case, would you want to be the bad guy in a horror movie?
yeah, I think being the reveal of the twist would be super fun
Yeah.
in a horror movie.
Yeah. I
You know, those moments when you're watching and you're like, wait. That
yeah.
would be so cool to be part of one of those, I think, you know? That would be rad.
Yeah. Was with being a lover of horror movies, was there anything that was different about making them that you didn't really like when you like as you're watching them, you have one impression and then you go in and you actually go to make it and it's like, oh, that's a little different than I was expecting.
I'm not sure what I expected, but did I do The Gift before Fargo? No, I think I did Fargo before The Gift. I mean, The Gift just felt like a drama that I was making. It didn't necessarily feel like a thriller. But Krampus, because Michael Dougherty used practical effects, and because he is such a big kid, I don't know if you know Mike or not, because he's such a big kid, he really designed an experience for us where we could be as surprised, if not horrified, as surprised as possible while filming.
Okay.
And so we didn't see any of the like puppetry or any of the creature work before we went to go shoot the first thing with them. Like he would be rolling on the first time we saw the giant, clown Jack in the Box, like writhing, having eaten part of a child,
Right.
And I don't know if that's the take we used, but he wanted it on camera. You know what I mean? And anytime we were doing something where the whole group was like, quiet, there's something outside, he would just keep the camera rolling, and he himself would like sneak around the set with like two boards and like smack them together, and you wouldn't know where he was going to be, so that our jumps would be real,
Yep.
So that is that. And I love horror and I love horror movies, but I don't like haunted houses because I don't really want things to be like physically near me. Like,
Interesting.
I don't like it. All my friends are like, we're going to Halloween Horror Nights this year. And I'm like, I don't want them to come towards me with a chainsaw. I just don't like it. I don't know. But that was like such a close experience to that, I think, because it's genuinely startling,
Yeah.
And the just the energy that's in the air when like 6 adults and 4 children are all sort of holding their breath and waiting to see like where the thing is on the roof.
Yeah.
There's just like this natural energy to it that is the anticipation is really scary,
Yeah.
So that was a really cool experience, and due mainly to, I think, Mike and his like I said, he's just a kid at heart, so he really wanted to just like have the most fun possible and also capture it on camera.
That's cool.
Yeah.
So now when you're watching horror movies, do you find them scary when you're watching them?
Some, yeah. I find them
Okay.
all enjoyable. One of the things I love about horror is that like you can watch a bad horror movie and have just as much fun.
Yeah.
But if I watch a bad drama, I'm like, oh my God, kill me. Like I don't, or a bad comedy. Blech. But like, like that's not fun. But a horror movie that has not come together in the way that they might have hoped, or is not constructed well, or the script isn't great, like those are so fun.
Yeah.
So I just enjoy watching all of them. But every now and then one, really breaks through, and I'm like, uh-oh. I'm like, I might have a nightmare tonight,
Oh my gosh. So
usually not, but every now and then I'm like, I can feel it happening while I'm watching it. I'm like, okay, interesting.
That one's gonna stick with you, right?
That one's gonna stick with me. Yeah.
That's awesome. It's funny when you were saying when it's a bad drama, you're like, oh, kill me. It's one of those things. My first thought was, what would make this scene better? Jason Voorhees.
Exactly. Throw him in the mix.
Slaughter them all.
Throw him in the mix.
Yeah, slaughter them all and start with a new cast of people. It's like, it's a pump fake. That's not the real people. Here's the real people over here.
Exactly. Hold on, let me pick this cat up and have him say hello. Come here, Bubba. Come say hi. This is Bud.
Aw.
He has been yelling in the background for this entire time.
Yeah.
There we go, baby.
Given his answer contributions, that's all good.
Exactly. Okay, you're okay.
Yeah.
We'll outside later.
Yeah.
I bought a house with a yard and I now let him go out in the yard. I go with him, and so he can stick around. And the problem is that now every morning when he's ready, he's like, it's time. It's time now.
Yeah.
I'm like, it's not. I'm doing something.
Right? Yeah, exactly. Oh, just nothing's more. He's like, nothing's more important than me. I mean,
What
come
could be more important than me? Like, I'm your
on.
whole job.
Exactly. You exist from my whim. Yeah, that kind of
Do you
That's
want to sit in
great.
my lap? There you go, Bubs.
Uh,
Okay, sorry.
yeah. No, it's fine.
He was just within grabbing distance finally, and I was like, I need to hold him and say,
Yeah.
chill out, dude.
Yeah. Well, he's beautiful.
Thank
So
you.
yeah. So then is it scarier making horror as opposed to watching it, do you think? Or
Oh no, definitely watching is
definitely
scarier.
watching. Okay.
I mean,
Yeah.
making a horror film it's like anything else. It's like, are sex
Yeah.
scenes really sexy while you're doing them? No.
No, you're right. No.
You know, and the only things that made that gave that experience to Krampus was, you know, the extra time that Mike took, the extra
Yeah.
pains he took, and honestly having practical effects, because it's much
Yeah.
easier to look disgusted when you're looking at a disgusting thing. You
Yeah.
know what I mean?
Totally.
Than it is to, like, you're looking at artwork and you're like imagining what it is, and then they're gonna CGI it all in later, you know.
Yeah.
And you can actually just react in real time, you know.
Totally.
So he did us a lot of favors in that way, but mostly it's just like, and it's hard to be like, have a, oh, I'm scared experience when there's cameras and there's a boom guy,
Right.
and you know, just beyond that is like the crafty table and there's snacks, you know what I mean? So definitely
Totally.
watching is
Yeah.
a much more like cultivated experience, you know.
Okay. I had to ask just because you said that you weren't as keen on like haunted houses and things like that. So when you were talking about things
Yeah.
being near you in person, I was like, oh, well, okay. Does that mean does that correlate with
No.
yeah.
You know what it is, honestly, Jamie? I think I have such a low tolerance for embarrassment. This is something I need to work on, like, as I continue into my 40s. I have a really low tolerance for it, which is bad. But that means that I don't mind like a controlled situation, you know?
Right.
But being at the whim, especially of an actor who is like, this is just how I'm spending my weekends. Like, I'm having
Right.
some fun. I'm
Yeah.
like, oh, what are they gonna do to me? You know, like, no one's who's in charge. It's like this
Right.
like little kid part of me that's like, who's in charge of this? Like, who's gonna make sure that we all abide by the social contract? Are they gonna
Right.
make fun of me? Are they gonna laugh at me? Are they
Right.
gonna like make me cry? And then I'm gonna look
Right.
like a fool. You know what I mean? Like, these are the things that go through my brain, which is kind of insane. But
No, it's
that is the
totally,
case.
I totally understand. Like for a very long time I was like that. And then we went to Halloween Horror Nights, and I don't know, I um I enjoy, well, as we were talking about before, you know, me with all my crazy costumes and things like that. Like after seeing some of these things and how they work and getting more into makeup and all that kind of stuff, and you know, the like I wear more makeup than my wife does, and you know, but it became, I'm so fascinated by the technical
Yeah.
aspects of everything.
Yeah.
So they'll jump scare me, and I'm like, oh wow, oh cool, the lines are awesome. And I'm probably the worst person for a Halloween, like a Halloween Horror Nights like
You're
scare.
unscareable. Yeah.
Oh yeah, like it's like, and you know, she's like, oh my god, I was like, wow, look at that, you know, like, and honestly, it was something that I had that as a little kid. And then then there was a time when I just didn't want to go and do any. I was exactly the same. I did not want to go to a haunted house at all.
Yeah.
And then now I'm so fascinated by the technical aspects of it, and so I just kind of like trained that flip in my brain to go in as the tech nerd, go in as the, you know. So if you find yourself drugged to one of these things, try that, and maybe that'll.
I will. You know, I do need to. People have tried to drag me, and I miss out every year. I'm like, no, but I do feel like I'm missing out on something. Especially, you know, somebody works at Universal. That's me. I probably could be like, oi, can I just meet a bunch of your performers ahead of time?
Right?
Can I just meet them? Say, oh, you're real. You know. I remember watching The Descent on DVD, which is one of my favorite horror films. I love The Descent, and watching it. That was one that really scared me when I
Yeah.
first saw it, and it was before I had cable, and so I just rented things from like the library and watched them, and then watched all of the extra material, so I'd have things to watch because I didn't have any money. And The Descent, I remember so distinctly watching the behind the scenes, like the bloopers of the guys in the suits, but like dancing to Mick Jagger and like being
Yep.
so goofy. And it really demystified it for me, like
Yeah.
in a great way. Cause I was like, this movie really scary. And then I watched that and I was like, oh, it's not so bad. Look at them. They're just, look at that goofy guy, you know?
Yep.
So, yeah, you're right. I mean, I do, like you said, I think that part of you that like for those years when you were a kid didn't want to do it. I never left that mind frame. I'm
Right.
still where I'm like, oh, I don't want it. Ugh.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
yeah.
I'm 43. I should probably try to actively move past that. You know?
It's everybody's got their own kind of vibe with everything, right? You
Yeah.
just yeah. See, the
Exactly
Descent
right.
makes non-claustrophobic people
Yes.
claustrophobic, right?
Yes. It's so true, Steven. And I will always say that like one of the reasons why The Descent is one of my favorites is because I like a home invasion story. Now that I'm in a house, I'm like, oh no, thank you. But The
Right?
Descent is so safe because I'm never gonna accidentally find myself spelunking. Like I'm good. I'm okay. Like I can be safely scared and not
Right.
be like, not take it home with me.
Yeah.
But I moved into this house and I started reading a book called Night Watching a few weeks ago, which is about home invasion. It's wonderful. It's very scary. And I got like 4 pages in before I was like, well, I need to wait until I have my home security system set up to read that because it was too scary. It was like I read it with different eyes and I was like, nope,
Right?
fully no, absolutely not. So I got my system set up and then I finished reading the book. I was just like, that is not cute right now. You know?
Right. Yeah. It is wild how much like frames of reference can,
So much.
and
Like
that's
I have friends who loved horror and then had kids and went off horror. They were like, I
Right.
can't watch it anymore.
right.
Because I think they then had this investment in an outside entity that they had like never experienced before. And they were like, I don't want to think about the terrible things that could happen. Like, absolutely not, you know?
Exactly.
So,
Well, it's sort of the equivalent of I didn't really look at architecture much or
Mhm.
or renovation stuff
Mhm.
until we got our house.
Yeah.
And then everything was like, oh, they
And
did
suddenly
this
you're
in
an
the walls
expert in
and
all this stuff.
yeah,
Yeah.
I'm looking at the sconces and I'm looking at all of this. It's like, ooh, I like that. I like that. I like that. Ooh, I don't like that. It's like
Yeah.
that kind of, yeah, you don't even like, it's not even in your periphery. And then it's like, wow, I never noticed there's so much like, because your mind is just like, oh man, that's a thing that's there,
Yeah.
but then
No, yeah.
when your frame of reference changes, it's like, oh, okay, I see things
Absolutely.
now. And
Absolutely.
like this is my mixing and vocal booth studio that I've
Mhm.
put nerdage in front of, and like the foam panels and things, like you don't think about that until it's like, oh, okay, I'm tired of giving a studio my money. I can just do this
Mhm.
myself. And because
Yeah.
because now you mentioned voiceover work. Do you have like a studio in your house
I
or?
don't do much voiceover anymore. I wish that I would love to find a gig that was like a recurring role I could like keep going back to or something because I love voiceover. But yeah, I don't. When I first started looking at houses, every like random closet and like little weird nook space, I was like, this is the voiceover booth, you know?
Yeah.
But the fact is, I haven't even auditioned for a voiceover in probably 8 months or something. Okay, hi. Um, you can't get inside of my mouth, so I think you need to accept as close as we are, being as close as
Right.
you're gonna get.
Gonna give it a college try.
He's a little clingy. He's one of those clingy boy cats.
Yeah, that's all good.
Anyway, so yeah, I would love to have a reason to turn a closet into like a little voiceover booth, but it's another industry. I mean, it's another area of the industry that's really hard to break into. I did a lot of voiceover in Dallas and a little bit in Chicago, but it has not transferred. It has not translated over to Los Angeles. It's like much harder to break into. So every
Yeah.
now and then I audition for a show and I keep hoping one of those will hit and I'll have my, you know, Bob's Burgers that I can like do on the side because that would be so fun, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's cool. Yeah, I haven't done any voiceover as far as that stuff. All mine is like a lot of Christmas products. Like
Ooh.
you go in there as like I did a lot of work for Elvis Presley Enterprises. So when you would go into Lowe's and you would hear it sing, it was usually my voice you were hearing.
Oh, wow.
So
Funny.
yeah.
Yeah.
So that's always a so okay. So let's talk a little bit about St. Denis Medical.
Okay.
What has that experience been like? Because you said you've always wanted to do a mockumentary, and
Yeah.
now you know.
I just got so lucky. The time between me like knowing that this project existed and getting the job was like a week, because a friend of mine was like, I'm auditioning for this show. You would be great for it. Have you read it yet? And I was like, no. So I reached out to my team and was like, what's going on? And they were like, well, they just cast Wyndham McLean Covey in the lead role, and we don't think that there's another role for you. And I was like, okay. And then they called me back 2 days later and they were like, okay, never mind. There's a role open for a nurse and they would like to meet with you for it. And I was like, great. So I met with the guys. I loved the script, really loved the script. Met with the guys and got the job, I think, the next day, and was so relieved and so thankful. This was like right before the strikes were about to happen. So I really was like looking for some work, and I hadn't worked that year at all. I didn't work at all in 2022. Like I worked like 2 days or something. I was having a real dry spell and really felt like I needed a job. So I just got really lucky. And then, the cast, we all met for the first time at our first table read and just like hit it off. We're actually pretty close and really enjoy each other. I know everybody says that, but we really do have we have a pretty happy cast. And then the crew has been together, many of them with, Justin Spitzer and Eric Legend, since Superstore. So this crew has known each other for a decade, and it's like a well-oiled machine. So it's the happiest set. Like everyone is really thankful to be there. We're all aware that a lot of people are not working right now. And the fact that we have a pretty stable job for several months of the year and we're not traveling is not lost on us. So we're a very grateful, very happy set.
That's cool.
Yeah, it is cool. I'm having the most fun. I mean, I just love, Alex, my character, is kind of like the Jim Halpert of St. Denis, where there's just a lot of like looks to camera about like, what are these idiots doing? Which I find really fun. Like, Wendy always says like that, in most comedies, the jokes are on the page, but then in mockumentaries, the jokes are often like where you put them, what you react to, and where you slip them in. And it's really fun to find those other moments. I'm always looking for a camera to give them what my opinion is on whatever's happening, and whether they use it or not. It just keeps you really engaged, so it's super fun.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Is there a particular moment from filming that stands out for just either a fun actually, let's just start with a favorite moment from filming, and then I'll kind of
let's see. I think my favorite movie from filming season 1, the one I remember most viscerally, is there's a monologue at the end of the first season that is like really quite serious. And our show, our writers do a great job of having a lot of hijinks, but I think in every episode there's a moment of like really sort of heartfelt warmth, And in the season finale last year, I got to do that talking head, which is like a monologue, about how nobody can do everything, but like Alex feels like her superpower is that she shows up and she tries every day. And I just found that so emotional. It was a beautifully written monologue that Eric Legend wrote. And just in my experience with medical professionals, and certainly like with people that we met along the way as we were putting together St. Denis, our med techs, and the special screenings that we got to do for nurses and administrators and doctors and things, I just really felt like that is an invaluable superpower. The fact that these people, through COVID, through all the things that they've had to put up with, and a pretty staunch like anti-science standpoint from our government right now. I
Right.
think it is like such a miracle, and we're all so lucky that these people could continue showing up. So that monologue felt really special and really prescient, and I was really glad I got to do it.
That's awesome. So
Yeah.
how have medical folks responded to the show?
They love it. I mean, we did do a screening and in person. It was just really incredible to get the feedback in person from people. I've got a couple doctors in my family, and they pulled me aside at Thanksgiving and were like, "Do you realize this is exactly what it's like? This is exactly it, you know?"
That's awesome.
It was awesome. It was great feedback to get. They're like, "It really is that dumb sometimes." I was like, "Oh, great, good." And then, of course, you know, because we have social media, we get to interact with people on social media, and the number of like nurses and doctors and techs and just like other professionals who come along and say, "We just love this show. This is what it really feels like." That's like this is what it really feels like is such an awesome compliment, you know. And they're like, it's not Grey's Anatomy. We're not. First of all, there's not that many doctors at once. It's almost always all nurses, and you guys have more nurses than doctors, and we appreciate that. But like, you know, we don't have drama of the week. Like we have, you know, bad things happen, good things happen, and also like where are we ordering lunch, you know, and they really feel like that we're able to capture that, and that's a huge compliment, you know.
Yeah.
How about working with David Allen Greer?
Yeah.
Dag is a legend for a reason, you know. Like he is he's just been doing comedy for so long, and stand up and shows and films and the things that he's done. So he's a legend. He's like our elder statesman. And he's just as funny as ever.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. The
and we call him Dag, by the way. That's what we call him. That's instead of David Allen Greer, we call him Dag.
That's awesome. So now I remember seeing in interviews that you were saying that there's not a whole lot of improv because a lot of it's on the page. Did
I say that? We do a lot of improvising.
Oh, really?
Yeah. We do a lot of improvising. It might not all make it to air. Maybe that's what I was saying.
Okay.
I mean, the jokes are tight, and we always will do, you know, we do a pass that's completely on book. Sometimes the writers have some alts that they want us to do, like instead of that last line, switch out this last line, and then they always let us, you know, improvise.
Oh, cool. Okay.
We do a lot of improvising. Yeah, it might end up on the cutting room floor because we've only got 22 minutes to.
Right.
Improvising has to be really short when you've only got 22 minutes to cut together.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. And what's great about that is that it kind of calls back to the Second City stuff. So, you know, you've got that in your back pocket.
Well, so many of us, are, you know, Mecky's a stand-up, and David obviously has done a lot of improv and a lot of stand-up and in Living Color. So a lot of us have that experience, you know. And Wendy did the Groundlings. Wendy is like, I can't imagine anybody else leading this show. Like she's like the queen of this because of, you know, Reno 911. Like she's done this exact style so well for so long, you know?
Yeah. That's, it's fun, and but like you said, you know, it has heartfelt moments too. It's got everything, which is just, it's beautiful. That's just
Thank
really,
you. Yeah, we're really proud of it. We are.
Yeah, that's cool. And you were talking about, you know, this kind of leads into, I'm going to try and find something a little happier after this, but this leads into, as you were talking about, there was a lot of folks that are not working and a lot of craziness that is going on. I don't know if you have seen, there's Tilly Norwood, I believe.
I did see this.
And I'm like, why? I have yet to see, other than short snippets of like little AI, like 1-2 punchline things, to where I would not be able to tell that it's. Other than that, you can absolutely tell when it's not a real person, because the connective tissue is different. Like it's yeah, I'm and apparently there are talent scouts that are circling about this,
that's what I
or
read.
studios.
I just saw this headline yesterday, and I was like looking for a clip of her. Like I was looking for her reel.
I did
You know?
I did. Yes, I did exactly
I was
this.
like, what do you mean? Like, is she any good? I thought, you know,
Right. Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
so odd, and it is really insulting to call her an AI actress. Like,
Right.
that's not. I'm an actress.
It's
Thank you.
programming. Yeah.
That's not
It's
she's not an actress. Like,
no,
that's not a
exactly.
term that you can just like throw around to
Yeah.
entities. You know what I mean? Like, no, thank you.
Yeah.
Like we don't call like, you know, digital assistants AI executives. Like that's would be insane. You know what I mean? Like an
Right.
executive is a job that a person does.
It's yep.
So yeah, I don't know. I mean, the AI thing is, you know, I was a strike captain during the strike and was involved with it pretty heavily. And I signed off on the deal that we had because I felt that it was time to get back to work, and I felt that um, it would have been impossible for us to put all the protections in place that we needed because we
Right.
didn't even know. I felt we didn't even know totally what the enemy was yet. It's just
It's
like
true.
they didn't know what streaming was yet. They didn't know what they
Yeah.
had to put protections in place for. You know.
Yep. Well, and it's
And
changing so much. Like, cause like we've done, just full disclosure. I've got a YouTube channel that I'm just getting kicked off called Jack Life. It's all about pop culture. Hence, you know, most of the videos are about Twilight because, you know, it doesn't, yeah.
you know where your bread is buttered. You know what to do.
I'm a massive. We have about 20 costumes screen worn from the Twilight films, and all of Robert Pattinson's clothes fit me like they were
Wow.
made for me. So I make jokes about having been in Robert Pattinson's pants, but we're not going to talk about that. But you know, so but I also have EAP Society, which is all about Elvis Presley history preservation and things like that. And one of the things that we did is we completed a song that Elvis had started in 1969, and we used AI, but it's my voice. It's actually a human did something, and then we applied the vocal
Yeah.
textures and all this. But you know, that is the only way that I can see anything like that having a practical application, because like if it's just a computer doesn't know. Like
Yeah.
half the time when you ask it something, if you ask it trivia on Google AI, half the time it gets it completely wrong, and we're
Yeah.
trying to tell it to show emotion. Like
No.
that doesn't even like
To me, it's like they told us, you know, they told us years ago when Shrek came out, they were like, this is the future. This is going to be, actors are going to be obsolete, you know?
yeah.
And I was like, I'm sorry, Princess Fiona's face is what we're worried about. You're worried that is going to, what are you talking about? I'm like,
Right.
granted, things have gotten a lot better. I do feel like the better it gets, though, the keener our eyes get and the more we're able to be like, that's not real.
Yep.
And I think that they're banking that people genuinely will find it indistinguishable. I'm going to find projects that were completely AI generated, indistinguishable from other television and films. And I don't feel that that's possible. Even if they couldn't put their finger on it, I believe that audiences would be like, yeah.
Something, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
something just, I 100% know what you mean.
it's just because it is like, it's uncanny valley. Like, it's just off.
Yeah.
And whether or not you're like, you understand the craft or participated in it, or you're just a consumer, I have to believe that you would be like, this doesn't affect me the way that these moments are supposed to affect me. It's not as funny as it should be, because that connection, that timing is human, and it can't be replicated, you know?
Exactly. Yeah. Well, there was a really great video that if you ever get a chance to watch, I think it might even be helpful if strikes have to happen again. There's a video that there was a scene from Meet Joe Black that the guy had AI do it, and then they had different levels of experience actors and they kind of broke down, okay, this is how this person approached it, and this is how they approached it, and they compared that. They showed the AI first, and then they showed the different actors and say, okay, this actor is doing this to play off of this and this and this, and this is why, and the AI does not do that because it doesn't have that, it hasn't been told that or whatever else.
Yeah.
And it was fascinating. And I think the more information that goes like that, I think that's going to really make a difference in, kind of like you said, as it gets better, we kind of like progress along with it. Will there be some people that'll be like, I don't care, I'm just eating popcorn and drinking myself to sleep or whatever. And but it's like I'm gonna Pepsi crash out, and that's gonna be my night. But like but I really, and the thing that I always think of is, because you get so many people like, oh, well, that's the way, but people don't understand that this kind of stuff is coming for every industry and every level of every industry. The first AI CEO that shows up is going to scare Wall Street into like wetting itself. Like, and I think what I see happening is, if they keep going down this road, I could see a lot of real industry, like true, like I love the industry type people getting together and going more independent and finding alternative ways of, because if everybody's job has gone to AI, where do they think their money's going to come from?
Yeah.
And I'm amazed that they don't see this.
It's hard to like take the temperature and see where we're headed, but I don't know. In our industry, I just feel like, and listen, you can't stop progress.
No, I completely agree.
There are going to be aspects of our industry that are going to be changed forever. I think that they will get good enough at AI that we have a lot less background actors. I think we will. And that is not great for those people who that is how they make their living or part of their living. But
or even how they build into getting further into the industry as well, because
100%.
like they're apparently in legal, that they're like the lower legal positions are being taken over by AI. And I'm just thinking, well, if that's how they get to the higher rungs, what are they going to do after about in 15 years? Are all of the firms just going to be toast? Like, how? It's
there's not a lot of foresight, it feels like.
That's it. Yeah. Well,
not a lot of foresight.
Well, because Wall Street is used to looking at the next 4 weeks or the next 4 months, not the next 4 years. And eventually those chickens come home to roost, and they're going, oh, we didn't think
100%.
about that.
And so many of our entertainment companies now are like part of a tech conglomerate who are like, we should do it because we can. We have the technology and it's cool.
Right.
And it's like, well, but is that what people want?
Yeah.
It's like,
I keep thinking about that Jurassic Park line. We thought about.
We're so busy figuring out if we could. We didn't stop to think about whether or not we should.
Thank you.
100%.
Yeah, that's
100%.
Yeah, and
I don't know. I guess we just have to wait and see, and we'll figure out what we need to do and what protections need to be in place. But like when taxi drivers were upset when Uber came along, and I understand why they were, because their livelihood changed forever. But there was just no stopping it. And so, I mean, it's like coal, we don't use coal anymore. We're not going back to coal. We have other forms of energy, but you can't stop. You just can't stop progress. You can't, you have to like adapt and go with the flow. But I don't think that all acting gigs are going to be done by computers. That seems insane.
That would be incredibly silly. But I, before we go, I just want to say thank you so much. I really enjoyed it. Sorry for ending this on. I'm gonna uptick the conversation just for the very tail end of this, and I apologize for the downer ender. What is the premiere date Is it November
For
3rd?
season 2, November 3rd is the season 2 premiere date for St. Dennis Medical. Please tune in. You can watch season 1 on Peacock if you have it, which you should.
Yeah.
Talk about our tech overlords. But yes,
Right.
you can watch the first season on Peacock, and season 2 starts November 3rd.
Very cool. Yeah. Peacock's been fun. It's been a nice.
It is. There's good stuff there.
Yep. I think
Yeah.
that's I think they've even got some of the old like Garfield and Friends
That
cartoon
sounds
episodes and-
right. Yeah.
So Allison, has been an absolute joy. Thank you for taking the time,
Of course.
and thank you for helping us raise money for Options Save Lives.
Absolutely.
we
Thank you
greatly
guys
appreciate
who are
it.
watching and listening for donating. Please donate.
Yes. Donate.
Yes, well and
The
often. Yes.
QR code is up in the top right corner of your screen. Our website is scrolling along the bottom of the screen if you want to visit Otherworldly Fundraising and find out what we're about. And I am going to say thank you again and goodbye, and I will remove you guys from the screen. And I'm going to play a video right now that explains what this weekend is about.
Otherworldly Fundraising is a group of friends who decided to use our nerdy talents to help others. Our charity this year is Options Save Lives, which helps individuals fully recover from alcohol use disorder. Thank you for joining us this weekend and for donating to this worthy charity.
All right. And for donation purposes, for anyone that donates $10 or more this weekend, you will be entered into a sweepstakes to win one of 3 mystery prize boxes. For anyone who donates $50 or more, you will be entered into a sweepstakes to win this painting of Amy Acker, one of our Otherworldly Fundraising members. Trevor Hawkins is an amazing artist, and he painted this picture of Amy Acker. And you can see that her autograph is on there because I had this autographed a couple of weeks ago at a local convention. So $50 or more gets you turned into a sweepstakes to win this beautiful painting. And for the next 3 folks who donate $50, Jamie, who was just doing the interview, will give you a shout out as Deadpool because he plays an awesome Deadpool. So I'm going to bring today's guests on stage.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, it's morning, man.
And this is our host, Ryan, and our guest, Sharon Taylor. I'm going to get off the stage now and let you two do your thing.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Yeah, go have fun with the Forest Moon of Endor with that background of yours. What are you having fun with the Ewoks or something? What the heck is going on? No, I'm just kidding you. But good morning to one and all, and good morning to you, Sharon. Thank you so much for being here. It's great to see you. How are you today?
I'm great. Thank you. Yeah, how are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing swell or super, as one might say.
Oh, hey,
yeah,
super.
full disclosure for you. This shirt came with the Smallville Season 9 box set on DVD when I got it way back when.
Oh my gosh, I love that. I still have my dog tags from my character. Yes, the costume props people let me keep those, so that was kind of cool.
Yes, you got to keep something from set. I'm jello of you, but that's fantastic. It really, which begs the question: what was the audition process like for you to play this character known as Feora?
Actually, that's a great question. The audition scene, it was, way before COVID, so it was in the studio and not online like the auditions are now. But to be honest, I don't mind being online, but in the studio, it was the audition scene was the scene where we're in our military clothes and we're interrogating.
Tess Mercer, is it?
Yeah,
Tess?
yeah. So in the very first time, all the Kandorians are introduced.
Oh yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it was intense, and it was the producers were in the room, the director, and I felt really good about it, and I obviously got the part, and then 2 of my other friends got parts too, like Adrienne Holmes and Crystal Lowe, who actually were my real friends here in Vancouver. They got the other Kandorians, and then Callum Blue playing Zod. He ended up being one of my good friends too, and we're still friends. So it's like we still have this friendship group. So it actually worked out really great for us.
Oh, that's excellent. Yeah, because that was going to be my next question. What was it like working with this fella? Because I mean, we all think of of Zod as Terrence Stamp, who unfortunately is no longer with us from the OG movies with Christopher Reeve. Don't get us wrong, but Callum Blue was a younger iteration of the character. He really held his own. He really took charge and knew how to order people around and make threats.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the great thing about Callum. He's actually got a great sense of humor, and he's a very playful person. But when he locks in, he really locks in, right? And especially, probably one of my very favorite scenes ever as an actor is the scene when my character's pregnant in Smallville and he strangles me to death, like that. That he like when he looked in my eyes in that scene when we were performing it, it's one of those moments as an actor where you're like, oh, this is magic right now, because we were just so locked in with each other. Loved it.
Yeah, I actually did a bit of research, and I rewatched that scene between you and him when he chokes you, and you're holding your tummy, which means your character was pregnant. But I don't think Zod exactly knew that at the time when he was,
No, he doesn't know until
Yeah.
it's too late and I'm dead. And then you can hear my heartbeat ends and you can still hear the baby's heartbeat. When I first read that script, I was like, this is messed up. I was like, you don't always see this kind of stuff in television, let alone, family sci-fi, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty. Yeah, it probably gave certain members of the audience potential nightmares, but I won't speak for them because I just watched the show myself. None of my family members, none of my friends really at the time knew what Smallville was, and I got into it late because I didn't start watching until season 5. So I got like halfway in when the show was in its in the early days, right in the middle of it in season 5. And the ironic thing is the episode that I started watching was the 100th episode is when I started watching the program.
Oh, okay. So you had no backstory, or how did you even know where to jump in? Like,
it's an amazing story if you want to hear it. So when I watched the 100th episode, this is the episode where Clark loses Jonathan. Clark loses his dad. So when that episode aired, I personally had just lost my dad 6 weeks before I even watched that episode go on the air.
Wow.
So when that episode happened and I watched it all the way through, Sharon, I was bawling at the very end, and I think 99, if not 100% of the audience was too, and if you weren't, shame on you. I realized that this character is more relatable than I ever thought he could be, because you watch the Christopher Reeve movies and all this other stuff, and you think Superman's like immortal, he can't be hurt, nothing can really hurt him. Yeah, kryptonite, sure, but when you lose someone, it's a completely different feeling, right? It's a completely different thing. So that really hit me, and then I realized, okay, this character was good, but now he just got better as far as relatability is concerned.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what got me into reading the comic books because I didn't read the comics before this. So I was reading the comics. I was watching a few more pieces of Superman media, if you will. And I just became a Superman fan from then on. And I've had the pleasure of meeting Tom and Michael. And I told them how much I love their iterations of Clark and Lex and all this stuff. They signed a season 5 poster for me, which was very, very good to me. That's very nice. They did. Yep. I asked them specifically. I said, Michael, I want you to write down this line that you said in the 100th episode of Reckoning. And then Tom, I want you to write this. And they both wrote it. They signed it. I got it. It's all good. And I got the Lex Luthor and Clark Kent Funko Pop signed by them as well.
Oh, lucky you. I mean, that was the great thing about Smallville, was I think that was one of the first times, I mean, from my perception, that they made a Superman show that was very human based and not like specifically superhero, set in his superhero powers. It like really delved deep into the humanness of him.
Mm-hmm.
Like you said, like losing his father, right?
Mm. Yeah, for sure. Yes. So I've become a Superman fan ever since, and one of my goals in this life is to meet as many cast members or alumni of the Smallville family as humanly possible. Because to me, I can't speak for everybody, but I can only speak for myself. To me, it is the best there is, the best there was, and the best there ever will be when it comes to superhero television programming.
Well, I won't disagree.
No, that's fine. Hey, if there's something else, if you want to say, well, Ryan, I like Smallville, but I'm going to raise you this, that's fine too. You want to play a game of poker? It's fine. We don't mind it here. But Kristen has something for us in the chat. She says one of Superman's greatest strengths is in fact his humanity.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So
Yeah.
well put, Kristen. Well put. And isn't Kristen amazing putting this whole thing together of hers? My goodness.
I know. I love how the introduction that we just saw right before this segment was saying it was a group of friends getting together on the internet to do something amazing and special, and it kind of reminded me of the power of getting a group of people together on the internet. It reminded me of that documentary "Don't Fuck with Cats,"
Oh,
and
wow.
I was like, "This is like, oh, sorry, I swore, but like,
No, it's okay.
that documentary on Netflix." It's incredible, like how you can get a group of people together on the internet and they can do huge things, make real change.
Well, it's true what they say, Sharon. Teamwork does, in fact, make the dream work. And it reminds me of that television series I saw a few reruns of. Meanwhile, at the Hall of Justice. Sorry, that's an episode of Super Friends. But it's just, what can I say? DC is in my blood. I love DC. Anything DC, I'm like, what? So it's all up here. But
Well, I do actually have another cool like antidote about that character, that Feora character.
Go
I
ahead.
was doing a Stargate convention in London, and I met a friend of one of the other actors. She wasn't actually even doing a booth at that convention, but we all went out for dinner afterwards. I was sitting beside her, and she was like, "Oh, what are you working on right now?" And I said, "Oh, I'm working on this Superman show called Smallville." And she goes, "Oh," she goes, "I love Superman stuff." She goes, "I love Smallville. I was actually in the original I was in Superman 2. My name's Sarah Douglas. I played Feora." And I was like, "I play Feora." It was such a crazy moment. It was, in that moment, I didn't even think about it, but I should have like pulled out my phone and taken selfies and recorded it. But I didn't even think. I was just enjoying her presence and the fact that we had such that crazy coincidence.
My goodness gracious. We're all connected in the great circle of life. I mean, not to go off on another quotism there for you, because what can I say? I'm a 90s kid. I grew up on watching a lot of things when I was much younger.
Same. Yeah.
Yeah, which that also is a great segue. What were some of your favorite movies growing up, or maybe some of your favorite movies now?
Well, I mean, I think I'm a bit older than you, but I was just a kid when I discovered Romancing the Stone. It was on TV one day, and I was like, "I'm in love with this movie." And it was back, VHS days, so like I got my mom to help me like record it on the VHS machine, and so I just rewatched it over and over and over again. And to that effect, then my parents took me to the movie theater to see The Princess Bride, and I was like, "Oh my God, I'm in love." Those are my types of movies that just like get me going. Yeah.
Oh, that is really cool. That no, it's okay. Listen, if it makes you feel any better, I just leveled up to level 38 today. So it's okay. It's okay. Age is just a number, Sharon. It's just a number.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, like I said, I just leveled up this morning. So
Oh, happy birthday. Oh, so
Thank
today's the actual
it
day.
is.
Oh,
Yes.
happy birthday.
Yeah, and I couldn't think of a better way to celebrate than being a moderator for this wonderful event that Kristen and company put on. And now, granted, Jamie, who was on just before us, puts me to shame in his stylish category. Jamie, thanks a lot, buddy. But it's all
Well,
good.
I don't know.
Yeah.
The Superman shirt, that's next level.
It is. And this is the season where Clark called himself simply the Blur and not the Red Blue Blur like he was in season 8, respectively. Tom, we're looking at you, brother. So
That guy was amazing too. I mean, Tom, he could look at his script and just look at it, and I guess when you do a show for 10 years, your brain just becomes like a photographic memory. Like he could just look at it and be like, "Okay, put it down, boom, all the lines, not even stumbling once." Incredible.
Yeah, and he pulls off a Matrix look in season 9 with the trench coat.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which one of these days, I have the shirt, Sharon. I just don't have the trench coat. So one of these days, I hope to get the trench coat. Maybe I'll cosplay as the Blur at a convention.
I got to wear the trench coat too in one of the episodes. Yeah.
That must have been fun, right? Did you walk
Yeah, I
around?
looked good. I was like,
Did you kind of act a little bit like?
Did
Did you kind of act a little like Neo and look at somebody and put your phone to your ear and say, "I need guns, lots."
Yeah, and start like leaning back, dodging invisible.
Doing the bullet time scenario.
Definitely, having a coat like that certainly gives you a little bit of extra swagger in your walk.
Yeah, I kind of noticed that when Callum Blue was walking around in a trench coat at some point during the show. It was amazing. Yeah, he knows how to command. He has a commanding presence, doesn't he? He does.
Have you ever interviewed him before? Or met him?
Unfortunately, no. But Kristen, if you're backstage writing down some notes, you may want to add Callum Blue to that list so we can pick his brain about what it was like to play Neo before Zod. So. Because he says it in the show, which is iconic. I mean, it's an iconic catchphrase. So, just throwing that out there.
I mean, I also think that, I mean, I can't speak from his experience, but I also think that's a lot of pressure as an actor to have to say an iconic line like that. I mean, you really don't want to disappoint the fans with that one.
No, but he delivered, in my opinion. So he's fine. You get passing grades, Callum. Passing grades by all means. And then Kristen goes on to say, my parents had Romancing the Stone on VHS, and I watched it one day and I absolutely love it and still do to this day.
Yeah, right. So good.
So yeah, we're some partico here. Everybody agrees. But let me ask you this: what was it that got you into studying the martial arts? How did that happen?
Again, as a kid, I watched Bloodsport and Lionheart with Van Damme, and I loved it. I loved them. And there was a martial arts school not far from where I lived, and I would walk past it every day, and I'd be like, "Oh, I want to do that. Oh, I love those Van Damme movies. I just want to go do that." And so one day I just walked in the door and I signed up, and I've been there for 26 years.
My goodness gracious. All it took was a little JCVD on a Saturday morning.
Right. And then now, and I have my second degree black belt. So I still love it. I still go. It's part of who I am. It's become part of my identity. Like not only my brand for television, but part of my mental health too, to be honest.
Very, 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 very important. Let's not kid ourselves, especially with what we went through with the pandemic. Yeah, mental health is extremely important to everybody on this earth. So let's try to keep that in perspective, for sure. Let's see. Bookish goes on to say, Lionheart is one of my favorite movies. They say, goodness gracious.
Oh, see, they have great taste too.
Here's the sad thing for me. I've only seen a few scenes from Bloodsport. I haven't seen it all the way through, Sharon. I'm sorry.
Well, maybe you can, check it out in the future. Just think of me when you watch it.
I would, yeah, yes.
And you're like, Van Damme's got blood running down his face. You're like, oh yeah, Sharon Taylor. That's that correlated. It's in my brain.
Yeah, that's certainly one way to go about it. Yeah, for my introduction to JCVD, respectively, was Street Fighter. So, Colonel Guile, anybody?
Yeah.
Raul Julia as General M. Bison, who
that movie didn't quite do it for me.
That's okay. It didn't do it for a lot of people. It's a guilty pleasure to certain folks, such as myself. But I dig it. I dug it. I still do to this day. I don't care what anybody says. Ming-Na Wen hasn't aged a day since she was in that movie 30 plus years ago, Sharon.
Oh,
so
I love her. I've never met her, but she's definitely like one of my idols.
Still looking good at that age, but
right? She looks incredible. And
I know
she doesn't age.
She doesn't. Some folks just don't seem to want to age. They got the immortality gene in their blood. I don't know what it is.
Vampires.
Something like that. Yeah.
Rumors.
Yeah.
Let's not spread rumors.
No, we're not trying to. No. But I've seen movies such as that with him in it. I saw Hard Target, which I thought was really good. Time Cop. I've seen that.
Yeah.
That was good.
That's pretty good.
Sudden death.
And I mean, even a couple years ago when you did that commercial doing the splits between the two semi trucks, like, I mean, how can you not love that?
Even at that age.
Well, actually, my grandfather could do the splits in
really
the 90s. Yeah, so I honestly think it's one of those things that if you keep at it every day, you could probably maintain it to some degree.
I'm in the wrong business, guys. What am I doing here? I got to practice the splits.
Yeah, every day. I
probably should. I got to get to practicing here. This is okay. I'm writing this stuff down. Hold on. But aside from that, so what was it that inspired you to become an actress? How did that start? How did you start getting into acting and things like that?
Oh, I was actually a pretty shy kid. So when I just signed up for acting in high school, grade 8 acting that you take, I just realized there was such a freedom in it, and I just loved it. And I loved being able to express myself as other characters and other words, because I didn't have that as a kid myself, because I was kind of shy. So I'm never the first kid to speak up. I'm a watcher. So I still sort of am a little bit too, where I just wait and I watch and I figure everything out first, and then I'll jump in. So acting kind of gave me that freedom to just be something else and do something else and be a bit more brave. And then it just snowballed from there, like, all the school plays and university and then theater school and then get an agent and then working in TV and film. that fast, like just like that.
Snap of a fingers, anybody? Just like that. I feel like I have a few songs on the brain here. I don't know why, but it just seems to be clicking.
I
so
have
to
this.
speak.
I can make anything into a song. Sometimes it drives my friends and family crazy. I'll just be like, oh, and the next sentence they say I can make into another song. I'm like, no, let's not do that.
Well, who are some of your favorite bands or what favorite songs? Do you have any favorites?
I mean, I'm really into some old school 70s rock lately. It kind of my music tastes are very eclectic. They change all the time. I'm definitely like 70s old school rock, 80s pop, and then 90s hip hop, and then 2000s dance music. And then right now, I gotta say, like, there's not a lot out there right now that gets me going.
That's fair.
I will lean hard into Fleetwood Mac and Rolling Stones any day.
Oh, Fleetwood Mac, the dance album with Tusk. Oh my dear God.
God, every song.
Oh, I mean, they're all great. Don't get me wrong, but Tusk and Don't Stop Thinking About Tomorrow and Rhiannon and
Yeah.
Was it Go Your Own Way? If I'm remembering that correctly.
Well, I mean, that was the cool thing about their music was poetic, actually. Like it was poetic.
Yes.
The lyrics, and then not only did they nail the like hook and the catchy tune, but they actually had the emotion behind it too, which just makes it all that better.
That's a valid point. Well,
I guess there's a lot of emotion when like people are breaking up all the time within your band and getting back together again. There's probably a lot of emotion all the time.
Yeah, Stevie Nicks, Buckingham, all those folks. There have been relationship troubles here and there, but hey, what else is new in Hollywood and show business? Kristen says my Pandora is currently set to the Archies. Laugh out loud.
Oh, like the 1950s and 60s Archies.
I believe that's what she's referring to.
Okay. All right.
Wow, that's interesting. I mean, we just did a movie watch along where a movie turned 35, and one of the songs that was featured in the film was "Give Me Some Lovin'" by Spencer Davis Group. So,
well, I'm actually writing I finished writing a movie that is set in 1987. So for myself, I was Googling like top Billboard hits of 1987, and every song I was like, yes, yes, yes. Like Walk Like an Egyptian. I'm putting that one in there, and like all these songs, just one after another. I loved it.
Oh, that's in 1987. This is where Yours Truly. That's when Yours Truly was born. So there you go.
Well, 1987 was a great year for music.
It was
for pop music.
It was. It was a great year for music, great year for film, great year for television. You had all the popular sitcoms. You had all the movies such as Adventures in Babysitting with Elizabeth Shue.
Oh, I loved that movie.
Who doesn't? I just rewatched it last week. Did I ever tell you? I'm telling you now. I watched it last week.
Well, I worked with Vincent D'Onofrio on Ghost Wars, and then I looked him up on IMDb when I was working with him, and then I saw him like Adventures in Babysitting. And I was like, oh my gosh, like I grew up watching him in, as like Thor, the tow truck driver in Adventures
Mr. Dawson.
I was like, this is so crazy. My brain didn't even make that correlation until I'd seen it on IMDb.
Yep. Well, back then he was wearing a baseball cap and he had long blonde hair. So
it's a whole other vibe.
1987. This is $45 here. You owe me 50. Then you don't have a car. Just
I love that you know the lines like that.
Thank you.
He was kind of like so scary and menacing, but like you don't know what he's gonna do.
Yeah. Well, the funny thing is, if I watch something once or twice, Sharon, the whole script goes right up here, and I can quote it back to you verbatim.
Oh man, I love that.
It's true.
I do have one other friend that can do that, and like a lot of our banter and jokes, he just starts quoting movie lines, and I'm like, I can't even keep up. So like, I wouldn't be able to keep up with you.
That's okay. I mean, I guess, just you and the person who may be watching and listening to this Otherworldly Fundraising program right now might not be ready for that yet, but your kids are going to love it. There's one. Sharon didn't get it, but I just dropped another one on you.
Your kids are going to love it?
No, well, you guys aren't ready for that yet, but your kids are going to love it is what Marty says.
Back to the Future.
Yeah.
I knew that.
Okay, she's catching on. It just took her a minute. That's all. By the way, Kristen says, sugar, sugar, laugh out loud.
There you go. Honey, honey. You are my candy girl.
That's funny. The first time I ever heard that song was in a Very Brady sequel.
Oh.
Yeah, with Christine Taylor.
So the Brady Bunch was a rerun thing that you latched onto also as a kid.
Well, this is the movie, the two movies that came out in the 90s that were based off the television series. There was the Brady Bunch movie with Shelley Long and Gary Cole, and then this is the sequel that was called A Very Brady Sequel that came out, I think, in 95, 96, one of the two.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I definitely like the reruns would just play back when I was a kid, so I would watch those. I was kind of familiar with the stories too.
Yeah. I mean, it's all good. I'm just saying that there are a couple different iterations of it, and then obviously one of the things I remember watching as a kid was reruns of Alf. Did you ever see Alf?
Yes.
Yeah, that was
looking back, I'm like, what a weird show.
It was.
Yeah.
It was completely on. It was like Cloud 9 from outer space.
Yeah.
It was very strange because we actually played a promo. I used to work at a radio station a long time ago, and one of the promos that we would run to let people know that you're listening to so and so radio station on so and so was one where Alf says, "Where do you keep your casserole dishes? Why? The cat won't fit in the toaster."
Yes, that's right. He used to love to eat cats.
Jeez. But we're not here to talk about eating cats. We are here to raise some wonderful funds for Options Save Lives here on this Otherworldly Fundraising program. Don't forget to like and share if you watch us live on the replay. Hello there. If you have any questions for our guest of honor, Sharon Taylor, during the course of this program, let us know in the comments. Let us know in the chat. And thank you for everybody who has tuned in. Thank you to everybody who has donated thus far to this incredible cause. As we go throughout the course of this weekend, just give everybody a quick heads up about that. So with that being said, you played a character named Amelia. No, not Emilio, but Amelia on Stargate Atlantis. How was that?
That's right. Yes. Well, I mean, that was kind of a cool story too, which you've probably maybe seen before, that it was supposed to be one episode. And I was cast on the replicator ship as like one of the bad guys. And they just liked what I did. And then like a few scripts later, my agent's like, oh, they want you for another technician role. But this time I'm on the good guy ship. And I said, oh, I think they made a mistake because I was on the bad guy ship and they've sent this to the wrong actor. And they're like, nope, they want you. And so I said to Joe Malazzi, I'm like, I was on the bad guy ship. Now I'm on the good guy ship. He goes, well, they're replicators. They can look like anybody. So they're like, well, we like what you did. So okay, I'm back. Now I'm on the good guy ship. And I am the person that opens the Stargate with Chuck. So, so that's a great time. Great time. And you know what? It started off as a smaller character, got a bit bigger towards the end. And it hopefully, and it could have gone like become more interesting of a character and had a more interesting plot journey, except for the show got canceled. So that was disappointing, but came close.
Yeah. A lot of great shows over the years have been canceled unceremoniously or before their time. You're like, why are you doing this to me? You cancel Alphas after 2 seasons. You cancel the Stargate Atlantises, the Stargate universes, and all this other stuff. And I'm thinking, why would you do that? These shows have so much legs. There's so much room to tell other stories. Why are you stopping the train while it's still rolling along the rails?
Yeah, and there's always such a big tease within the Stargate franchise. They're like, oh, it might come back. Oh, we'll do a reboot. Oh, there's something coming. Okay.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Yeah. It is bloody unfair.
I feel bad for those fans who are, those real diehard Stargate fans that are just chomping at the bit for some more material.
Yeah, I was really bummed when they canceled Stargate Universe, to be honest with you, because I watched that on Divida after the fact, and I thought, wow, this show is actually really good. It's got a lot of alumni that I'm familiar with, sci-fi actor alumni in there. And Yeah, Rico Islesworth was in it. Ming Na was in it for a while. So it's like, okay, great. Robert Carlyle. Let's not forget about Carlyle.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
incredible actor.
I've known him professionally since 99's 007 movie, The World Is Not Enough, with Pierce Brosnan.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he was one of the antagonists.
I don't even remember that.
Well, it came out in 1999, in case anyone wants to look this up.
All right.
Fun fact. Yeah, we did a 25th anniversary watch along of that on my YouTube channel last year. Yeah, I have this channel called And I Quote, and I just do watch alongs and I do shows where I interview indie creators from all over the world. And basically, it's like a Q&A like we're doing now. And I do my best to support as many indie creators as I can because they're awesome-tacular. So why the heck
not? Yes,
I
love that. And sometimes you actually find incredible content when you kind of dig a little deeper and past the mainstream stuff and find some indie stuff, right? Like incredible content, which is super interesting.
Yeah, it's been a great journey for And I Quote channel so far. I've been doing it for 5 years, so it's been very, very good to me.
And do you quote lots of movis throughout as you go?
Well, if it's a movie I know very well, Sharon, I will start quoting it as we're watching the film, and I know that may throw some of my friends off kilter, but I can't help it. They call me Ryan the Quote. They don't call me Ryan the Quote for no reason, Sharon. So
So it's not just you with your lips moving as the movie's going. You're like literally speaking out loud as saying it's talking along with the movie. Yeah, that might
It might throw people off, but then
might
again,
throw people off.
there's a few friends of mine that understand why I do it, and they're cool with it. I haven't lost any, what do you call, friendship points, if you know what I mean.
No, of course, no. It's a very endearing quality.
It certainly is. Kristen goes on to say the band Garbage sang the title theme song to The World Was Not Enough for 007 back in '99.
Oh, fun fact.
And I do like that song, Kristen. So thanks for bringing that up. That is yeah. I grew up watching the Pierce Brosnan era of Bond films, and obviously Daniel Craig that came after him and all that kind of jazz. So
Yeah.
I mean, that was my generation, but I know a lot of people have a soft spot for Connery. There's a few that not a lot, but a few have a soft spot for Roger Moore. # not my James Bond. That era never happened. But Sean Connery was cool because he was the OG. He was the predator. He was the cream of the crop. And then Timothy Dalton to me is underrated. I think Timothy Dalton did a great job.
Yeah, I definitely like Sean Connery had the swagger for the character again, and then and then Pierce Brosnan and Daniel Craig, he had they had a little bit less swagger, but they had a little bit more again humanistic elements that the other ones didn't have as much.
That's another. That's another. I was going to say earlier. That's another valid point. So yeah. For sure. And I also see here you're also on another, and this is a thing that happens a lot with a lot of wonderful actors and actresses up in Canada. They like to keep bringing in a lot of the same people on all these different CW or WB branded shows. One of them included CW's The 100, where you were a council member number 2 apparently for 4 episodes. I got to ask you though, The 100 is a criminally underrated show in my opinion, but what was it like working on The 100?
Well, that was I was in the first couple episodes of the show where they just were creating this council that made decisions on the spaceship, and obviously the intention of the storyline was to end up on the Earth, but it's one of those things where as an actor you like sign up for it and you didn't know you were gonna die, so you're like, oh great. Excuse me, I have a cough. But like, so next thing I know, I'm like, oh great. Well, so much for that. I thought I would have got more episodes out of that one, but that's okay. That's okay.
Oh man.
Oh, so I only had scenes with Isaiah Washington and Ian from Lost.
Yeah, Henry Ian Cusick. Yeah. Yeah, Desmond, as we all know him as. Desmond.
Yes, Lost. Oh my gosh. Okay, there you go. You were asking before about some of my favorite shows. Lost, one of my all-time favorite shows, like all time. I've just started rewatching it again. Like,
oh, did you?
I love Lost.
Oh. Yeah. My brother got me into Lost because he was a fan of it from day one, and then I jumped on it, I think towards season 3 or whatever it was. So it was once again, these things tend to happen like midway through series runs. But my brother watched it from beginning to end, and he got me into it. And then we went back, bought the Diva Does, I watched him and all that jazz. But my favorite character of all time had to be Desmond.
Yeah,
it had to be Henry.
Character.
Henry just nailed that. Part or his struggles and all this other jazz. And when he and Penny had that conversation across time and space on the phone when he was on the ship and she was back home, on the phone. Do you remember that? I was bawling.
It's Sharon. Sad. Yeah, so sad.
I was bawling.
I said so when I was working with him on the 100, I said, just so you know, the Lost is my favorite show.
What was his reaction?
He's like, is my favorite show too.
Oh, that's genius. I'll see you in another life, brother. It's just, that scene on the boat, Sharon.
The boat, yeah.
It's so good. And another interesting story about that scene is that there was a magazine for Lost. It was an official Lost magazine that we would pick up at Barnes & Noble. And I wrote in to that magazine, and they published my blurb about how I loved episode 4.12, the episode between Penny and Desmond. I'm like, oh my gosh, my comments about a show ends up in a magazine.
Oh, that's so cool. Remember those days of magazines? Gosh, there was a Smallville magazine, a Stargate magazine. And
I have
tons
of
magazine
them.
for all like the top TV shows.
Yeah. All the sci-fi comic book related series. Yeah. Smallville. I got a storage tote, Sharon. I kid you not. There's a storage tote that has a huge stack of them. And one of them, I got my comments published about how I missed seeing Laura Vandervoort's character, Kara, Supergirl. On Smallville, and I said, hey guys, can you please bring her back? She was so good in season 7. We loved her in season 7. And then eventually she shows up, here and there sparingly over the course of those last 3 seasons. But I mean, even so, anytime I saw Laura Vandervoort, I'm like, All right, just go. Do your thing. I'm listening.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've had the pleasure of meeting her not once, but twice. And I told her,
Mhm.
hey, I just want to let you know straight up, Laura, season 7's my favorite season, and you're the reason why. And it's not just because you're a wonderful actress. It's not just because of that, but you added a lot of layers. Ogres have layers, Sharon. Ogres have layers. So
Also,
she had,
she fit the part. She looked the part. She
Mhm.
she nailed that character.
Yeah,
Mhm.
she really did. So Laura, very very good to me. And yeah, she signed. I actually won a autographed print from her Twitter. She had a Twitter giveaway, and I won. And she wrote a heartfelt message to me on the back of it. And then she wrote, to Ryan, love Laura Vandervoort, aka Cara, and I'm like, oh my god. So my millennia was was made at that point. But hey, like I said, this is how much I love Smallville and the Superman character, and the mythos, the family, the House of L, as one might say.
Yeah.
So it's
what
all.
do you think of the newer Superman shows that are out right now, like the Lois and Clark and?
Oh, well, I've seen the first season or so of Superman and Lois with Tyler Hoechlin and Bitsy Tulik. That was good. I liked it. And then I saw the new movie that came out in theaters earlier this summer with David Corn Sweet and Rachel Brosnahan, James Gunn directing it. Well,
Yeah, I never saw it.
you got some homework to do, my dear. But just throwing it out there. But no, the movie was good. It wasn't the best Superman movie I've ever seen in my life, but it is a good one. It's a good one. It's a good start for this new, DC cinematic universe that James Gunn and company are attempting to build. And I like the new kid. I like David as Superman. I think he's going to do a good job.
Yeah, I heard good things about him, and I saw the reviews were good about him too. So that's as an actor again, when you're like coming in playing an iconic character like that, the amount of pressure and like all the fan hate that you could get in those situations could be really horrible.
But he did well. Him, Rachel, and everyone else around him, they did a good job. There's a few things, what do you call, like nitpicky things that I had issues with, Sharon, but it's okay. It's the first movie, it's not supposed to be perfect. No movie is perfect. We'll see how it goes in the sequel.
Oh, that's right. You're a very generous fan.
I do my best, although I am kind of critical when it comes to, because Superman's my number one character, so I take Superman very, very seriously.
Yeah, fair.
But, we do what we can. Kristen has a question for us in the chat. She says, any fun experiences from the set of Nancy Drew?
Well, I got to say, again, the young woman that plays Nancy Drew, she has, again, also the same kind of photographic memory where she could just, she's in every scene. She's in all the episodes. Again, she can look at the script and go, take one look and just boom. And it's all like this sci-fi talk, like of ancient relics and spirits and ghosts and monsters that are coming. And I'm like, this woman can rattle it all off. I'm like, oh, what a incredible skill. I have so much respect for her. She was so talented and so generous with all the cast members. Honestly, loved working with that cast.
Oh, that's great. Well, congrats. I'm happy you had a good experience. It seems like every story we've heard from you thus far, you've had very, very positive experience about working with cast and crew members. So that's
honestly, yeah, I
positive.
really have. I really have. But also too, you also know your place in the food chain too, right? Like she's the number one. She's slammed with all this stuff. I'm not trying to like go in there and be best friends with her or anything, but like when you're sitting there in the cast chairs and you're just making small talk, like just lovely, lovely people.
Well, that's always good. Always good to hear when it comes to these things. So if someone wants to start and get into acting, what advice would you give them?
I would say take lots and lots of acting classes because I ended up with my degree in theater. I started my own theater company. I became part of the theater union and doing shows all over Vancouver, but that doesn't pay the bills. Theater. So then when I was transitioning into TV and film, like nobody knows any of my work. So I started taking acting classes. And then it was in those acting classes where another actor in the class said, you're very good. Why don't you do TV and film? And I said, well, I don't have an agent. And so he was like, well, let me introduce you to mine. And so it was just that building a community and people vouching for you. So taking acting classes and people getting out there and people knowing in the city, knowing who you are, you got to start somewhere, right? So you got to start bottom.
That is true. The more you know. So that
yeah. The more you know.
I know, the more you know. And as some of us learned in the 80s, knowing is half the battle. So I know. Yeah, someone in the producers chat's probably wondering, wait a minute, did Ryan just quote G.I. Joe? What the heck is going on here? Well, hey, it may not be Saturday morning here, folks, but we try our.
Oh, remember Saturday morning cartoons? How wake up early and
I
just sit in front of
know.
the TV for like 3-4 hours and just watch cartoons all morning. That was the
Well,
best.
it was, for me, it was, Fox Kids was a big deal, right? Fox Kids had Spider-Man, X-Men, Batman the Animated Series, Mighty Morphin Power Rangers was a big thing back in the 90s. And yes, I'll admit it, I'm still an MMPR fan. I don't care what anybody says. I wear my geek proudly. It's all good. I always pretended I was the Red Ranger at recess.
Oh, hey.
Yeah, so I was pretending I had the power sword in my hand, Sharon, and doing
Yes.
a little bit of fisticuffs, maybe a bit of a sidekick, like Austin St.
Well, there
John.
you go. You got a little martial arts in you too.
Well, I mean, I've never actually studied it, but I wouldn't be opposed to start studying martial arts at the age of 38. Who knows?
Oh, honestly, there's no bad time. There's no like time limit at all. There's students at my martial arts school that are in their 60s. And, they don't necessarily kick as high or anything like that, but they're still there. They're still doing it. And it's still effective. It's still a kick. It's still going to hurt. If they kick somebody.
Oh, boy. I mean, I should
There you
know.
go. Something to think about. Food for thought.
I will be thinking about it because I remember that crane kick that Johnny got kick to the face with in Karate Kid. And then you remember, and then there's another one called Sidekicks with Chuck Norris and the late, great Jonathan Brandis, no longer with us. But that was another movie I watched in the 90s, too, was Sidekicks.
Yeah, I loved all those movies.
So I'm assuming Enter the Dragon was another one of your favorites?
Yeah. It's so funny. Like, I liked the Bruce Lee movies, but they didn't. I don't know why. There was something sort of vicious about the Van Damme movies that I don't know why, but that somehow appealed to me more. Says something about me, my psyche. I don't know.
I was gonna say, is there something we should know about you here? Like, what is?
Yeah.
What is happening here? But no, hey, I get it. But when you got up on Saturday morning, and well, let me ask you this: what cereal did you have before you started watching the cartoons? And secondly, what was the first cartoon you would want to turn on the TV in the morning?
Well, it's so funny. My parents were like, you were not allowed sugar. Like, me and my sister were not allowed sugar. So on Sundays, we were allowed to sprinkle a little sugar on our Cheerios. So that was kind of our own. That was our only breakfast was Cheerios, and then on Sundays you could put sugar on it. But yeah, so Cheerio on a Saturday it would be like Cheerios, and I also watched all those wrestling cartoons. Like, I was really, really into back when it was called WWF. I watched all of those.
Yep,
that was my jam.
Wow, Hulk Hogan Saturday morning. I forget the name of it exactly, but Hulk Hogan Saturday morning.
Hogan and Friends, or
Hogan and Friends, yeah.
Something like that.
That kind of thing. Well, let me just out of curiosity, who was your favorite wrestler? You have a favorite wrestler?
I mean, it was Hulk Hogan.
It was the Hulkster
before he turned into the evil Hulk and all that. Yeah.
Oh, the NWO.
Yeah.
Because I grew up watching the NWO, Sharon. So you're talking to an NWO fan, right. Yeah. Because when you're NWO, you're NWO for life.
Yeah, you're pre. Yeah. I mean, you're post WWF.
Yeah. To a certain extent. I mean, I did watch WWE in the late 90s, early 2000s, but right towards the end of the Monday Night Wars between WCW and the WWF, as it was known back then. So
but then when it was Monday Night Raw, I was in love with The Rock. Like, I was in love with The Rock. And one of my friends had a giant cardboard cutout.
Really?
And, like, a guy had a giant cardboard cutout in his living room. And so it was like, oh my God, we loved that. We loved it.
Oh, well, now I really got to know this. What was your favorite catchphrase that The Rock would always drop on somebody?
At the people's elbow, right? But then also, like, can you smell what The Rock is cooking? I mean, everybody likes that. Yeah.
All right. I'm just wondering because he had a lot of catchphrases back then. It doesn't matter what your name is, he had that one.
Maybe I wasn't in it for the words.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, it's okay. I understand.
It's more like, shh, don't talk. No,
it's okay. No, it's fine. We won't tell anyone. It's fine. Our lips are sealed here in the studios, and our producers backstage are looking at me right now. It's like, okay, we won't say anything. So it's it's completely. But we're all fine here. No, thank you. How are you? Jeez. Whoo. Goodness gracious. Well, there was another TV. Oh yeah, go ahead. What were you gonna say?
Speaking of The Rock, I didn't see. Have you seen the ads for the Smashing Machine?
I've seen the ads. I just haven't seen the film.
Yeah, no, neither have I. So it actually looks so interesting. The fact that he's like playing that real person.
Yeah.
And he totally changed how he looks for that too. So I'm super curious. I'm gonna watch that one.
Yeah. It is. It's going to be an interesting biopic when it does release, and everyone can have access to it and stream it or watch it. So I'm curious to see what happens with it. It looks like an interesting trailer. Plus, it's him and Emily Blunt, and Emily Blunt has been electrifying Hollywood in her own way for the last 20 years.
Yeah. How can you not love her? She can do anything. She can sing. She can do comedy. She can do action. On the Edge of Tomorrow, like she can do everything.
And we just did a watch along of one of her films the other night on our channel. We did one for the 10th anniversary of Sicario.
Ooh.
That she was in. In with Benicio del Toro and Josh Brolin. Do you remember that one?
Of course, great movie.
It's dark.
Didn't Taylor Sheridan?
Yes. Well, he wrote it. Yes.
Yeah, he wrote that. Like another incredible talent.
Yep, he wrote that, and Denis Villeneuve was the director of Sicario. So that was
two powerhouse.
Well, things have changed a lot in 10 years for Denis Villeneuve and Taylor Sheridan. Taylor Sheridan's got the Yellowstone television or / cinematic universe going on one end of the spectrum, and then Denis Villeneuve's got 30 Dune movies he's going to be making for the next 10 years. So
yes, yeah, they both have their own franchises that they are in charge of.
Yeah, and Dune is a very thick book.
Speaking of show creators having their own like universe, like the Taylor Sheridan universe, and I did an Amazon Prime show last year called Cross, which was based on the Detective Alex Cross books. And in the 90s, Morgan Freeman was the star of those movies like Kiss the Girls and Along Came a Spider. And so now Aldous Hodge is playing that character on the Amazon Prime show. But the creator of the show, Ben Watkins, is now creating all these other shows. Like he's created a Muhammad Ali TV show that just finished filming. And so everyone's calling it the Beniverse. So they're like the Beniverse. So now this is like the new up and coming creator that's creating all these other like shows that are really, really good.
Oh my.
Yeah, things to look forward to.
Excellent, Smithers. Sorry, there's another line for you. But what was it like working on Cross? Or what has it been like?
Oh, that was wild. Like the scripts we would do actually table reads for every single episode. So all the actors got to get together and sit around the table together, which rarely happens anymore. That used to do that, 15 years ago, people did that all the time, but not so much anymore. And, but he wanted everybody there in the room, always not on Zoom. So we would not have the scripts beforehand to read, so we were reading them like cold as we're going along. Sometimes we're turning the pages, we're like, what the heck, and there's a couple big reveals where like people get killed or wherever, and we're like, oh my god, as we're all reading it as a group. It was actually really fun because you don't get that anymore.
Yeah, that is true. Some of the traditions have kind of been lost in the weeds.
Yes.
So to speak, with everything that's changed since post-COVID, with auditions being online rather than being in person, doing meet and greets with everybody in person and all that kind of jazz. Yeah. Hopefully we can bring some of that back. What has your experience been like going to conventions and signing for the fans, or have you had an opportunity to go to conventions?
Yeah, I used to do that right after Stargate. I did a bunch, all for Stargate, and it was so interesting because obviously I worked with Jason Momoa, my character.
Pre-Aquaman.
Yeah. Was mostly with him and pre Game of Thrones, right? So
GOT, the show where everybody dies.
He was just a regular guy. So on the very last day, one of the last days of filming Stargate Atlantis, we were sitting there eating lunch together, and he's like, "Well, now that this show's over, like, God, what am I gonna do?" He's like, "I'm such like a big dude," because there's not going to be a lot of roles for me. And I said to him, I go, "You can fight incredible for a big man. I've never seen a big man fight like that." I said, "You're going to be an action star." And
lo and behold,
I mean, look where he is now. I just was watching Chief of War, and the guy can do anything. He's like incredible. And when I was working with him on C, there was the big giant battle. It took us a couple weeks to film in the woods in the first episode of C, and we were all in the woods together for weeks and weeks. And but whenever he was doing his stuff, I would just like stand back and watch. And I was like, like I've never seen a man that size, that agile. Like flipping people and grabbing them and spinning them. And it was incredible. It was incredible.
Wow. Yeah, you do.
Here he is in action. now.
Yeah.
But so
That-
yeah, I got to do a bunch of conventions with him. Yeah, so it was fun when I got to go to do conventions with friends, right? And you get to catch up and see how everybody's doing. And obviously, like, his career is, out of everybody on that whole show, like, his career is just totally taken a whole other trajectory.
Mm-hmm. It's definitely gone up the stairwell a few more steps, hasn't it? Or the steps on a ladder, if you want to call it that.
I would say the elevator, right?
Yeah, a few floors on the elevator. The car is going, you know what I mean? It's just one of those things. Would you be open to going to more conventions and signing for the millions of your adoring fans?
Yes, of course. It's always fun. Always fun.
Well, that's just splendid. But we hope to see you at a show here. I mean, I
would love to meet you in person one day, Ryan. That would be great.
Am I that nice? Okay. I thought
yeah. And I mean, I'll be able to recognize you a mile away with your Smallville.
Yes, I'll be wearing my Smallville outfit, so to speak. Well, the truth of the matter is, when I met Tom and Michael at AwesomeCon in our nation's capital, Washington, D.C. that year, I was wearing the blue shirt and red jacket from the show. I was wearing, I got a replica of the red jacket.
Your own version of it, or did you buy the costume?
I bought it from a person who replicates the costumes overseas. So it was, it was store bought, but I got the red jacket, a blue T-shirt. You can get that anywhere, and a pair of blue jeans and a pair of boots. So in my photo op, which you can find on my Instagram account at @AndIQuoteChannel, there was a picture of me standing next to Tom and Michael on either side of me, and I got my red jacket and a blue shirt on. So I'm the CK of the whole group.
Oh, hey, look at you! Mm-hmm. There you go.
I did.
I love that. Love that. Well, except you better be wearing a trench coat when I see you.
Jamie, you know who's sitting with us backstage. Jamie, you know a thing or two about trench coats, right? So you got to find me a place that makes that black trench coat from season 9 of Smallville. Do you see what I'm saying? He's nodding his head at me back here. So Jamie, thank you, man. I believe in you. You can do it. I mean, this is the guy. Jamie owns all the props from the Twilight series. He knows what's going on in the costuming department. Isn't that right, Jamie? Yeah, it is.
Well, there's so many sites right now too that you can like jump in there and search a costume or search an outfit from an episode, and it will pop up and you can order it. I actually ordered a jacket. I watched because I love Yellowstone. I watched all of Yellowstone. I was an insane Yellowstone fan. I even would download the playlist on Spotify.
Really?
But the character Beth was wearing this really cool coat one day.
Mm-hmm.
Beth's coat in season 4, episode 2, or whatever. Right? So I found it and I ordered it. It was like $100. Great, I'll take it. And I wear it and I love it. And I get compliments on it. I'm like, actually, it's my Yellowstone coat.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, we're definitely gonna have to get you out to a show on the Northeast United States, because that's where I'm in the state of Maryland. So love to see you out here. We would all love to see you out here. If you make a trip out to all parts of the US of A to meet all of us here at Otherworldly Fundraising, we would be honored to see you and have a conversation with you, hang out, talk some props, talk some costumes. Jamie just said in the he said in the producer's chat that he has an Edward Cullen peacoat.
Well, I guess if you're a Twilight fan, then you would have those things.
Yeah, for sure, man. But yes, for certain. Good Lord, all this talk about costumes. Now you make me want to get a trench coat so bad right now. Oh my Lord. What is happening to me, Jamie?
Okay, Christmas. Put it on your Christmas list.
It is coming up, by the way. It is, yeah. So, Jamie, you and I are going to have to talk some shop here at some point or another. Kristen goes on to say in the chat, I remember when Smallville first aired back in 2001, they would list all the songs that were used in the episode on their website. I got all the songs off of Napster, Armstrong, Kazaa, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Wow.
Yeah, that's a throwback. I mean, that's kind of, I do that exact same thing now with Spotify, with TV shows that I love.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Hey, more power to you, Sharon, because music is the language of the soul. So.
Oh my God, it truly is. Mm-hmm. Listen to something sad, it makes you sad. Listen to something upbeat, you feel upbeat. Like, it's powerful.
I mean, I could be listening to Chad Kroeger and Josie Scott's Hero from the first Spider-Man movie, or you listen to what is it, Broken by Caesar and Amy Lee, and that'll make you sad. So it's like two opposite ends.
I actually have a bunch of the Spider-Verse songs in my
do you
in my workout playlist.
Really?
Because the ones are like they get you going. Excuse me.
No, it's all good. Who's your favorite iteration of Spider-Man that we've seen on the big screen? Are you a Toby, an Andrew, Tom, or maybe the animated Spider-Verse actor?
I do like Tom, and I don't know if that's because I actually like who he is as a person when I see him in interviews. There's just something about him I really like. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. I mean,
You're Tobey Maguire, I can tell.
well, I grew up in the 2000, OG Toby was my jam. So when I saw the trailer for the first Spider-Man when I was a kid, my friends and I looked at each other like, "Oh my God, it's one thing to see the 1994 Spider-Man animated series on Fox Kids, but now to see it come to life as an actual character, an actual movie that we never thought we were going to get, that's amazing, one might say."
Right.
So, yeah, I went nuts in the theater. I was there, 2002, Sharon. I was there. It was wild. It was crazy. And then 2 years later, we get Spider-Man Part 2 with Doc Ock, Alfred Molina's character, who did a wonderful job as Doc Ock.
That was a great character. He's so talented.
Mm-hmm.
Holy crap, that he was good.
Which actually brings us to a really great $1 million question for you, Sharon. Who is an actor or actress you hope to work with in the future that you haven't worked with yet?
I have a vision board,
Do you?
which I have, talked about before sometimes. And I put things on it and they slowly come true. And so I have Jeff Bridges on my vision board.
The dude.
Yes. I love him in the Big Lebowski. Like, I love him in all the movies. I love him in the Robin Williams movie. Why can't I remember the name like that?
Rats.
King, the Fisher King.
Oh, the Fisher King. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Loved him in that. I love him in The Old Man on Disney Channel. I love him in so many things. Like, there's something so interesting about that guy that I want to work with that guy one day.
Well, I one of the characters I know him best is Kevin Flynn from Tron. So
right, of course.
I mean, Tron Legacy. Yeah. Well, that Tron Legacy was my favorite IMAX 3D experience I ever had in the theater.
Okay.
So I'm a Tron. I mean, I respect Tron, but Tron Legacy to me was miles. No offense, but miles better than the first one.
Oh, okay.
In my opinion, it's okay.
Yeah,
I'll be in the minority.
I actually don't have an opinion about that. So
it's okay.
I'd have to go back and rewatch them so that I could have an educated conversation with you about it.
That's great. That should be one of the first items of discussion when I see you at a Comic-Con dressed as season 9's iteration of Clark Kent as the Blur, with the trench coat, by the way, folks, with the trench coat. We're marking this down.
I'll wear the dog tags.
And if I can find, there's definitely somebody out there who sells replicas of the dog tags. So I gotta find a vendor who puts together the dog tags. I gotta get on that. It'll happen. Oh, Jamie says he's going to work on it for me. Thank you, Jamie. Yeah, if you know someone who sells the dog tags, trench coat, the whole nine, just set me up. You're the wingman in this scenario, Jamie. So,
But speaking of wingman, you notice who Zod's wingman is in Smallville? Adrian Holmes, who now plays Uncle Phil on the Bel Air.
Oh, that's right. That's absolutely right. You're 100% right.
Yeah, fun little fact there.
Yep, that. You're right. You're absolutely right. And by the way, all the Kandorians, whether they came through the scene or not, all of you did a wonderful job. And then the final scene where everybody gets, I mean, Grant, your character wasn't because you got killed, but when they get sucked up into the dimension to get back to Kandor, and Zod stabs Clark with the blue knife to keep it he's because he said, "I told you, I'm not going anywhere." Just he was not going to go up there into the sky come heck or high water, but Clark fought through it and threw him in there, and boy, did that they had a huge knockdown drag out fight in the rain.
Yeah, that was an epic ending. That was really well done.
Yeah, it was in the rain, and I'm thinking to myself, dude, your trench coats and clothes are getting ruined. What are you doing to me here?
Also, it's really hard to fight with all that wet stuff clothes on. Circling back to sea, we were all wearing leather and fur fighting in the woods in the pouring rain. And it's so heavy. You're moving in slow motion trying to fight. And it's crazy. Yeah, it's crazy. It's hard to fight in big wet clothes.
That is not, I was going to say earlier, that is not an easy thing to do for anybody.
No, I did a sniper movie last year also. And so I had a big fight scene in ankle deep water, but I'm wearing army boots with pants and everything. And even though the water's only this deep, it's like, I guess it's shin deep water. It was like you're moving in slow motion, kicking and fighting in water that deep. Like, that was a workout. People were like, "Oh, how'd you train for that?" And I'm like, the choreography was fine. I could memorize the choreography. I knew that it was going to be my cardio that could keep up with like being so tired from fighting in water for hours.
Oh my goodness gracious. I wouldn't wish that upon anybody. But if you got to do it, if you got to do it for the character, it's part of the character. It's part of the job. But these things happen. One thing that comes to mind is legal drama. So family law. What is it like being on that family law? Because there's Law and Order, there's CSI, there's all this other stuff that's been around for eons and eons and eons. But family law, that's a bit of a
that
different
was a
animal.
cute show. Again, that's Jewel State, who was another Stargate Atlantis alumni, who's a friend of mine. So that was a lot of fun to go back and hang out with her. And I got to play a lawyer who's very conservative leaning and really play hard with that type of character. So that show's a lot of fun too. Have you ever had a chance to watch it? They're very quirky but interesting little stories on that one. And they pull from real headlines in the news too, which is interesting.
Oh, okay. Me personally, I've not seen it, but don't get me wrong, it's on my list. I promise you. It's on my list. I promise you, Sharon. It's gonna.
Just more of that shows more of just a heartfelt, sweet show in some ways, but has some great kind of family dynamics with Victor Garber and Jewel State.
Oh my gosh, yeah. And Steve, one of our producers backstage, says he loves Jewel State. So
she's pretty funny. She's a really funny lady.
She's got a bit of a sense of humor for sure. Well,
a very biting sense of humor, but a very funny.
Yes, a ray of sunshine, as one might say. Well, I want to take this opportunity to say thank you so much to Sharon. Thank you for being here. It was great to see you.
It's been a pleasure to chat with you, Ryan.
Oh, well, thank you. It was great to see you, chat with you, and thank you for being a part of Otherworldly Fundraising for 2025. Just heads up for everybody. Thank you all for being here. Don't forget to like and share with your closest friends. And Steve, good to see you, kind sir. This has been
thank you.
This has been great. And now I got the song that Sharon and I remember so fondly. I got Remy Zero's "Save Me."
Oh, somebody save me!
I know.
Nice, very nice.
I'm sorry, man. I had to do it. We had to do it once.
No worries.
This has been a great panel. So thank you once again to Sharon for being here. It was great to see you. And Sharon, we hope to have you back again in the future. That is our goal. And the other thing is we want to get Sharon out to more shows here, Steve. We got to get her out to more conventions, all that kind of jazz. And we got to get me that bloody trench coat. And I got to get the dog tags, mate. I got to have them.
Yes. All right.
Well, it's been a pleasure. It was nice meeting you all.
Yes, and thank you. And
Bye.
I will take you guys off. And yep. Okay.
Thanks, guys.
Yep. And now I'm going to bring in our next two folks, Jamie Kelly and Gary Mariano. So
perfectly pronounced. Perfectly pronounced.
Well, I thank you very much. I'm going to play a video quickly just before we start to tell everyone about what this weekend is all about.
Otherworldly Fundraising is a group of friends who decided to use our nerdy talents to help others. Our charity this year is Options Save Lives, which helps individuals fully recover from alcohol use disorder. Thank you for joining us this weekend and for donating to this worthy charity.
All right. So we are asking everyone who's watching to please donate to this great charity. You can see the website for our group, Otherworldly Fundraising, scrolling along the bottom of the screen there. And up in the top right-hand corner of the screen, yep, there is the QR code that links directly to the donations. So that would be great if you could donate. Last I knew, we were at $1,052. And we're hoping to get to $1,800. And we would love if we could pass $2,000. For anyone that donates $10 or more, you could enter into winning a sweepstakes of one of our 3 mystery prize boxes. And to anyone who donates $50 or more, you can win this artwork of Amy Acker done by Trevor Hawkins, one of our members. And he is an incredible artist. And it was actually signed. You can see Amy Acker autographed it at a con several weeks ago. So, $50 or more gets you a chance at winning this. And for the next 3 people who donate $50, Jamie will dress in his Deadpool outfit and give you a shout out.
Yeah, that's going to be
I'll throw one in. Do you want a prize?
Ooh.
Oh, sure.
I have somewhere here, but I don't have anything in front of me. Autographed script covers from a lot of the DC Universe animated movies. I could find one of those and donate it for you to give away for whatever you want.
That would be phenomenal. That is very, very much appreciated. Thank you very much.
Awesome.
You get the winner and send me the address, and I'll ship it to them.
Excellent.
Fantastic.
All right. We will. Well, one thing I'm going to do right now is just put up today's schedule so you can see what we have right now. So currently,
how the hell am I the opening act for Craig Bierko? My God. Ironically, if you ever saw Cinderella Man, I was actually in the prelim fight. I'm the boxer that gets beat before Craig Bierko gets on there with Russell Crowe. That's a lie. I'm just making that up.
Oh, okay.
Jamie was going, so we're gonna.
I was like, oh wow, I got to go back and watch that.
All right. Well, I'm gonna jump off the stage and let you two do your stuff.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sometimes I don't tell the truth, Jamie. I'm a publicist.
Yeah. Hey, it's part of the job, right? Yeah.
It's part of the definition.
Exactly.
Yes.
Okay, for everybody at home, don't forget this is we're raising money for Options Save Lives, and if you are suffering from alcohol use disorder, be sure to check out Options Save Lives because the next life saved might be yours. Really interesting, some of the information on the site. Now, for those of you who may not be familiar, the gentleman.
Why would you be?
The gentleman to my right is sort of the man behind the curtain. Has built up a body of work, being a powerful voice for other productions and people and everything from DC to Disney to sports, you name it. Yeah, like the first 54, as a massive Superman fan, the first 54 DC Universe animated movies, starting with Superman Doomsday, publicity campaigns and premieres and so many different things. And so I'm really excited to kind of peel back the curtain and to borrow some Oz references and talk to Gary Mariano. Thank you so much for joining us today.
It is my pleasure. Where else would I be on a Sunday morning?
Well, I usually don't go to bed until 5 o'clock in the morning, so I'm usually asleep until 3 in the afternoon. So this is new for me. But
I'm the other way. I usually don't go to sleep until 3, maybe 4. And last night I woke up. I'd been sleeping in my chair at 5:30, 13 in the morning, and realized I missed at least half of a Peacemaker episode while I was sleeping.
Oh.
So.
I did that with the new Naked Gun movie not too long. I've seen the beginning and I've seen the end, and now I just need to catch up on them.
Hopefully you didn't disturb the other people in the theater.
Yeah, right. Well, yeah. Well, it's my wife and I on the couch, so
that's good.
and she slept through the entire thing. So yeah. Well, she was asleep before I started the movie, so. Yeah, it's one of those things.
Okay, there we go. It works.
I loved what I saw, but I need to see the rest of it. But anyway, so yeah, I'm just absolutely fascinated. They call you the Clown Whisperer and so many things. How did all of this start for you?
Oh my God. The traditional path, as usual, to getting to where I am, I was a sports writer and a sports photographer who became a healthcare writer and in-house writer and a publicist who became a Disney publicist and Dodgers and Warner Brothers. So, the usual pattern most people follow. Honest to God, the reason I am here today, the reason I am who I am, harkens back to a moment. I worked at a place called St. John's Hospital and Health Center in Santa Monica, and it would be one of the two primary hospitals for celebrities in Los Angeles. So I was with Jimmy Stewart and Liz Taylor and you name it, the Spielbergs, the Hanks, the Quaids, everybody came through there. and I worked with them and learned entertainment PR that way, working with the media and their agents and them individually, and became close with a lot of them. But I announced Cesar Romero's death and some 170 something other ones. But and got to spend some time with Cesar and all towards the end there. But one day the IT guy came in and started working on my computer. And when he got up, this is around 92, I want to say, he changed all the files on my computer to these little deranged looking Mickey Mouse heads. And I was like, what did you do here? What the hell are these things? And he said, oh, you will love this. This is the greatest show ever. It's your sense of humor. You're going to love it. You got to go home. It's on Channel 5 every day at 3:00. It's called The Animaniacs. And I thought, all right, I got to try this out. So I lived across the street from the hospital. So I went home the next day at 2:55 and sat down and turned on. And from the opening theme song, it started rearranging my brain. And then Pinky and the Brain segment came on, and I was in love. And I'm one of those idiot savants that kind of memorizes credits. And all I wanted to do from that moment on was meet Maurice LaMarche and Rob Paulson. I wanted to meet those guys. They were, and trust me, this is the days of VHS. I would record that show every day through the week. And then on Saturday morning, I'd sit down with all my breakfast cereal stuff, big bowl of Quisp or whatever. And I would watch 2.5 hours of Animaniacs. And my wife would walk by and look at me and go, what an idiot I married. And I'm going, it's baloney in his slacks. So all I wanted to do was meet those guys. About 5 years later, I had an opportunity to work for Disney, and it didn't pan out. The offer was low, and I was pissed about it. And that that's in the past. I was moving forward, and about 5 or 6 months later, they called again and they said, hey, we've got this brand new show we're filming. It's the biggest green screen show in the world. It's called Disney's One Saturday Morning, and it's going to premiere this fall, and we're filming it. We really need PR help. We never filled that position. Would you do it? Would you do it on a freelance basis? And I was a little still miffed about the original offer, and I kind of wanted to say no. But I said, well, who's the showrunner? And they said, Peter Hastings. And I knew Peter had been instrumental in creating Pinky and the Brain and a big part of Animaniacs. And I went, what time do I have to be there? Because I figured if I met Peter, I could meet Mo and Rob. And flash forward to this day, Mo and Rob and Peter are some of my dearest friends. And cool. I just saw, if you're in LA, or anywhere in the planet where they're performing, Rob travels around with Randy Rogel and sometimes Maurice LaMarche and some of the, Tress and Jess and the gang. And they do Animaniacs Live, and it is a hysterical evening of music and folly. And Rob is now doing a one-man show based out of his book Voice Lessons. And I just saw it on Wednesday night, and it was terrific. Really, if you're a Animaniacs fan, a Rob Paulson fan, a Pinky and the Brain fan, Jimmy Neutron, whatever, it's a feast. And it's Rob just undressed right there in front of you, being his usual humble, wonderful self. So go see it if you get the chance.
I cannot wait to see that. And my first exposure to Maurice was The Real Ghostbusters. And so it was like, and it's funny, like my dad was used to sell satellites back in the days of the big dishes. And so what we used to do is whenever they would do like the airings for the syndication for the week, that's when we would tape it, and I could go back and watch. And we did that when I was little. We did that with He-Man, because I'm slightly older than I look, and so yeah, I was born in '80. So so like I grew up on like Masters of the Universe and all that kind of stuff, and but then Real Ghostbusters was, yeah, I had the jumpsuit, I had all the toys, I mean, Peter Venkman was my guy, but I always thought Egon was cool. So
to each his own.
yeah, exactly. But I loved, I absolutely adored Animaniacs. I mean, I did then, I do to this day. I watched the revival that came up on Hulu.
Yeah,
and really enjoyed that. And yeah, it's just nice to. So yeah, Animaniacs Live. I must see that. Thank you for.
It's fun. Little funny tidbit on the new Animaniacs. I hadn't watched it, and I was getting on a long flight, and I knew they had it on there. It was the funniest thing. I queued it up, and the first thing they put up is a disclaimer warning you that there might be content that's inappropriate for kids. Like, yeah, wow, okay. Might as well go through and slap that on half the Looney Tunes cartoons from the old days too. So
it's crazy. Like I go back and I watch some of the stuff that I watched as a kid that we didn't think anything of, and it's just like, wow, like
yeah,
they would never call this a kid's movie today.
No, Mickey walking, in a short, walking with a shotgun, yelling at Pluto, Pluto, you big dope.
Yeah,
it's just really not, but we're PC now, so
yeah, it's crazy the way, some things change. It's like, okay, I get that, and then some things change. You're like, wait, but really, was it that bad?
And some things people imagine. I worked at Disney for a decade and full time, and at some point in my first or second year, the operator at the studio figured out that I would answer any call, and so she started putting through all the crazies that called into the studio for things. And the calls were truly incredible, including my own. I mean, I got a bunch of favorites, but there was one lady who called in, and she was pissed. She had been watching an episode of Disney's Hercules, and she told me that she homeschools her kids. And they're very, everything's very Christian upbringing. And,
right.
She's very leery of anything on the TV, and she doesn't let them watch it. But she thought, you know what? It's Greek mythology. It might be okay to let them. And she let them watch an episode. And it was an episode with where Ben Stein of, Ferris Bueller fame. Bueller. He's doing a guest voice, and he's a know-it-all. And at the end of the episode, she tells me, the Ben Stein character, I can't remember the name of him. He's Encyclopedias or something like that. He says, Zeus invites him to sit at his table, and the Ben Stein character says, "Oh, well, will I be sitting on the right side or the left side of you? Because the right side is a place of honor, but on the left side means that I have to pass out the condoms." And I did one of those pull back the phone and look at it moments. And I said, "Ma'am, I was there for the recording session. I'm sure you didn't say that. It wouldn't get past our own legal team, let alone broadcast practice and standards of practices. It just couldn't happen. But give me your number. I'm going to go look at the episode and see, just to make sure, because every once in a while something slips through." But right. And I went ahead and looked at it, and sure enough, he said, "If you sit on the left, you have to pass out the condiments."
Yep.
But people hear what they want to hear and see what they want to see, and yeah. So just a small example of the questions I would get.
I love, as soon as you said that she said that she heard condoms, I'm like, I know where this is going.
You can see it coming, right?
Yeah. It's like, this is the thing. It's people are. I love doing things in ways because people are so many experiences I've had are just examples of human psychology. Because I've got a very good Jack Sparrow costume that I break out for Halloween, and I talked about this a couple hours ago, but I've seen guys that look like linebackers out of a hip hop video come running up to me like they were 3-year-olds asking for a picture. And then I had a woman come up. I was at a Walmart, and when I dress up in the characters, I don't just, I just do the entire thing and walking around and was, and so the woman comes up with a guy in tow and comes up. She goes, looks right at, she goes, and I've got a friend of mine, he's checking out, and she goes, I want to go wherever you're going. And I'm going, yes, yes, but what about him? And she goes, doesn't break a sweat, doesn't turn to look at him, doesn't miss a beat, just goes, oh, he doesn't do it for me. I'm just thinking, you poor bastard, run. Like, but of course I also know the movies well. So I go and look at him and go, you're not a eunuch, are you? And I was like, no, he looks fine. You should go with him, seriously. And and then I don't drink, so I'm the DD. So the drunken pirate is the designated driver for Halloween. So watching people watch me make my way to the driver's seat is peak human psychology.
That's good.
It's just like, and then then I pull up, like, and they're like, so it's the more you kind of get around people, and the more you see like places where they get to react to things, it's wild what goes through people's heads.
Well, one of the reasons I love being at Comic-Con.
Yes. Okay, well, you mentioned you got to spend a little bit of time with Cesar Romero. What was that experience like?
He was a complete and total gentleman, a sweetheart, concerned for others. My best story isn't really from the hospital. It was from a friend of mine got engaged. He proposed to his girlfriend, became his wife.
Yep.
But they were at the Palm on Santa Monica Boulevard back, I think it's still there, and over in Beverly Hills. And he went around the table and got on a knee and proposed. And Cesar Romero was sitting partway across the restaurant, and he got up and came over and congratulated them. I think he sent him a bottle of wine or something like that, or champagne. Went back over, sat down, and he was dining with an opera singer and his wife. And in the middle of the restaurant, about 10 minutes later, the opera singer stood up, pointed to the table, and sang Some Enchanted Evening.
Oh,
who does that? I mean, most celebrities, they're hiding from, they're not wanting the attention. And this guy went out of his way to be nice, and he was always a sweetheart. And I mean, he wasn't well when I had him, but he was just a really nice guy. Most of the people from Batman, from that series that I've met and worked with and gotten to know well, are terrific people. Adam West, Burt Ward. I can't say enough about either one of them. Yeah. Truly, one of the greatest. I was. I'll date myself here. I was 4 turning 5 when Batman started playing on TV, and I watched every episode live. And cool. So Adam West and Burt Ward were literally my boyhood idols. Right. And progressed to Warner Brothers. We put out the Batman box set remastered, first time ever on Blu-ray and all. Yeah. And got to work with Adam, became friends with him, and spent the last several years of his life chatting away with him a lot. And same with Burt. Burt's still a friend to this day. And one of the pandemic year sucked. Our first year sucked, but the year started out with a bang, with a call from Burt, like 2 days into the new year saying, "What are you doing next Thursday?" And I was like, "I don't know. You want to have lunch or something?" He said, "Well, sort of. I'm getting a star on the Walk of Fame, and I wondered if you'd sit with me." And so, it broke my heart to have to go do that. That was one of the great thrills of my life, getting to see Bert honored and have his own star, and it was so cool. Kevin Smith giving the induction, and it was great fun. So, that's the kind of life I've had. I've gotten to live. That I get to hang with my boyhood idols, and I can't say enough about that.
That's so cool. Now, you were involved with there were two the animated.
Yeah, both of them.
Yeah,
they were a lot of fun to do.
Tell me about that experience, and how were they looking forward to this? I
think they really enjoyed it. Yeah, both of them, as well as Julie Newmar, and then the second one, the villain was Bill Shatner, and Bill had a great time. We brought, the first one, recording it was a blast. I mean, everybody at Warner Brothers showed up at the studio the day we recorded Adam. I mean, everybody. There were janitors that showed up. It was unbelievable. Every exec. It was just like, "Oh, Adam," and
totally.
I got pictures of everybody. It was a blast, and I had a fun time recording it. James Tucker really drove those projects and was wonderful for that, and really made them cool. And I'm thinking Jelinek wrote them, but I'm blanking, and I hope that Michael, I'm sorry if I'm blanking there. But those guys were great with that. And then we had fun with that one, and I had a blast, a little bit of a nerve-wracking blast. I'm not an actor. I'm not a singer. Yep. I have worked with two of the greatest I've worked with the greatest voice directors in the history of man. And I Andrea Romano, Jamie Thomason, and Wes Gleason, but I don't voice direct either. I stay in my lane. That's not something I do. But I came up with a promo idea to revoice a clip of the first movie, and I wanted to get Adam to go ahead and do it, and to make it into a promo for the film rather than the clip that it was. And Adam said sure, and we were in New York doing promotions for I think we were there for New York Comic Con and promoting the film, and I brought him upstairs to a recording booth at Pullman Studios there in New York, and I had to voice direct him, which was a little nerve-wracking, but I just channeled what I'd learned from my Hall of Fame voice directors, and that was fun. And we had a great time promoting it. Adam and Bert and Julie, we took them all and did a Hall H panel, and Adam we did in New York, and then we came back a couple of years later for the second one, but Adam had passed.
Yeah.
But we had Bill and Bert, and it was one hell of a day with those guys. This is how popular Adam West and Bill Shatner are, as though nobody knows. But you think of them in the geek realm, and that's blanket, right?
Right.
And you get a call from Joy Reid or Joy Reid's producer asking if they can come to New York Comic Con and interview each one of them.
Yeah,
you're something. You've got the juice.
Yeah.
So that was fun too. Yeah, Joy was giddy. So.
Yeah, and that's the cool thing when you see like outside media people getting geeky about the stuff that we get geeky about.
Oh yeah,
that
in itself is one of the. I've had the pleasure of working with actors who touched people's childhoods at such a stage that even the most grizzled, cynical journalists melt And the best example I can give is Wayne Allwine, the long-time voice of Mickey Mouse, passed a number of years ago. The late great Wayne Allwine. But Wayne would open every interview, and forgive me, he always loved my deep nasally voice. I can't do Mickey, but I'd say, Wayne, meet Jeff. Jeff, meet Wayne, and Wayne would open with, "Hiya, pal." Just imagine Mickey saying that, and suddenly you got a 5-year-old interviewing him.
Exactly.
Just the best.
Yep.
I've told this story 100 times. That might be an understatement on how many times. But when we were at New York with Adam promoting the series on Blu-ray, it was the same year Tomorrowland had gone to New York Comic Con to do a panel, and I had the pleasure of introducing Adam West to George Clooney. And,
wow.
Yeah, and George is still sheepish about having, the Batman experience. And when I introduced them, you had to see George. I mean, it's George Clooney, for God's sakes.
Yeah.
And I introduced them, and Adam had his hands extended. It's a long story, but I'll tell it short. Adam had his hand already extended when George turned, and I was saying, "George Clooney, meet Adam West." And George turned, and they went to shake hands, and George went from George Clooney to, "I'm so sorry." He was the embarrassed 4-year-old in his mother's kitchen. It was, honest to God, one of the greatest moments I've ever got to experience, and people believed it until George talked about it, so I was forgiven.
Right?
But, those kinds of moments where they just, they're so ingrained in our childhood that you can't help but melt in front of them. So and 98% of the time they're really great people.
Yep.
If you had something you could say negatively, it's only because they're so overburdened by people wanting to be, in their face or on their tail the whole time that that's a hard life to navigate. But they do it, and it's really wonderful. That's one of the greatest parts of my job, if not the greatest part. I get to work with some of the most talented people on the planet, and I don't draw, and I don't write. Well, I do write, but I don't draw. I don't act. I don't sing, but I get to put a spotlight on the ones who do, and it's really fun to both to do it and to see the reaction to it.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, I love that, and your passion for it is clear, which is beautiful to see. Like getting to I have my hands in a million different things, and but those things that you get to do that just sing to you, there's just nothing like that. And it's just that's amazing. Kristen says, "I remember Adam in Tammy and the Doctor."
I'm reading that, and I have no idea what Tammy and the Doctor is.
Let's see. Let's see here. Let's get out the phone and let's see what we got. Yeah, let's see what we got here. Let's see. Kristen, if you can type what that is, because see,
a TV show from 1962.
Yes, yeah, comedy romance, Southern Sweetheart, Tammy Tyree. Sandra D takes her search for love to Los Angeles. A matronly friend of hers. Okay,
oh, it's the Tammy series. Okay, now I get it.
Okay, interesting. Huh? Yeah, that's cool. And I had a peruse through your website, and
oh boy,
I saw something, and I'm like, oh, Lex and Otis, you got to be a Superman fan.
Well, Lex and Otis is so Jay Oliva is a phenomenal animation director who directed 10 or 11 or 12 of the DC Universe animated movies, including Dark Knight Returns and things like that. Really good guy. And he splintered off and started his own studio. He actually was also if Zack Snyder did a movie, Jay storyboarded the entire every action scene.
Okay.
Really amazing artist. Knows his superheroes and his animation directing as well as anybody on the planet. Started his own studio, Lex and Otis Studios, in Glendale and other parts of the world, and grabbed me over to represent them as from the moment he was ready to start. So Jay and I have been together a very long time. So yeah, I didn't name that. That is
Okay.
that is Jay naming it Lex and Otis. And yeah, perfect, right?
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
hilarious.
Oh,
He
yeah.
does yeah, there have been a number of properties that he has worked on and is working on that studio is producing.
That's cool.
Great, yeah, really great series called Tresse that was on Netflix. If you like Constantine,
Ooh.
imagine Constantine, only she's a 24-year-old girl who is dealing with Filipino mythology and the occult and the like all over the Philippines. And
That's cool.
it's a really good show. There's another one coming called Infinity, based on the tabletop game, and very sharp aliens, futuristic piece. And yeah, great, really good stuff. So
that's cool. Yeah.
yes, and I am a Superman fan. If you want to find me on Twitter and Blue Sky, I'm Super PR Guy.
Oh,
and that was
phenomenal.
yeah, that's not a reference to me being a incredibly great publicist. That's just me seeing Superman, super PR guy. It was the kind of a spur of the moment. Nathan Fillion told me I had to be on Twitter, took my phone and signed me up and insisted on it. And I kept saying, Nathan, nobody gives a crap what I say. And he kept, no, you have tidbits. You have tidbits. They love tidbits. You have to, what name are we going to put on here? And I barked it out. And the next thing I knew, I was on Twitter, and I fought it, but he forced me. So,
well, we all got together. I'm sure you probably, Kristen's probably already said this, but like all of us got together initially because we go to the Superman celebration in Metropolis each year.
I'm brutally aware. Steve at oh no, I'm blanking on Steve's name. We got Neil Cole with Superman.
Oh, Steve Eunice, you mean? From
Steve Eunice, yeah.
Yep.
Steve Eunice and Neil Cole. I provided both of them. If you ever got a Blu-ray or a DVD of a Superman film or a series there, it was because I was shipping them boxes of them to give out at the convention. And I've still never been there, and everybody's told me about it. And one day I'll get there. Yeah.
Yeah. So I've had Superman costumes. My mother, my grandmother made all kinds of outfits for me as a little kid. And so a couple Saturdays ago, I helped out of town. This is the costume that my mother and my grandmother made. It is 30 years old this year. It was made in 1995. But it was made to go down to the Superman celebration. I'll tell you, when you do get a chance to go, you go the first year, and you're probably going to want to go every year because the guests are great. That's fine. That's a lot of fun, but it's like a family reunion, like a fan family.
Yeah.
Yep.
I get it.
Yep. And a lot of the stuff is like the Q&As are under the tent outside. So they're free. They're free for everybody to go see. And it's getting to be a bigger deal. Or after COVID, it's still kind of
right,
rebuilding, but there were tons of people who would converge on this, but it still has, they're finding a way to thread like the small town thing with the Comic-Con it's a really interesting mix.
I'll make it someday. Ed Gross is a dear friend of mine. You're probably aware of him at one point or another. He writes amazing books and great journalist, old style, classic, good guy. And he always sings the praises of it. And its timing is bad for me. I think it's right before, isn't it June?
It's the second weekend in June.
Yeah, and that's I'm usually at that point doing 80 to 90 hours a week working to get Comic-Con ready. So it's bad timing for me. Plus, it's right around my wife's birthday. So, but yeah, I would love to. I'd love to get there someday because it looks like fun.
Yeah. Kristen said, it reminded me that Ed is a staple of the Writer's Way Artist Alley. And hopefully we can get you out there because it's and actually if you've never been to Metropolis, just getting to see the statue and the museum and all that stuff, even not during the celebration, it's really a great thing for super fans to see. It's I just had to had to put a plug in there since I knew you were I gathered that you were a Superman fan. Actually, speaking of that, what got you into Superman?
Ooh, that's
what was the first thing you saw?
Yeah, that was the first thing I thought of when you asked that. I'm not sure if it was. I think I watched the old serials when I was a kid. The old George Reeves.
Yeah,
I'm positive I watched them when I was a kid. Because I know I was, thoroughly aware by the time we got around to Christopher Reeve, which solidified any love of Superman for anyone. Yeah. But I'm pretty sure, because I think I watched George Reeve before I even picked up a comic book to start reading. So that must be it. But come on, I mean, it's Superman. He's just part of the fabric, and I've had it's fun. I've always gotten to help, almost always gotten to help with casting, and it's been fun to hear the various Supermen we've had and the way they've approached it and how they do it, and especially from an animated perspective. Obviously Tim Daly, and Tim's a friend, and he's really fun to work with. Good guy. Jerry O'Connell, I can't say enough about. One of the most normal, easygoing guys you'll ever meet, and truly appreciates Superman. I wish I had a picture right now I could show it to show you how into things Jerry can be. When we did Death of Superman and actually Reign of the Supermen, we were back in New York for a premiere and at the DGA, and Jerry calls me about a week before, 2 weeks before, and he says, "Hey, what are you wearing? What are you wearing to the premiere?" And I said, "Oh, just probably wear my suit." And he said, "Okay, just regular suit?" And I'm like, "Yeah, my gray suit. You've seen it before." And he was like, "Oh, okay, good." I was like, "Jerry, were you worried we were going to wear the same thing?" He was like, "A little, but I just wanted to check." Okay, show up that night. Jerry is wearing, you can find these online, I'm positive. Jerry is wearing a suit that is blue head to toe, and it's got the Superman emblem all over it, and his tie is a Superman tie, and he's completely decked out in a Superman suit. And at one point he said something to the media about, I haven't had a dessert in 3 weeks. I've been trying to lose weight so I can get into this outfit. And I was talking to Rebecca Romaine, his wife, who played Lois Lane in those movies, off to the side. And I said, did Jerry really not have desserts for 3 weeks? He goes, Gare, he's barely eaten in 3 weeks. The thing showed up and it was just fitting him so snug that he's been working out and not eating for 3 weeks to fit into that damn thing. But that can explain Jerry to a T. And then, you've got, we've had some other greats, but Kyle MacLachlan and boy, I'm blank on some of the others. Darren Criss was the most recent, and Darren, you know him from Glee, and you know him from Broadway, and you don't know what you're getting until you walk in and you sit down and we start doing an EPK interview, and what's supposed to be going for about 30 or 40 minutes ended up going for an hour and a half, because D is so into comics and superheroes and Superman itself, and knew everything, and was one of the he's always he's one of the best people on the planet. You'll hear me say that a lot, but that's the way I feel. He really is gold, and he embraced it with both arms like you wouldn't believe, and really ate that role up. So and if he's coming back to maybe Happy Ending, so if you're in New York and you haven't seen that play yet, dazzling. I got to see it the first Sunday it opened, and it was just a completely different experience, and wonderful and heartwarming, and Darren kills it. So
that's cool. He's a hell of a talent. I mean,
Steve Kristen says, check the Instagram chat. Hey, there's the picture. There you go.
Oh,
is that amazing or what?
That is fantastic. I think I've got that material. I think that material's from like the 90s or something. I've got that. I don't have it's not a it wasn't a suit. We didn't make it into a suit. I think we made it into like pillows, or my grandmother made pillows or something out of it. But yeah, that's phenomenal. I've had Superman suits since I was like, I don't know, like a year old. Like it's Superman and Elvis were like my two biggest things growing up. So that's a joy to see. That is so cool.
Amazing.
Oh, I love it.
Yes, the silly adventures I've gotten to be on.
I mean, I'm sure I know the answer to this already, but like, basically, I mean, I'm sure we've already touched on it, but just in case, what if you trying to think of it? Yeah, I'll just go with this, and then if we've already answered, we'll do something else. What is your favorite part of? Is there one piece of the work? Because it's said that that you don't really take a break because you love what you're doing so much, and you're speaking my language. That's amazing. Is there one piece that kind of stands out of a part of what you do that just really speaks to you the most out of all of it?
Ooh, well, if we're talking about things that, it's a hard one, because I really do love it all. I mean, there are hellacious days. Don't get me wrong. There are somebody just said the other day, just because I make it look easy doesn't mean it's frequently heavy, or something like that. But but it is such a joy to do what I do. One, because most of the time I truly believe in what I'm promoting. Two, I've usually been there from the start on any project that I'm involved in. So that's something I'm especially in my decade with Disney, or 17 years with Warner Brothers. I kind of insist that I'm involved from the moment a script is greenlit, or a film is, a script is written, and I get to be part of the casting process and part of the filmmaking process, doing everything all the way through, being at a lot of the records, and doing interviews with, what we call EPK, electronic press kit. When you're watching a clip from an interview of somebody, a lot of the time it's the publicist or the EPK producer who actually did that interview and handed that piece to media for them to put out there. But from a sheer silliness, okay, no, I'm going to go back. Truly, one, the talent is so wonderful, and I don't just mean the actors. I mean producers, writers, the animators, the filmmakers, the directors that I work with in live action and animation and video games. They're all passionate and smart and fun and get it and make my job easier most of the time. And it's a joy from that perspective. It's wonderful to both. This one I can't emphasize enough. Not necessarily what I do, but being able to put a spotlight on it so the fans get to know about it and see it, and then to see the fans in action and to see their reaction to it and to the people, and not just like applause in an audience at a premiere, but to get to see them talk to the talent and tell them what something meant to them. And I when I first started working at Disney, first couple of years, I would, first year and a half, I'd drive home and I'd think, what did I do today? You know, I used to joke around when I'd introduce myself talking to a school. I'd say, yeah, kids, I watch cartoons and then I tell people about them. That kind of summarized what I did. And but it also, it put it in a nutshell, they could understand it, but it also, you know, diminished what I did. But what I do is not the important part. It's getting people to see it and get people to feel it. And but I drive home and I think, I didn't cure cancer today. What did I do for society today? And it wasn't until I linked up the places I was working with, people like the Make-A-Wish Foundation and the like, and got to bring people in and have them really experience it and see what it meant to them, or to get to be at a convention. You know, that was something we didn't get in the old days. Now we get it every day. You get to hear directly from someone that a cartoon changed their life. A cartoon changed my life. But I mean, a lot of them, you see people who were going through cancer, or were going through the death of someone close to them, or just didn't see reason to live or contribute or do, that a piece of entertainment affected them so that it brought them, that changed their lives and made them a better person, or gave them direction, or just gave them something to smile about in an otherwise crappy existence. And that is so trying to think of the word for it. It's so fulfilling to get to witness that, and especially to see, you know, even the other night, Rob Paulson, he's humble as it gets, talking about how Maurice LaMarche, they both will tell you, most people will tell you, you know, the Julie Nathansons of the world, the Eric Bowses, they all will tell you how gratifying that is. And it's so wonderful to see it happen in front of you, and to get to know, okay, I am doing something important, because the more people see this, there's a chance it will affect someone, and that's great. And then for me personally, just the silliness of, there's nothing more entertaining. I know I'm turning the page completely 180 right now, but
it's all good.
There's nothing more entertaining than a voice recording session. Especially a group session, because you get, I always reference this one. I always took Friday off here in LA to go to rehearsal for John Williams at the Hollywood Bowl. And in the old days, we used to sit around, and, you know, in the 70s, 80s, even in the early 90s, he would stay after and sign autographs and chat with the, you know, in the 70s and the early 80s, there'd be 10 of us sitting there with him, and he'd sign everybody's album and talk away and sign posters and do whatever you wanted. But I would always take that Friday off. And one day I took the Friday off, went to rehearsal in the morning, and then stopped in on a recording session for the Spectacular Spider-Man, Greg Weisman's version. And it was, in the booth was Josh Keaton, Spider-Man, Kevin Michael Richardson, who played umpteen roles, Clancy Brown, I think he was Rhino, Alan Ratchins, who was Green Goblin, and John DiMaggio.
Wow.
And the group are in there, and Jamie Thomason was directing, and we had no women in the room, so Jamie had Big John DiMaggio do the voice of, just do scratch for the voice of every female in the cast, and simultaneous to that, Kevin Michael Richardson is going to play basically 12 different roles, because the theme of the episode is Rhino figures it out that Peter Parker is Spider-Man's real name, and he's going to find Peter Parker. But the way he does it is he pulls open the phone book, and it's got, every Peter Parker listed. That there's, like 30 of them. So he's going to go door to door, knocking on them. And whatever door he opens, Kevin Michael Richardson is going to be the person answering the door. Only he's playing a old, African-American jazz musician. He's going to be playing an old white Jewish guy, basically my grandfather. He's, my great uncle Moish. He's going to be everything he did. And between KMR doing his bit and John doing his shtick as the female roles, watching everyone in the booth trying not to laugh and screw up takes was painfully funny. But that's a commonplace bit for a recording session. It's just, these guys aren't just talented with what's on the page. They can improvise. They're funny. They're smart. They get it, and they're good actors. And that's something everybody, whoever says, "Oh, I could be a voice actor," needs to know is you got to be an actor first. So it isn't just, I get to go in the booth every once in a while and play, security guard number 2 who gets shot or hit with a bomb or something, and I get to do it. And that's the extent of my acting possibilities. So
those are the fun things, and it's also like is I did a lot of voice work with Elvis Presley Enterprises. So when you would go into Lowe's, and if you go into Lowe's and you'd see like the Christmas ornaments and all that kind of stuff, half the time that was my voice you were hearing on the Elvis products. And not half the time, most of the time. And so but then I've also done a little bit of video game stuff. And what's really funny is you send things to the producer, and because they're listening to like 40 minutes of stuff that you're doing, like you win, you lose. And then so you kind of throw in some, it's like, you suck, and just to mix it up. And just he said he spat out milk all over the keyboard, and his wife was wondering why he was like mopping up stuff on it. So it's fun to it's like you're saying, that stuff behind the scenes. It's fun to kind of. Trevor is asking, hello, I was wondering about your experiences with Scooby-Doo and Batman.
Okay, so I'm not sure if he means the actual movie, or Scooby-Doo meets Batman, or Batman meets Scooby. I can't remember the name of that one, but there was Scooby-Doo Batman Brave and the Bold. Trevor, is that right? Trevor, who was it?
Yeah, Trevor. Was it? Are you talking about the Brave and the Bold, or are you talking about?
I can talk generically about all of them. Yes, Brave and the Bold. That one was so doggone much fun. Again, another James Tucker. James Tucker comes up with stuff sometimes, and it's Batman Brave and the Bold was Tucker and Jelinek, and I'm trying to remember if Brandon Vietti was part of that. But that one was a blast. First off, Diedrich Bader is Batman. Diedrich Bader, again, how many times have you heard this today already? One of the best people on the planet. Gives it his all. Ate that role up. And the Scooby-Doo gang, we did a premiere for it. We had Diedrich, and we had Kate Micucci, another absolute living doll, unbelievably talented. And Matt Lillard, Gray, Delisle, that whole group. You can never say enough about Frank Welker. That entire group, I think the Scooby-Doo gang themselves, the actors and the producers and all of them, They love doing Scooby-Doo on a regular basis, but boy, when you insert an outside entity into it, Batman Brave and the Bold, really fun. I mean, that movie was just fun across the board. The seriousness of Batman inserted into the insanity of Scooby-Doo is just, anytime you can juxtapose those kind of things. Scooby-Doo or Scooby-Doo meets Kiss, a rock and roll mystery, another unthinkably great. I spent over a year with Kiss in every way possible, and I definitely learned, especially at Comic-Con, that I will never have a life in rock and roll, because they're hilarious and exhausting and intergalactic in so many ways.
That's cool.
But yeah, Batman Brave and the Bold, I'm trying to think of a good story from that one. I think Diedrich laughed his way through half the script. I mean, there were just a lot of fun. Anytime you can put a serious person in with that, and play along, that's gold. Hope I did enough for you there, but I know I didn't. I'd show you pictures, but I don't have them on my.
That's all good. Well, you just knowing, just knowing a little bit about, everybody's, that's cool. And kind of going back to what we were talking about before, I can say this from experience because I've been on both sides of this coin obviously on a much smaller level, but to his, in a similar degree of just that I would know it, is that tons of people can do amazing things. And if there's not somebody there who knows how to get the word out, nobody knows that it ever happened. It's so important. We back in 2004 did a show with the Jordanaires, Boots Randolph, Bob Moore, DJ Fontana, all of these people. Had a decent crowd, but it's one of those things of it was kind of at an odd time, but still, like, it was in December and it was in Missouri, so the weather's kind of, you never know. But it's one of those things where if you don't have people that know how to get the word out and can just go out there and push, like, it doesn't happen. I mean, it does happen, and sometimes nobody's there, or sometimes so it takes, it's kind of like it takes a village, but it takes people to know how to do that stuff. So I have just the absolute utmost respect for what you do, and it's incredible.
Well, thanks. You're saying that, but right now Craig Bierko's in the waiting room going, I'm following a publicist? True story. I love Craig Bierko. I am a Craig Bierko fan. I got to see him in Music Man on Broadway, and it was dazzling. He was perfect for that role. And when Clubhouse first started, I joined and I jumped on a Clubhouse that he was doing, and I think there were 3 of us there, and I was tickled that he actually said, "And how you doing?" So Craig Bierko, you need to do animation. You need to do animation. You would be good at that. Stick around. He's going to be dazzling here.
Yeah. Oh, I'm looking. Honestly, the whole weekend has been just an absolute pleasure to watch and to have fun, and like
say hi to my good friend Vinny Rodriguez later for me, please.
Oh yeah, definitely, absolutely. I'll semi end with a little bit of a joke. One of the other things that I do is I one of my YouTube channels is the Elvis Archival Preservation Society. It's all about preserving Elvis history, and we got a crazy hair up our behinds about making a musical kind of like the way they used to make Elvis movies back in the day. So if you ever come across anybody that wants to make, if Mel Brooks ever made an Elvis movie, we have stupid ideas for day. No, I'm just kidding around.
I would watch that.
Yeah, it would be fun. We have a what was it? They go in and they become forest rangers, and they have to feed the squirrels, but they lose the seeds, and so they're Elvis sings a song called "Losing My Nuts." Anyway, that's a whole other thing. But all right, Gary, this has been an absolute joy. Thank you for your time.
Yes, thank you very much.
Just
Anytime.
so good. So
Steve's
all
on to
right,
kick me out. We got to get to Steve, and we got to get to Craig.
yeah. So all right, thank you so much.
See y'all later.
Have
Thanks.
Yep.
Yep.
Donate,
Bye.
everybody, right over here.
Donate.
Donate.
Oh yeah, script coming to you.
Okay. Yes. Can you take a picture of the script and send it to Kristen, and then we can like get it out there?
I'll do that right now.
All right. Thank you very much.
Cool.
All right.
See ya. See you later, Jamie. All right. Now I'm bringing our next two guests on.
Wow.
Ryan?
Yeah, I know. I'm
and
back
Craig.
again.
Yes, you're back again. So
Oh,
just
good.
to
There.
refresh
Can you
everyone's
hold
memory.
on? Let me adjust my cordless telephone here.
All right.
All right. There we go.
To
I'm
refresh
tilted.
everyone's memory. We are Otherworldly Fundraising. And if you want to donate, our website is at the bottom of the screen, ticker taping down. And you can go there and click the donate button, or right up at the right top of our screen is the QR code that takes you right to the donation site. And before we go any further, I'm just going to play a brief video made by my lovely wife, Rebecca, that explains who we are and why we're donating this weekend.
Otherworldly Fundraising is a group of friends who decided to use our nerdy talents to help others. Our charity this year is Options Save Lives, which helps individuals fully recover from alcohol use disorder. Thank you for joining us this weekend and for donating to this worthy charity.
All right. And for those that are planning to donate, the first or anyone that donates $10 or more is going to be entered into a sweepstakes to win one of 3 mystery prize boxes. Anyone who donates $50 or more is going to be entered into a sweepstakes to win this painting of Amy Acker by one of our members, Trevor Hawkins. And Trevor is an amazing artist. And you can see Amy Acker actually signed this painting several weeks ago at a local comic convention that I went to here in Rochester, New York. And so we are offering this painting as one of the sweepstakes prizes if you donate $50 or more. And for the next 3 people who donate $50 or more, we are going to offer Jamie Kelly, who was the host of the last segment. He does a mean Deadpool, has a full costume, and he will give a shout out to you as Deadpool for the next 3 people who donate over $50 or more. And another thing to remember, if you're going to donate, please don't donate anonymously if you want to be entered into one of the prizes. We need to know who you are, your name and email address, even if you just give us your Instagram name, or where we can find you on Facebook even, just so that we can get in touch with you, because if it's just an anonymous person, we have no way of knowing who it was that donated. And okay, I'm going to let you two get on about your interview. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Craig Bierko, the man of the hour, the man with all the power. He's just too sweet to be sour. But you know what, Craig? I've always wanted to tell you this. You're so money you don't even know it. Honestly, you're like a big bear, man. So just got to throw that out there. But it's great to see you.
I hear the codes in between the lines. I hear the coding. I've got my little enigma thing working here. I figured it out. You bear, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's it. That's all I got.
Okay. I thought how deep are we going to dig into this?
I wouldn't have been a great help in World War II. First of all, I wouldn't have been born for close to 20 years. But also not great with coding. But there you go.
That's okay. That's okay. I was born 20 years after that too. So many years after that. So yeah, it's fine. Yeah. I just leveled up today, actually. So yeah, I leveled up to level 38. It's amazing. Yeah.
Is today your birthday?
It is.
Oh, well, happy birthday to you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I couldn't think of a better way to celebrate than being a part of this wonderful otherworldly fundraising fundraising activity, I should say, for this weekend. because earlier I had the conversation with Sharon Taylor, who's been on numerous shows and projects over the years, and now I get to talk to the man of the hour, Craig Bierko, and you've been in so many different things that I remember you from. Some of the things I remember watching, growing up on, and obviously you're one of these actors, at least from my standpoint, who is very good at not just comedic timing, but you also have a way of, you're very good at, to a certain extent, you're very good at playing the jerk in certain occasions. Not all of them, of course, but in certain occasions where the character calls for it. You're very good at playing a jerk. One of the things that comes to mind is Timothy in The Long Kiss Goodnight with the Queen of Diamonds, Dottie Henson herself, Gina Davis's. You played Timothy. So what was that experience like?
It was fantastic. I mean, it really was fantastic. First of all, it was my first very big movie. So the experience that comes to mind immediately was, I think I had been there all of 3 days. And it really was like a moving city, all of the trailers and all of the different, a trailer just for training, there was all kinds of stuff. And so we're at like the third location, which is supposed to be where my guys are hiding out. It was a place called the, I'm forgetting, Westminster. I can't remember the name. It'll come back to me. But I walked out of my trailer because I was getting ready to, and they said, you know what, learn the lines for the interior because we got a little bit of a problem.
Oh.
I thought I was going to have to just run past the house. That was my shot for the night. They were waiting for it to get dark. So I came out when it was dark. They go, learn the lines for the inside because I think we're going to rejigger. That happens all the time. And I go, why? And he goes, oh, well, and I'm sorry, it was the other way. We were going to shoot the interior, and he goes, learn the stuff for the exterior, which was really mainly blocking, but there were a few things I needed to shout. And I go, why? And he goes, look, and the entire hotel, which was 100 years old, was engulfed in flames. And I went, that looks real.
Yeah.
And then I'm thinking in the script, when did they burn the... And we had set the thing on fire. We got kicked out of Canada for about a week. And then we muscled our way back in. We talked our way back in, I suppose. And the hideout that you see in the version that went out into the movies was just, a location they had to scramble to get. I think it looks great, actually. But the original location, the Windermere Hotel, which was an actual in northern Canada. Yeah, we were despised for quite some time.
Wow.
For burning that lovely building. Now, although the talk was that maybe it wasn't us.
Yeah.
But there you go.
Wow.
One of my faves, yeah. And I just missed the girl who plays my daughter in that, Yvonne Zima. Wonderful writer, wonderful actress. She's doing stand-up comedy now. She's hilarious. She's really bent and very funny and beautiful. She grew up to be staggeringly beautiful. And she was just in the city. I'm in New York City. So I just missed her. I hadn't seen her in years. But we talk all the time. Just got in touch with Gina, a bunch of people from the movie who I still stay in touch with.
Oh, that's wonderful. Yeah, Gina Davis must have been something else. She's a powerhouse in her own right. Because I remember watching her as Dottie Henson in A League of Their Own, which is one of the greatest sports films of all time. And obviously before that, she was Barbara in Beetlejuice with Michael Keaton and all that kind of stuff, which is great. Don't get me wrong. I mean, she's very good at choosing the roles that she takes parts in because, man, every movie that she's in is just a powerhouse.
She's such a strong and dynamic person. And she keeps getting stronger and more dynamic as she gets. I mean, I'm just sort of from an observational point of view, the stuff she's doing now for women in film, she's really like moving the dial, and using all of what she accumulated to really change things for women in film. I'm really just proud to know her,
100%, and congratulations to Gina Davis for everything she's done. My goodness gracious! I mean, the Queen of Diamonds. It's what I know her best from. But outside, well, I mean, like I said, League of Their Own it's one of my all-time favorite movies. It's like if I had to make a top 25, if I made a top 25 favorite movies of all time, Craig, it would be somewhere in there. It has to be because it's just that damn good.
It's great. It's iconic. Yeah, and they're all so good. I mean, if you think about that cast, there are a lot of those people we really don't hear too much from anymore. But they're still around. They have their own. They've just found different things to do.
That's very true.
Yeah,
that's very, very true. So some years later, you were also in a film that I remember watching when I was a big, once again growing up. And the 2000s, there was a film called Dickie Roberts, Former Child Star. So you're working with David Spade, and you're playing the husband to Mary McCormick's character. You play George Finley. Once again, you kind of play a bit of bit of a jerk in that one. You kind of neglect your
Yeah.
kids. You kind of want to spend more time with Dickie and get the money out of him because he's paying the family to live there for this part that he's auditioning for within the context of the story. So what was it like working with David and Mary McCormick?
Both of them were really great. Both of them worked very, very differently. David's not a trained actor. He goes purely on instinct. And I remember seeing him in 1988 when I first moved out to Los Angeles. And he looked like his joke was, and he used it, was that he looked young, way too young. And I remember him coming onto stage and it was kind of shocking because he literally looked like he was 13. And his opening joke was something like, they let me go up early because my mom has to pick me up after my set, or something like that. And I think he's a superior comic. Like his point of view is very clear. He established it early on in his career. He just keeps developing it, very relaxed. I like comics who kind of work easy. Like that's a term like they used to use for like Jack Benny, just guys who were really relaxed on stage. They're absolutely in control, but there is basically that attitude of, they're very sort of relaxed. I think he's great, and Mary is, a trained actress. So but everything gelled. I love that movie, and I thought David was really great in it. And I love his podcast. I don't know if you listen to Fly on the Wall, the thing he does with Dana, but it's great.
I've heard bits and pieces of it here and there. I haven't sat down and listened to some of the more, the full length episodes, but I hear good, he's got some really good insights and certain things there about the business, things of that nature. So it's fascinating to me.
Yeah.
So I'll definitely give him that. So what was it that inspired you to first, start getting into acting?
I don't really know. I didn't have an unhappy childhood. My parents got divorced when I was 10, but that just makes me American. I don't mean to make that, smaller than it was, because it was very intense. But I sort of watched my mother as a single mother emerge at a time when that really was only just beginning to happen. People weren't going to therapy. There was analysis and stuff like that for wealthy people in the city, but we grew up, I was in the suburbs, and people weren't going to therapy or marriage counseling. This was like early 70s. All that stuff was about to happen. So my mom was, kind of the first wave of these mothers who just sort of like took care of us. And I got to see all of that. So, I don't have any unhappy memories like in my childhood. Like, it didn't traumatize me or anything. My dad, had to go. He really did have to leave and get himself straightened out in a lot of ways, and he did. And it wasn't a perfect situation by any means. Divorce never is, but I don't have any like. I don't know. Your question was, when did I decide to become an actor? Both of my parents flirted with the idea of acting, and they didn't do it. And they sort of, my mom ran the local community theater.
Oh.
She was the president of the local community theater. So that was where I first got my first, she made me audition. I couldn't, she didn't just like give me a job. So I did audition, and that was really smart of her, because there was a sense of accomplishment. I wasn't just, this small town nepotism, kind of thing. And I love still when I'm about to start a play soon, and I still have the same feeling that I had when I used to go to the Osborne School. Like, we used to do it at the Osborne High School.
Really?
We used to do these plays, the Harrison Players. Yeah. I still have that same feeling. Community theater is a great thing. It was a bunch of doctors and lawyers and whatever, people who just after work, they show up at this place for 3 hours because they love doing this so much. And it's the best part of working in any scenario, when you're with people who really want to be there. They're not just cashing a paycheck. They're not, it's not careerism or anything. They just really love what they're doing. And I think I'm really thankful to have had that experience. Is that buzzing sound coming from me? Are you hearing it?
No. Yeah, no.
Oh,
no, I don't think
I wonder,
there is a little
I
bit
could
of
take my headphones out.
No, no, no. You're
Okay.
you're fine. You're fine. It's all good. Sometimes these things happen. Technology can be a bit fickle at times, but it's all good, my friend. It's all good. And
All right.
it's all good. But thank you for everyone who has been tuning in thus far this weekend. And don't forget to like and share this with your friends. If you have any questions for our guests or in any portions of these panels, let us know in those comments. Let us know in the chat. Kristen, by the way, has a question for you. She asks, "Necessary Roughness was a favorite show of mine.
Oh.
Any fun stories from that set?"
Just that everybody involved was really sweet. It was fast. I was in and out. I mean, you said something about the way I would describe it is I play a lot of a-holes, basically. But you put it more kindly. But
yes.
A lot of times, and that really was Long Kiss Goodnight was the beginning of that. They did want to cast a guy you didn't look like was going to be the bad guy. And they didn't want to cast like somebody who you've seen a bunch of times before. So I remember Rennie Harlan, who directed it, saying, he goes, things are going to change for you a little bit after this movie. They'll see you in a different way. And they really, really did. It changed everything from that point on. And I can still go and do, I play all kinds of other stuff, but it really did open things up for me because the most boring thing in the world is to play, the guy you want to bring home to mom, which was, as a younger man, that's the kind of stuff I was playing. And then when that thing came along, which was kind of fluky, it was just an audition, and I just knew exactly what I wanted to do. And what was scary to me wasn't, was something very, very quiet and deliberate and professional. And I didn't want it to be, the lines were already funny. Shane Black wrote such a funny, tight script that nothing needed to be played at it. So I underplayed it a lot. And I think that's, that changed things, and certainly did for me. But that was, I remember the moment where, when I was auditioning, I wanted to communicate to Rennie that who this guy was. And so I told him where to sit and where to place the camera. I just ordered him around, just very, not in a mean way, but I said, move the camera over there, and I want you to get real close to it because I'm going to be really small. Just as though I were running the audition. And he was like, oh, all right. Because he's like 9 feet tall, And I don't know, that's sort of my little Long Kiss Goodnight presentation.
No, it's no. It's all good. It's all good. And another show that was on not too long ago, Unreal.
Oh, but she had. You know what? Kristen had asked about.
Necessary Roughness. Yeah.
So as a result of, it turned out Rennie was right. So a lot of times, I'll just get a call from somebody who's doing a show like Necessary Roughness because they need an a-hole.
Yes.
That the lead of the show, Callie Thorne, who's an excellent actress, and terrific. But they need literally, I call it like the laundry out the bedroom window parts, which that literally was. He comes home and all of his clothes are out on the front lawn because he's an a-hole and he's got to go because she's got to start her new adventure in life. That was basically the part. So there's a lot of stuff like that comes around. You're the guy who's not going to be around, which in Unreal, the show that you were mentioning, I just thought, oh, he's there to kick the show off, but I'm not going to be around. Certainly after the first season, I just didn't think I was going to be around. They were like, no, we want you to stay with the show. And I was like, okay, that was fine. But for those who followed the show, he was kind of tamed pretty quickly, this sort of a bad guy, and the secret law that nobody ever really talks about on TV is, regardless, even if you're playing an anti-hero, if you're a regular on a show, there has to be something redeemable about you, because at the end of the day, everybody's trying to sell soap, and none of the soap companies want to be associated with a lingering feeling about a character or anything associated with the show, because the show is really part of the advertisement. It's always been that way. So
it certainly is. But I do remember watching Unreal and thinking to myself, wow, they're actually exposing what goes on behind the curtain of these dating reality that we think are, but they're not really. They're real to an extent, but they're really scripted. They're not, certain couples on certain shows may have gotten together naturally, but it's rare because most of the time it's scripted. And when you guys, pulled back the curtain and showed us what that was like with Unreal, because I did, like I said, I watched it and I'm thinking to myself, wow, this is a side of behind the scenes I don't really get to see much. And I'm glad that I did,
I was
because
surprised
it makes you think twice about what actually happens on that screen that we don't see.
Oh God, I had no idea. I was doing a play upstate at the time, and I got sent this script, and they said it's Lifetime is doing it's about a reality show, and I literally said to my manager, I went, so this is it, right? This is it. It's over. I literally thought, that's it. It's over. Show business is over. It's over for me. Like I don't want to do. And I read it, and then I read it again immediately to make sure I liked it as much as I did. I thought it was literally going to be about a reality show, or baked into it somehow. But I thought it was just it was really compelling. That Lifetime had shot an entire pilot of it already and didn't like it because they wanted it to be darker. They thought that it was too funny, too light, and they wanted to make something darker. And then I think after a couple of seasons, they sort of backed away from that a little bit, the darkness. But it's still, we went for a good 4 years. That was a nice run.
Yeah, definitely. And all of you did a spectacular job.
Oh,
I mean, everybody,
yeah.
your co-star Shuri Appleby, if I'm not mistaken. It's like,
Zimmer and Shuri Appleby. Yeah. It's just a great bunch of people.
She really came into her own too, because Shuri Appleby was in TV shows such as Roswell before that, and then she did this movie called Swim Fan with Erica Christensen and Jesse Bradford.
Yes.
I don't know if you remember that or not.
Long before that, but it would have been the end of, it would have been like 90, maybe 98 or 99. She had one line in a movie that I did called The 13th Floor. She had one line, but I remember she was like a chorus girl, and the storyline was, I keep going back, it's like a virtual version of the 1930s and then the present day. And back in the 30s version of Los Angeles, she played a chorus girl, in this dance club, who just gives me a clue, one line. And I remember I was gobsmacked. Well, I said, this girl's going to be huge. I mean, I knew it in my gut. First of all, she was so cute and but also so well comported and and she's still that way, I think a very old soul. And but it really stood out. You can feel that on people when you meet them, even when they don't know it themselves, but they're just packing something,
Yeah, I definitely hear you on that. That is it's very true. Very, very true. And yeah, she's done very well for herself. So well done, Shuri Appleby.
Yeah. And she's basically directing now. She does that. And they both were, they were both who did such a great job as actresses. And but they also directed. They both, cut. I think Shuri had directed before. I'm not sure if Constance had, but they both cut their teeth, I think, with directing, and they did quite a bit, and they did a great job. Loved working with both of them as directors. I was really proud to be a part of that. Again, it was female centric, and it was a big lesson. And because I was basically, again, playing the a-hole, but it was sort of the Alexis Carrington of the show, because everything was upside down. This was about these two women overcoming male dominance in Hollywood. That was basically it. And it was great because the show really reflected everything that was upside down about Hollywood. You learned, like I learned, when you're a kind of the secondary part, you're the person who creates the complications so the hero can act heroically and reveal who they are, and the audience falls in love with them, and then everybody buys soap, right? But there has to be, so my function usually is I'm the thing they come up against. And that was really fun to do. It was also really fun in this show because it was coming from a real place. It was Shapiro who wrote the show. Was she really worked on The Bachelor and found the whole thing kind of traumatizing. And Sarah Gertrude Shapiro, who created the show, I kept calling her Shapiro habitually, but
No,
They're like
but
dentists and Peekskill going, I did what? Yeah.
yeah, which part was this again? No, but I hear what you're saying though. Yeah, it's incredible stuff. There's no doubt about it. And then Kristen goes on to say something here in the chat for you. She says, "Your role in Girl from the North Country was a difficult one. What was the process preparing for that role? And did you take anything away from that role?"
Oh, well, Connor McPherson, who's a wonderful playwright, was, I think, approached by the Bob Dylan estate and said, if you want to do anything with Bob's music, if you wanted to use it and, theatrically, like we love that. But, and that was, I think they approached him, which is, and he chose, a lot of songs are deep cuts that even Dylan fans weren't aware of. There was a lot of stuff, I think, from his Christian era that just happened to fit the tone of the play. And why the play worked and how it worked is one of those beautiful mysteries to me. I wouldn't even try to explain it. I think Connor McPherson has a kind of quiet, very humble genius that doesn't need to explain itself. He puts what he puts up on stage, and I can't explain it. The audience was breathless. I'd never heard a response like there was. We finished the play, and after this final moment, there was just, you could hear a pin drop. And it was usually about 5 seconds long, and then there would be applause and all the emotion would come out. But it was devastating and beautiful. And I couldn't even tell you what it was about. I don't even know that Connor would even try. The only piece of, other than actual technical directions, go over here, stand here, that kind of thing. The only direction Connor gave me, I said, why do you want me to do this role? Again, not the nicest guy in the world, sort of a powerful industrialist who's sliding into bad times and may or may not have killed his son, whatever. But he, I said, why me? And he goes, he didn't really say any reason, which was smart. He didn't want to lead me anywhere, I think, looking back. And I said, how do you see the role? Get me started here, because I'm going to just jump in, learn the lines. And I was actually replacing somebody. So I wasn't going to get to rehearse with the rest of the cast. And he said, just tell the truth. And that was it. That's all he said. And I really couldn't tell, because he never out and out, it's implied that he's done this very, very dark thing. But they never say for sure. And there are a lot of different versions of how it could have happened. And like a Bob Dylan song, you sort of listen to it, let it wash over you. He's probably singing about something very, very specific, but he needn't tell you. He's not going to tell you, and you needn't know, because he wants you to he's given you enough information that you can connect to it emotionally, and the song will become something meaningful, hopefully to you. I think that's what all good poetry, all good art should do, that. Speak to you personally on some level. So yeah, I don't know if that answers the question, but in terms of the preparation, I just jumped in because there wasn't time. And I was playing an industrialist who had recently lost everything and is in 1930s, just a barren winter, and in the Midwest. And it's just dark, and everybody's running, and it's just a house full of people with these very dark secrets, all sort of colliding into each other and trying to survive. And somehow it was very life affirming, but mysterious in the way that, I've never really been that much of a Bob Dylan fan.
Oh, okay.
I love a lot of his stuff, but I don't know why. And I'd seen a production of this play in the UK, and I wasn't even particularly drawn to the play. But something happened. The play, he was finding the play as he was going along. It's since reopened in the UK, and I think it's the show that we did here. I think it needed to cook for a while. I don't think it had anything to do with the different people who were doing it. I think Connor was finding it. And once he did, he took it back to the UK. Some of the same actors are in it. Yeah, it's that was an amazing experience.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you for sharing that with us. I do greatly appreciate it. I'd be remiss, though, if I didn't mention three names, or not three names, three words, rather, that are very, very popular these days. The Music Man. So I'm just curious, what was your experience like with the Music Man? What was that like?
Life-changing.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny. Like I had mentioned, I'm about to start a play. I'm going to do a Shakespeare play, Much Ado About Nothing, and
Oh
it's
my.
it's terrifying.
Yeah,
It's terrifying.
going after something that was written by the Bard. Goodness gracious.
Also, you get it. Some of the language, it's crazy because it literally, you're reading something from the dawn of modern English. There was Old English, and then when this play was written around 1538, 1539, modern English was just beginning to emerge. And so words like it and the, they all sort of like were in one big blob. They all sort of meant the same thing.
Really? Wow.
So you're using language, and instead of saying and, you're saying the or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And it's so unnatural feeling. I can't think of a specific line to give you an example, but you have to remember, I'm really saying, it's like, if I wanted to go, I'd go, but he's saying, and I want to go, I'll go.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, what? But he's actually saying if. It's just little strange things like that the audience should never feel uncomfortable about. But while I'm sort of downloading the part into, or uploading it into my head right now, you're just sort of shifting gears and trying not to look like you're panicking. What's the next thought? And what crazy word does it start with that has nothing to do with what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But it all comes together because it's pretty genius. And once a lot of the actors who had, a lot of my friends who have a lot of experience doing Shakespeare said, just keep working and the play will find you. The language will find you. There'll be a moment where it catches and you kind of like, oh, and that's beginning to happen a little bit. And then you realize that when you go see a Shakespeare play that's well done, it is like you're almost going to see like a play in Russian or something, and you don't speak Russian. But if it's directed and acted well, the people are actually moving and being directed and express themselves in such a way that they're actually telling you what they're saying, so that it doesn't sound like gibberish. It sounds clear, actually, if it's well done. It's a bit of a sleight of hand trick.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Definitely not easy to tackle something from the Bard. Goodness gracious.
But it's like anything else in life that you asked about the Music Man. It was,
oh yes,
I got it, and there was about 18 seconds of because I worked really hard and I was auditioning a lot and I got it. And then you realize, oh God, they're gonna kill me. They're gonna kill me. They haven't done this show since the 50s. There's a reason why nobody else should do it. They have the guy. What am I gonna do? They're gonna get it. You just go into and then there really is no antidote to that, that kind of anxiety, because it's good, I think, in life to take on things that scare you and challenge you.
Yeah,
that's what I'm doing. And the only way to I was just talking to a friend of mine last night who's an actress, and I just said, it's so nerve-wracking. But the only way I can get to sleep at night is if I work really hard on it during the day. So I know that I've done everything I can do today, and then you sort of trust that it will come together, But it's like it's good, I think. I don't know that there's ever a time where you should only be seeking out things that make you comfortable. Things should be challenging. You should shake things up a little bit, but it's never a pleasant feeling. And there's always three quarters. I'm like, why did I say I would do this? What is the upside in doing, but there's always an upside.
Yeah, no, you're 100% right. I mean, one of the biggest challenges I've faced is I'm very good at verbalizing my thoughts and speaking with people and having conversations and carrying them on and all that kind of stuff. But I'm not very good at putting my thoughts down on paper. And then I started writing not too long ago, and I got a short story published earlier this year.
Oh, terrific.
And for the very first time. Yeah, that's never happened before. So that's kind of a big deal. And
it's a great, fantastic thing. Congratulations.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It's a Western, actually. It's a Western short story. It's called Wolf of the West, in case you're wondering. So that was a lot of fun. It was fun to write. And then when I submitted it to the publisher, because they were looking for submissions for this, Western Tales Volume 1 Anthology is the title of it. And I threw my name in, and they email you and they say, hey, you made it through the first round. We're still going through submissions. We'll get back to you, X amount of time. And they did. And then they said, congratulations, your story is going to be a part of this anthology. I said, wait a minute, what? Like, I only started writing a few months ago now, or not even like a month or two ago. Now you're telling me that one of my stories is going to end up in an anthology? Get the heck out of here. So if you had told me I was going to be a published writer 20 years ago, Craig, I would have said you were crazy.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know?
It's, I mean, well, in the arts, there's no, nobody, you sort of hang your shingle because it's time to hang your shingle. I'm a writer, I'm an actor, and then people either believe you or they don't. And it all comes down to, am I actually good enough to, there's a level of competition here and I've got to rise above the clamor, which you have. So there's when these moments of self-doubt come, which I think is part of being an artist and actually of great value, it keeps you centered and vulnerable. And I think I try to remind myself if I'm going through something dark or difficult, all of this is gas in my tank for what I do. This kind of feeling isn't going to help a dentist much or a banker, but it's food for me. It's going to help me down the line. I can, I understand sadness and grief as an older guy than I did when I was 20. I've had some experiences and some losses. And it finally made sense to me why my acting teacher said it's an older person's craft, but it's a younger person's business, which is all he was saying was, there's TV and movies, but if you're really looking for great actors, you know where to go. And it's usually, a little bit further down the line age-wise. There are some fluky, amazingly talented younger people, but usually it's people who've had a little bit more seasoning. Those are the people who've got my attention,
Yeah, definitely. That's another fair point. Yeah, they've done something for a while. They're getting really good at it. Hey, they're going to pick up steam.
But like with your writing, it's a talent that's apparent, and you just keep knocking on the door because something in you knew it. And but that doesn't mean that somebody's going to reach through and open the door. So congratulations, because that's great. But making sure that you're prepared for an opportunity like that, that's terrific. What drew you to doing? Was it because that was the assignment, or were you drawn to Westerns?
Well, it's because during just to give a little bit of context. So before the story was submitted, and 5 years ago, actually, I started writing. I started toying with writing during the pandemic. I was attending some, what do you call it, virtual programming through my local library, which, by the way, support your local library, folks. It's good stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Big time. So that happened. And I wrote a story, and then they looked it over, they critiqued it, and they said, hey, this is actually really good. So then I took it to a friend of mine who's an indie writer. He's a crime fiction writer, more specifically, Bobby Nash, BobbyNash.com, # always promote your friends. And he said, look, this is good, but I think you need to fix this up here and there. So he basically was kind of like an editor. He was like, you need to fix this and that and the other. So I went through the motions, got it done. I said, okay, this is good. This is good. You got it down, but your story ends on a cliffhanger. You got to have something that provides closure, and you got to write a continuation of it. Basically, in no uncertain terms, you got to write a sequel because you can't leave it on you just can't. And I was like, doggone it, I backed myself into a corner. I hate this. But I'm glad that I finished it. And then I just stopped because I was still in college at the time. So I had to go back to school once COVID kind of started slowing down and people were going back to work. People were going back to school. I had to finish my college education and get my degree. And I did. But during that time, I joined a YouTube channel called Nerd Culture. And then that eventually became, I know, right? That eventually became And I Quote Channel, which is what I decided to rename it because the crew I was working with at the time said, hey, we're going to move away from this. We're going to do something else. If you want to continue to do podcasting, you go ahead and do it. Here are the keys. Do what you will. And I said, great. I want to keep doing this because I was interviewing people when we were working together as a team, and I like interviewing people. I love it. So yeah, that continued, that snowballed. And because I interviewed so many different indie writers before and after the pandemic, it was like, okay, we got something here. I know a lot of creative people. This is very, very good to me. So then I eventually joined a writer's Discord, which is Discord is a social media voice chatting and texting app on your phone. And I joined this app because of a men's adventure fiction podcast that I listened to and I heard on or saw on YouTube. And because I was listening to what these writers were saying, and it got my creative wheels turning again, and I started doing this about 4 or 5 months ago, which is when I joined the Discord, just to give you, to catch you up to speed. And because of that, I was like, hey, the music I'm listening to that this person just dropped in the music for adventure thread has got my wheels turning. I got an idea for a story. I'm going to write this down. And I just started writing and going, excuse me for saying this, ape shit. And I had a lot of fun with it. And sooner or later, those stories got finished. And then the publisher Veritas Entertainment, which is what my Western is published through, said, hey, we're looking for submissions. We're doing a Western anthology. I said, well, I like the Eastwood Westerns. I like The Quick and the Dead with Sharon Stone and Gene Hackman, R.I.P. Gene Hackman, by the way, and all these other films. So I wrote the first story I wrote 5 years ago prior to this was, in fact, a Western. So I already had experience in the genre. So I want to dip my toes back into the waters, and I did. And here we are today with Wolf of the West being a part of Western Tales Volume 1, which you can buy on ebook, paperback, or hardcover on Amazon. So yeah, my wheels are just turning now. So I got all these ideas for future stories, and now I'm just in the process of writing them and putting them on paper and just making sure I don't forget what the idea is. If it's about a character or what do you call it? A conflict, right? Conflict.
Yeah.
I just have this notebook off to the side here in my studio where I just write stuff down if I have an idea for something, so I don't forget about it. And then when I'm ready to sit down and start typing away at the laptop, respectively, that's when I go to town.
It's funny. A lot of writers, there are people who talk about writing. They talk about sitting down to write. And a lot of writers have said, I never sit down. I mean, I do most of my writing, like I'll go out and I'll walk, and I sit down when I actually have to put something on paper. But a great deal of them said they don't sit there and just go, there's something about getting up and walking around. It literally, you start accessing a different part of your brain. And maybe the part of your brain that comes up with stories when you're just sort of you're walking down the street, or you're talking to somebody, or you're at Starbucks or something, and something occurs to you because you're in a relaxed flow state, and you're not, okay, what am I going to do? What's going to make money?
Yeah, it's very true. Yeah,
you sound like an artist.
Thank you. Yeah, well, this podcast that I do now, and I quote on And I Quote channel, just giving one a free plug. It's where I just interview indie creators from all over the world. I do it every weekend, and I do other shows too, where I talk about movies, I talk about television series, I talk about. I have a show called The Writer's Showcase, where I have a group of writers that come together for a roundtable discussion. I just ask them questions about the writing process and things that, because you never know because you can learn. There's so many different things you can learn from the community of writers, and we all help each other. We build each other up and not tear each other down. That's something we like to keep in mind as we go along in this journey called life. But yeah, it's been very, very good to me. Discord, very, very good to me. So I'm living the dream. And not only that, I got a bookshelf behind me full of wonderful books by great writers, and I'm continuing to read and study and just absorb as much as I can and enjoy it, because all we got to do, folks, is take a look. It's in a book.
Yeah. Yeah, people aren't reading very much anymore.
I know. And this, it kind of reminds me of this line from a little indie film called Goldeneye. So that's the trouble with the world today. No one takes the time to do a serious interrogation anymore. It's a lost art. Sorry, that's Pierce Brosnan talking here. All right, I grew up watching Pierce. Pierce is my guy. So but I mean, I respect Sean. I respect some of the other iterations of Bond. We've had them all before. We've heard them all before. But it's just one of those things. And T. Hawkins is here with us here in this chat, and he asks, what's your favorite time of day to work on your lines, Craig?
Good question. I don't. Well, right now I'm basically sitting here all day. This is my break. But where is it? Oh, my script is way over there. But I like usually the morning. I like to take a first look, but this is different. I'm sort of like Shakespeare is different, because I really feel like I don't speak the language and I'm trying to memorize French. That's what it feels. It's a little bit like that. And then, like I said before, and these other actors had told me, you just keep doing it, and there'll be a day when it kicks in, but just keep, and it will keep being a challenge. But I called a friend of mine, David Pressman, an actor. Oh, yes. A really, really funny guy. His father is another actor named Lawrence Pressman, who was, was Doogie Howser. You might remember him from Doogie Howser, but a very recognizable face. I think he's like 86, 87. Ooh. And I called him because he's done a lot of stuff, and I knew through David that he just has done a lot of Shakespeare, loves Shakespeare. So I just called him for some advice. And we had a nice long talk, and he told me that I think he was in his 80s. It was a few years ago, but this is someone who just loves Shakespeare, grew up on him, and reads him for pleasure, really, but wanted to play Lear. He felt like, okay, I'm actually that age. And it's sort of the ultimate challenge for an actor, that role in that age. But a lot of times they'll have somebody younger play it because it's so physically demanding. But they asked him to play, I can't remember what company it was, but they asked him to play King Lear, and he said, yes, I want 6 months. I want 6 months to learn it. And he took 6 months and he learned that whole damn thing. I have another friend who did the same thing and isn't even attached to a production.
Really?
A wonderful actor named J.O. Sanders. I hope I'm allowed
Oh,
to
yeah.
say this. He's a terrific actor, and he was in A Girl from the North Country. But he's been in so many things. He's a wonderful Shakespearean actor. And he memorized all of Lear just because he wants to play the role. And he's just so that when it comes around, he's ready, which I think is phenomenal. That's sort of like, it's the kind of mindset you have to have, I think. You know, like we said earlier, you hang your shingle that says writer or actor. It's not like dentist where you actually have to get a degree and you pass or you fail. Like you don't have to have gone to theater school or writer's school.
Right.
You know, you can just hang the shingle. And I love that. I mean, what Jay did, memorizing that show, is no less impressive to me than you just saying, "Oh, they're looking for westerns. I'll write a western." Like maybe it hadn't occurred to you, but it was like, you know, I love that kind of, like, they want bologna sandwiches. I'll go buy bologna. I'll make some bologna sandwiches, which is not to say, you know, I'll just do whatever anybody wants, but that appeals to you. It's like, it's Western. I like what, you know, and so you find the Western in you. And he's like, I'm not going to wait for them to do a production of Lear. I'm going to get it ready and call it to me. You know, there's a lot of energy in that, I think. It's an amazing thing.
Yeah, it sure is. It sure is. Yeah. And, you know, like I said before, and one of the other things that inspired me to do the writing was I have been watching Westerns. So I was familiar with the genre. I'm familiar with, you know, some of the characters, what do you call them? The personalities, the character tropes, whatever it may be. So I grew up, you know, I watched the Eastwood, the Dollars trilogy, Quick and the Dead, Hell on Wheels, the television series, Longmire was a television series, Justified with Timothy Oliphant. I mean, I had a really good understanding to a certain degree of what the Western is, how it's sort of, obviously when you're writing a Western that's a period piece, you got to go and do your research. You're like, okay, what was the landscape like? Where am I going to put this story? Where is it going to take place? More specifically, what's the setting, right? Yeah. So I was like, hey, I was watching this movie 310 to Yuma, and they mentioned a place called Bisbee. I'm going to call one of the places in my story Bisbee because it's something that was mentioned in a Western formula movie, and that works. And by the way, 310 to Yuma with Batman and Jor-El, aka Christian Bale and freaking Russell Crowe, is a badass cast that you just can't go wrong with, man. Yeah. So
did you see the original?
I was all about it. I was all about it.
You know, did you see the original?
Unfortunately, I have not been able to compare the original to the remake. I'm so sorry.
Yeah,
I know.
I don't know. I haven't seen either, but I know that I love Westerns. I think the first one I ever saw was the Cowboys. You ever see the Cowboys with John Wayne?
No, I never seen that
one. Where he's driving cattle with kids.
Oh, no kidding.
Because it's great. Yeah,
never seen it.
It's terrific. Oh, I recommend that. That's just a great Western. One of the great last Westerns. And an Elmer Bernstein score.
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
Like, dun, 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 dun. Yeah, it was just great. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'll have to add that to my watch list, ladies and gentlemen, because Lord knows that thing is getting 6, 7, 8 miles deep. It's like my TBR bookshelf over here on my right-hand side of my studio. It is, or left actually, but it's it's a lot of TBR, Craig. It's a lot of TBR, but I plan on reading as much of all of it, you know, and I'm going to add a few more to what is known as the bookshelf. Plus, I need to get myself some bookends to make sure these things don't fall apart. So, and keep things
that's a
straight.
good idea.
Yeah, keep things straight in there, you know, up and straight and narrow. So that always works. And speaking of the music with Music Man and all the other productions you've been a part of, outside of the things that you have taken part in, what are some of your favorite bands or favorite songs that you like to listen to outside of the things that you have done?
Oh, well, I would, you'll never catch me sitting in here listening to anything I've done. But standard stuff. Like I'm a huge Beatles fan. I love the Beatles. I grew up on the Beatles, and sort of famous among my friends, at least, for an unapologetic lifelong Monkees devotee.
Oh, wow.
Like could tell you everything you need to know about them, and actually decided, I was doing a musical and thought, I'll just invite. Like I read something like Peter Tork wasn't doing it, had a health issue.
Oh,
So I sent a
okay.
note through
I
his
see.
publicist. I said if it would give him any joy, he's going through this challenge, and he shows up. I met him, met Mickey through his wife, and they're so nice to me when they come into town. They let me know, and I love to go see him sing. And I love that Mickey, who's the last standing monkey, is still out there every night working it at 80 years old, and gets people just love him. So I'm just sort of an unapologetic fan of them. Great pop music, and an album they put out in 2017, I think, that a lot of people don't know about, called Good Times, which was new music. Is terrific. It's as good an album as any of their other albums, if there are any Monkees fans out there. It's really, really terrific. And other than that, I haven't. I can't remember the last time I went to see a movie in the movies.
Oh,
I kind of
okay.
miss doing that, but that
Yeah.
is something that's sort of, it's a habit that just sort of went away. I never even think about it anymore, which is really too bad. I miss
Yeah.
it.
I mean, there have been some good theatrical experiences here recently within the last few years or so. I mean,
Have you seen something in the theater that you liked? And
Uh,
you would
yeah,
say, yeah, you should see that in the theater.
yeah, I did actually. It was a few months ago, and I'm wearing the shirt, so it kind of goes hand in
Oh, is
hand
it
with
Superman?
with
Okay.
the new. I'm a diehard Superman fan, to be
Oh,
perfectly
great.
honest. So Superman, very very good to me. But the new movie with David Cornsweet, Rachel Brosnahan, and Nicholas Hoult, just to give everyone some context, it was good. I liked it. I had a good time in the theater, hearing the score, the familiar John Williams theme,
Oh,
and the
yeah.
guitar riffs and all that kind of jazz that you hear in the trailers, which is also presented to you in the final cut of the film. It was good. I like the new guy. I think David Cornsweet's going to do a good job. I wish him nothing but the best. Rachel
Yeah.
as Lois was feisty, beautiful, got right to the point, didn't mess around, an intrepid reporter, as one might say.
Yeah.
And Lex Luthor, I mean, my gosh, Nicholas Hoult has played, gosh, I mean, I remember him playing Beast in the rebooted X-Men trilogy, as Hank McCoy,
Oh,
Beast in
yeah.
the X-Men. And then he does Nosferatu recently, and then he's doing this. And I'm like, is there anything
Oh.
this kid, Nicholas Hoult, can't do? I mean, honestly, he's everywhere. He was in Marvel, now
That's
he's in
fantastic.
DC. Yeah, so Superman
Yeah,
was
that's
good.
incredible.
I would recommend the newest iteration of Superman to anybody.
Yeah. No, I hear that's a lot of fun. And have you seen Frankenstein? Is Frankenstein out yet? Is it out yet?
I
think it's coming out.
Yeah,
I don't
that's
think it's
one.
out
Are
yet,
you
but I'm
thinking of the
looking
one with
forward to
Christian
that.
Bale? Are you thinking of that one?
No, yeah, there are two of them. That's the
Yeah.
bride.
Oh, that's the bride. I'm sorry. Yeah, because I just saw that trailer the other day. I apologize.
That
But,
looked interesting. That looked like they were like kind of like happy-go-lucky monsters on the run for part of it. Looked like I couldn't tell if they were they were like bank robbers. It looked like The Getaway meets Frankenstein. I couldn't tell.
It
But
could be.
but the Del Toro Frankenstein I'm looking forward to.
Oh, yeah. That
It's
one.
just a great story. Yeah, I
Mhm.
think I mean, they've told the Frankenstein story and called
Hundreds
it
of
so many
times.
different things. Yeah,
Yeah,
but,
hundreds of
I always
times. I
love
mean,
it.
I've seen a few different what do you call it, iterations of Dracula and Frankenstein and all this other stuff. But I mean, as far as the
Yeah.
old school, like the classic Universal monster movies, because we're coming up on Halloween, folks, get ready, it's spooky season. My favorite of the originals, the black and whites, was actually Creature from the Black Lagoon.
Oh yeah, it's a great movie.
I'm a big fan of that movie.
Yeah.
I mean, that one was great. Lon Chaney Jr.'s The Wolfman is iconic, right?
Yeah,
I mean, that's
Gilbert
solid.
Gottfried was obsessed with Lon Chaney Jr.
Really, I didn't know that
with
about him.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I knew him because I knew him as Iago from Aladdin, and
Right.
he did an episode of Hollywood Squares where he says, "You fool!" It's this hilarious.
Yeah, but he was sort of like, he loved real fringe entertainment and stuff like that. The weirder the better, the more obscure the better. But genuinely had a real affection for Lon Chaney Jr., who I think was a kind of remarkable actor, and a kind of ahead of his time.
Yeah. Great legends, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah,
Legends is the key word here. By the way, Kristen mentions that a friend of ours has a Monkees internet radio show.
What's it called?
Yeah, what is it called, Kristen? Let us know in the comments or the chat here in the studio.
Yeah,
I'm curious. What's the name of this Monkees? What is it? Internet radio show that you're good?
I wonder if it's the one.
That's a good question.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm not really sure. Sorry, it's not coming to me. But
No,
Kristen,
no.
if you want to let us,
That's great.
if you want to give the
I know
deets,
there are a bunch of shows. There are a couple of shows, and there was one. I think it was.
Oh, it's called
I can't
Monkey
remember the
Mania
name
with
of it.
Doe. Monkey Mania with Doe.
Oh, okay, that's a new
it.
one.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Mhm.
I haven't heard of it, but okay,
Mhm.
great.
You might want to look
The
that
more
one
the
up,
better.
Craig.
The
Yeah.
more the better. Hey,
Yeah.
the more the better.
Monkey Mania, hosted by Doe there. So.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Yeah, because we just watched a movie a few nights ago. It turned 35. The Tom Cruise movie Days of Thunder. It turned 35 this year. So one of the songs
Oh, wow.
featured. I know, right? I'm dating myself. But it's all right, Craig. You're only 25. Don't worry about it. So we're all young here, folks.
That's right.
But the song that was featured in that movie was "Give Me Some Lovin'" by Spencer Davis Group, and I thought that song was great.
Oh, that's a great tune.
I love Spencer Davis Group. Have you listened?
Oh
to some
yeah,
of their,
well that's
pieces?
that the Hammond is that the Hammond organ? I think that's the Hammond. That just sounds like a semi truck engine. Just like that's great. I love that sound.
Jeez.
Stevie Winwood,
Mm-hmm.
and a great old group that very few people have heard of called the Peddlers.
Oh, Peddlers. Okay.
And there's a guy who plays. I think that's what it is. Is it the Hammond organ that has that double the two?
Mhm.
I'm not a pianist, so I don't know, but I think it's
Might
the
be.
Hammond organ. But just that real powerful kind, you know. And the Peddlers, if you like that kind of sound, it's like groovy, late '60s, but it's got meat on it, like real powerful, early '70s.
That's
great
interesting.
music. Yeah.
Wow, that's interesting. Yeah, because I grew up. I mean, maybe not so much on that, respectively, but my parents they introduced me to the Genesis, the Phil Collins, the Doobie Brothers, the Aerosmiths, the AC/DCs, the Bon Jovis of the world. There was Rolling Stones, a little bit here and there. Spencer Davis Group, I heard, like I said before, in the Tom Cruise movie. It's funny. A lot of my exposures to certain songs were featured in movies, so I got to thank the soundtracks for this. And let's not forget about the '80s and how iconic their soundtracks were. So. Man.
The '80s was weird. I don't have the same. I mean, because I was going through my teens and 20s, but I have affection for it. But style-wise, I don't know what the hell we were doing. I look back at pictures of myself in the '80s with the blazers, with the sleeves rolled up and the mullet hair.
Yeah.
I don't know what the hell was going on, but it was like, well, it can't get any worse than the '70s. Yeah, give us a minute. We'll make it worse. And then I think we kind of and then everything became retro. We were just trying to find our way back.
Mm-hmm.
So everything was like sort of echoing other eras, the '50s and '60s and the '70s.
Yeah.
And now it's what's really weird is it's going to start echoing times that I don't have nostalgia for, because it literally feels like they just like. What's it going to be like when they're like, oh, that's so 1998, what you're wearing? Like, I wouldn't know what the hell that is. What's that going to be? An Air Jordan dress?
Yeah.
Anyway, a suit made out of Air Jordan shoes. I have no idea, but
that's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember the night. Yeah, I was there. '90s was nice. I mean, '90s was when I watched all my favorite television series and certain movies, like I mentioned before, with Pierce Brosnan's iteration of James Bond and Die Hard with a Vengeance. And
I think it's right. You love the first. That was your first Bond, right?
Yeah, well, that was the first Bond movie I ever saw. Even though my late father, Dad, I miss you and I love you. He watched Goldfinger a lot, the Sean Connery movie, and he would always try to get me to watch it with him when I was a little boy, when I was growing up at the time in suburbia, and he didn't. I just didn't really care. I didn't care, But then a little bit of time later, we went to a magical world. It's called a movie theater, folks. And we went into the movie theater. We saw this film called Goldeneye, and it was Pierce Brosnan, the cast and crew, whatever.
Okay.
And when I saw that movie in 1995, the movie turns 30 this year, ladies and gentlemen. We're doing a watch along of it in November, or no, actually December on our YouTube channel, and I quote channel. Boom, there you go. And the movie just blew my mind in more ways than one. And I said to my dad, Dad, if this is what James Bond is moving forward, or whatever this is, like, give me all of it, please. Like, in the words of, feed me more.
So did you go back and see the originals and have a deeper appreciation for the
pretty much,
other ones?
Yeah. I mean, I watched Pierce for a good time, and then some years later, I went back and saw the originals, with Connery and George Lazenby, and then I watched Live and Let Die with Roger Moore, and I realized, okay, the song's nice, but Live and Let Die, not so much. But then I watched Timothy Dalton's iteration with The Living Daylights and License to Kill, and I thought, ooh, this is different. I like it.
He wanted to go. They wanted him to do the next one.
Yeah. What Daniel Craig eventually ended up doing.
And I also thought, really cool because you rarely hear about the actors who make very difficult calls that could certainly affect the arc of their career one way or the other. But they wanted him to play Bond. I think when Pierce Brosnan did it. Was he after or before Pierce Brosnan?
Well, Timothy was right before Pierce.
Okay, so it was after Roger Moore, right?
Yes.
So after Roger Moore,
it was Timothy.
They wanted. Okay, I think they wanted him to do it earlier.
Yeah, they did. Timothy was.
Was he going to do Live and Let Die or something? Yeah.
Yeah.
And he just said he was too young.
He was too young. He didn't want to do it.
Which, by the way, and I understand why. And I'll go and I'll have a good time because it's a movie. But I always thought, like when I look at Superman, I'm like, why do they keep doing this? Why do they? Superman should be 40.
Oh,
I don't know why. Now I don't know why, but I always thought he's kind of a dad figure, and it might have been because it's who is your Superman or your Bond or whatever the legacy character is of origin. Mine was actually the Superman TV show, and also the comics of Superman. And I was never really that into the but my image of that was, oh, that's Superman, and he looked just like my dad. That was the guy on the TV show looks like my dad.
Oh, George Reeves.
With the hair. George Reeves, yeah, and George a thick neck. There was just something, a thick wrist, thick neck, and just like a dad.
No kidding.
It was like almost like a young dad. And that's the way, and it's actually the way Alex Ross draws him. I think is closer to what Superman is. I don't know if you're familiar with his artwork. Fantastic artist, really, really superior artist. Closer to like Norman Rockwell paintings, and change the atmosphere of those comics. Like, you never saw Batman during daylight, with sun behind him, and it actually worked. Like the stuff he does with color and light. I just think he's a fantastic visionary artist. And actually, when I did this movie Cinderella Man, and I had to play Max Baer that you mentioned. You were kind enough to allude to in the introduction.
Yeah.
And I was looking for a way in because they didn't write Max Baer the way he really was, which was he was actually a really affable, sort of pre-Dean Martin guy. He was always having fun, loved to tie one on. He was a flirt, and he was having fun with his image, and he was this great-looking guy. But he needed to be a bad guy in the movie, So I found this picture that Alex Ross drew of the Joker. Called Joker Close Up. Actually, if you hold on a second, I'll show you.
Yep. This is going to be interesting. For those of you just tuning in, this is Otherworldly Fundraising. Don't forget to like and share this with your closest friends. And feel free to donate. Link is at the bottom of our screen and in the top right-hand corner of your screen, too.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. So,
yes,
I saw this and I was like, oh, I totally get it. And I've got this is the guy that they wrote. This isn't Max Baer, but this is the guy that they wrote. And it started with this picture.
Oh, boy.
And that's Alex Ross's The Joker Close Up.
Great artwork.
And I just think it's extraordinary.
There's no doubt.
It's hard to believe because even for a guy like me, I wasn't into comic books, but I saw this thing and it was so stunning because it seemed to be leaning out of the frame almost.
Well, who can say no to Alex Ross?
Yeah, he really is amazing.
He truly is. Well, we do want to, and thank you for sharing that with us. We do want to take this opportunity to say thank you to Craig for being here. This has been a great
pleasure
conversation, and you've got an amazing talent, amazing filmography, if you will. Great, going backwards, but it's been great. Yeah, we really appreciate you being here and sharing that artwork.
Yes.
I mean, that's a great way to end the segment on. Wouldn't you say, Steve?
I want to thank you for what you guys are doing and raising money.
Thank you very much. Yes.
And I just wanted to give a shout out.
Yeah.
I think people have been going to this, but it's always worth a visit and spread the word. As my friend Matthew Perry, who we all miss very, very much.
Very much.
The Matthew Perry Foundation is doing some wonderful outreach work for people who are struggling with substance abuse and trying to ride that really, really horrible wave to shore. And there are people who will help you do that. And it's a great organization, great people, worth
Mhm.
checking out. And if you need help, I hope you go get it, and I hope you get it there or wherever you need,
Mhm.
wherever you can get it.
Absolutely. Yeah. And thank you for
Yes.
sharing that with us. Yeah, that's
Yes,
great. Yeah,
definitely.
we're definitely going to miss Matthew Perry for
Oh
sure.
man, we could use them right now.
Mhm. Yeah, for sure. But thank you so much for being here. It was great to see you.
Yes.
We're grateful for you being here. We hope to have you again in the future, and we hope to see
I
you
hope so.
at shows.
Let this be a
whether-
lifelong affiliation. I'm a fan. Good
Yep,
work,
Excellent.
guys.
Hey, any
And I wish you luck with
yeah.
your writing.
Thank
Let
you.
me know what happens with it if you can.
Oh, I'll follow you on social media. I'll drop you a line.
Great.
I'll let you know what's
Yeah.
and I'll send you a link too to where you can purchase a copy of Western Tales Volume 1.
That
Yeah.
would be terrific. I'll put if you send me if you do that, I'll put it up on my thing, and my modest following. It will shake the world.
Great. Well, no, that's awesome sauce within itself. That's a great way to
Yeah.
level up to 38 like I did this morning. But thank you,
Yeah.
sir. Enjoy your weekend. Be safe. Do your thing. And we're going to have you again here in the future. And good luck on your projects with Shakespeare.
Happy birthday. It's a great age. Stay
Yes.
scared. It's good.
All right. We'll see you.
See you later, guys.
Thank you,
Bye.
man.
Bye.
See you soon, Craig. Thank you. Wow, that was
Okay.
that was a great segment there, Steve.
Well, thank you. Yeah, no, I think you did a good job. It was very fun to watch. So I'm going to tell people again to look at the bottom of our site. We have a ticker tape going, and visit our website, otherworldlyfundraising.godaddysites.com. And we currently are at $1,102, and we're looking for 1,800 this weekend. But if we can get to 2,000, that would be great. And if you want to go to the top right-hand corner of this screen, you'll see a QR code, and you can scan that and go right to the donation link and donate to Options Save Lives. And I'm going to play a short video that will explain who we are and what we're raising money for this weekend.
Otherworldly Fundraising is a group of friends who decided to use our nerdy talents to help others. Our charity this year is Options Save Lives, which helps individuals fully recover from alcohol use disorder. Thank you for joining us this weekend and for donating to this worthy charity.
All right. Welcome back. I'm going to show you now, or let you know that for people that donate, the first or anyone who donates $10 or more is going to get entered into a sweepstakes to win one of our 3 mystery prize boxes. And if you donate $50 or more, you will be entered to win this wonderful painting of Amy Acker by our very own Trevor Hawkins. And Amy actually autographed it at a con a couple of weeks ago. So this is something that we are donating and offering up to those that donate $50 or more as a sweepstakes possible prize win. Also, anyone who donates up to $50, the next 3 people that donate over $50 will get a shout out from our very own Jamie Kelly as Deadpool. He's got a spot on movie accurate Deadpool costume, and he's got the voice down, and he will also be giving a shout out to you as Deadpool and the next 3 people that donate. And here is our schedule for today. We just got finished with Craig Bierko, and looks like we're waiting on Charlene Woodard to join us. And then we have Peter McCann and Vincent Rodriguez III to round out this afternoon. And this has been a great weekend. We have so much more ahead. Please donate if you can. This is a wonderful, worthy cause. And we just want to make sure that everything we can do to get the donation money to our charity, we are doing. So please donate. And yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, this has been a great experience for everybody involved. And thank you to Kristen, who works tirelessly behind the scenes to make this a reality. So Kristen, thank you for putting this on and getting everybody together as a cohesive unit, as a team, as a family, right, Steve?
Yes.
And it's been a heck of a journey, man. I got to tell you. I mean, gosh, we've had everyone has been just I mean, stellar. Everyone's been stellar.
Oh,
so we're very.
It's been a fun weekend. Yes.
Yeah, it's one of these weekends we're not going to soon forget. And in case anyone misses any of these, we're going to upload into our channel. They're going to be provided for you. You can go back and watch all the interviews that we've conducted over the course of this weekend of Otherworldly Fundraising 2025, which, by the way, thank you to our producers and our editors, too, because we cannot do this without them. And certainly, Kristen, the queen over here, fantastic stuff, Kristen. We love you so much, girl.
Very much so.
Yeah,
and,
definitely.
So just so you know, when we do these live streams, we did one Friday night, starting at 6 p.m. and then yesterday, starting at noon, and today starting at noon. So we are currently having one single stream. So we are right now 4 hours, 12 minutes and 32 seconds into the stream. So if you wanted to see any of the stuff that we did yesterday or Friday, you can go to our YouTube page. Just search for Otherworldly Fundraising on YouTube, and you will find our videos from the past 2 days. But keep in mind, they are the full streams of the entire day. So if you want to watch any one interview in particular, later on down, within, probably a few weeks or so, we will be splitting those up and putting each one individually as its own video. So if you just don't have the time to sit through, a full day's worth of programming, you can pick and choose what you want to see at your leisure.
Yep, that's true. That's very true. That's another that's another option that we can throw out there to our audience. But yeah, no, this is it's been a super weekend. If I do say so myself. I mean, my gosh. But yeah, great talents, great people, everyone supporting the cause has been a great job. And Options Save Lives, great charity. Great congratulations to all the wonderful people over there who put this together and run this thing. So it's been a heck of a journey, and it's amazing that one of our last questions that we just had in the previous segment with Craig was saying, "Hey, what's a movie we should see in theaters?" Well, Superman was kind of a big deal this year, so
yes,
why not? Because he came back. We haven't seen him in a while, so it was good to see.
I
Superman
saw it 5
again.
times. I loved it.
Oh, is that okay? So do you hold the record over everybody in our friends group?
No, I don't, because last night, Matthew, who performed a couple of interviews last night, saw it 7 times in theaters.
Oh, I got you by this
He's already
much.
seen it. He's already seen it twice at home.
Oh, twice at home. Okay. I thought you were referring to theatrical release, but that's
good. Looks like our guest Charlene Woodard is here.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to add her to the stage now. Mm-hmm. Charlene, can you hear us?
I can hear you, but I don't know how to allow you to see me.
Oh.
Well,
there should be a camera icon on the bottom of your screen that you can just hit or turn on.
I hit.
Oh, well that took you off, but you're still in the back. You're in the backstage area of our studio.
Okay, I'll bring her back out.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
No worries. I was having issues before and yesterday, so it's just it is what it is.
So maybe you'll just have to hear me.
I mean, yes, we can continue to proceed with these wonderful interviews and stuff. But yeah, normally there is a camera icon or something
I see the camera icon, and when I hit it, it did that thing.
It did that thing. Okay.
Huh. Because I see the microphone, the camera, what looks like
the camera with an X with a line through it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That means that your camera's off.
Yes. Yeah. If you.
Because I do that with the line, and then I click, and then it popped me back.
Oh, it put her in the backstage area of the studio once again. I see.
Okay.
I guess certain elements of technology are being fickle today. Well, I mean, but yeah, I guess. But once again, we are happy that you are here.
Yes.
And so am I.
Yes. So we'll go on. We'll continue to proceed. I'm sorry that you may or may not be having some technical difficulties here, but we're happy that you're here. We're happy that you're able to join us and be a part of Otherworldly Fundraising of 2025.
Mm-hmm.
And we're happy that you're here. So we'll go ahead and proceed, as one might say in show business.
Yep. And I am going to one more time play the video explaining who we are and why we are here this weekend.
Otherworldly Fundraising is a group of friends who decided to use our nerdy talents to help others. Our charity this year is Options Save Lives, which helps individuals fully recover from alcohol use disorder. Thank you for joining us this weekend and for donating to this worthy charity.
All right. And that was my beautiful wife, Rebecca, who filmed that video. So I'm going to leave you two to get on with the show, and I will see you toward the end.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, kind sir. Appreciate you, Steve. And Charlene, it's great to hear from you and have you here with us this weekend. And I hope you're doing well. Yes.
Well, I am. Yes, I would be doing better if you could see me.
Yes, of course. I mean, we are sorry that you're having some technical difficulties here, but but we're grateful that you're here with us. So, if you don't mind me asking to get things going here with getting the train rolling, there's one role that you played that stood out to me amongst your many wonderful, wonderful characters that you portrayed over the years. Now, when I was in high school, there was a play that we did in our theater program. I was an actor at one point, yes, and we did the play known as The Crucible by Arthur Miller. And I remember that there was a movie adaptation of this with Winona Ryder, Daniel Day-Lewis, and you played the character of Tituba. So what was that audition process like, and what was your experience like being a part of that film?
Oh, wow, that was crazy. It was outrageous. First of all, I was a big fan of Nicholas Heitner, the director, because of the film he'd done, and about he did a film about the king. Oh, well, anyway, I was a big fan of his, and I was looking forward to meeting him. I came into the audition one day, and I was reading with the casting director, and what I loved was once we had read a scene, he gave the casting director a note, and she became better. And then we did it again. And it rocked, But I'd never been in an audition where usually if the casting director isn't working the way you need the casting director to work, you lose the job. But he gave her an adjustment. and she took it. And we were working. And I felt very good with that audition. And when I got it, the real interesting thing was meeting Arthur Miller. Arthur Miller, big fan, of course.
Yes.
And I get that, we were there, me and the girls. We had been there for like 2 weeks in eastern Massachusetts, northern Massachusetts. And we were there for like 2 weeks doing all kinds of theater games and movement and just bonding, all of us with Winona. And then we had to do the read through. And on the day of the read through, I was very excited. I was going to meet Arthur Miller, So we're in this little, there's this little cottage, and I walk up the walkway and I see him talking with a group of people. And then the producer came to me and he put his arm around me. He says, Arthur, I want you to meet Arthur. And Arthur was talking to Winona.
Yes.
And he was really into her. And Winona's really I could see she's going, oh my God, I'm talking to Arthur Miller. It was like that. But I said, I'm trying to get his attention. So is the producer trying to get their attention so that he could introduce me. It never happened. So I said, oh, let me just go and eat a bagel and cream cheese. So I go into the kitchen. And I see Daniel Day-Lewis, and he's putting cream cheese on a bagel, and I'm trying to catch his eye. No connection at all. And then now my heart is pounding because I'm about to do a read through with the entire cast, Joan Allen, all of these divas, and here I am. I'm feeling bad. So I went outside, I sat down on the earth, tried to ground myself. And then when we get into the room, I thought I told Winona, I'm sure he'll just have us ease on through the read through. As Nicholas Heitner says, okay, everyone, have at it. And then I realized all of my scenes are basically with John Proctor. That actor couldn't be there. that day.
Oh.
So who am I reading with? Arthur Miller.
Oh my gosh.
I'm reading with Arthur Miller, who's sitting at the table. And finally, there we are in the script. And he said, have at it. And everybody hit. And, Crucible, Tituba comes in very early on. We hit. I'm talking to this John Proctor, whom at this moment I totally hate. And we're at it. We're coming out of our chairs doing this scene. And finally we're standing. Both of us standing. It's like, I saw you with the devil, blah, blah, blah. And when that was over, then they just all hell broke loose. The reading, we never did an intermission. We read that thing. It was on fire. And then I go back to the earth. I'm sitting out there on the grass saying, thank God I showed up. And do you know, I hear plop, 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 plop down this flagstone path. And there, this man with big hands grabs me by my face. I stand up and it's Arthur Miller. And he's going, what is your name? Who are you? I said, I'm Charlene. He said, you must have played this before. I said, no, I played Abigail in college. And then here comes Daniel Day-Lewis introducing himself. Sorry, we're meeting like in the play.
Yes.
As long as we met, y'all, as long as we met. And that was the beginning of the work on the Crucible. It was amazing. Everyone was there for the entire shooting of it. We shot on an island off the coast of Massachusetts. And they tried to make that island as close to the times as they could. They even had pigs bred the way people had bred those pigs back in those days. So they were tiny little feeble pigs. It was wild. It was absolutely wild. And every night we were encouraged to come to Daly's. They gave us dinner and we all came and we watched the play, the show unfold. It was amazing. It's an amazing experience.
That's incredible. That's incredible. Thank you for sharing that with us. Yeah, because when we were learning our lines in high school, our teacher had us watch the movie to get an idea for the character. Because I was playing Deputy Governor Danforth in the play that we were doing at my high school, and I had to learn over 200 lines. And I got to be honest with you.
Did you count them? You counted them?
Well, my director / teacher, Miss Garing at the time. This is before she got married. Miss Garing would look at me and she says, "Hey, just so you know, you have 200 and I think it was like 215, 218, somewhere in that area." And she's like, "You have this amount of lines." And I said, all right, well, this is going to be a bit different than playing a police captain in a one-act play here. So so I was like, oh my gosh, you have me have 13 lines in my first one, which is a one-act play, which, by the way, one-act plays are very fun to do. And then I go to this, my next year in high school. I think the first one I did was sophomore. This was junior year of high school that I was doing the Crucible. I thought to myself, what have I got myself into? What is going on?
You must have seen talent there.
I suppose Miss Garing at the time did, and she's still a good friend of mine to this day. I still keep in touch with her. She goes by Mrs. Johnson now, and she married my high school U.S. history teacher, Mr. Johnson. So there you go. That's how those two got together. Yeah, and they're doing very well. They have 2 wonderful daughters now, and
is she still teaching and encouraging? Oh,
she's teaching theater. She's teaching English, and then her husband, Mr. Johnson, is the headmaster of my high school.
Those teachers are priceless in our lives.
Yeah,
we meet up with them at an early age, and they see something that we don't.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so shout out to Miss Gary / Miss Johnson, aka her first name is Joy. So Joy, love you. You're awesome. Thank you so much. But yeah, it was a challenging role for me to play. I'm not going to lie to you, but it was great. It was fun. At the end of the day, it was I was very stressed during that time when I was learning my lines. I was very stressed. Yes. And then when we got to the staging area, we got to opening night. Opening night is key here, folks. It's a big one. And my family was there. Some of my friends were there, and I did it. I was like, okay, this is showtime. I got to get into the headspace. I got to get, and I did it, and it was great. We had a great show. It was a great turnout. It was a great experience. It was a great learning experience for me, to be perfectly honest with you. And then I went on to do some other roles in other plays that were dramatic or comedic, because I like comedy, because I grew up watching comedic films as a youngster. Mm-hmm. And we did a play called The Curious Savage, and that was a fun play to do as well. So I got my feet wet when I was in high school, and then I ended up directing a one-act play when I was in college. So,
Uh-huh.
so yeah, I tested the waters, and it wasn't easy. I'll be honest with you, but
I
it
love
was a
this.
great learning experience.
Well, live theater is never easy. It is the most difficult of all of the mediums, if you ask me. But that's the challenge of it all.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's part of the challenge.
Mm-hmm. It certainly was, but I did learn a lot. So there you go. Thank you to all my teachers, and especially Miss Johnson and people in college theater. Go Towson, so to speak, because I'm in Maryland. I'm in the state of Maryland. Just to give everyone some context. Go Marylanders. Yeah, I went to TU. I went to Towson University. Just to give you a heads up. So there you go. Go Tigers. Which is such a generic name. It's such a generic. Tigers are everywhere, Charlene. They're everywhere.
Go
So
Tigers.
I know.
I went to school upstate New York in Albany, New York, to Albany High.
Oh yes.
Yeah, we were the Rangers.
The Rangers.
Yeah. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. But I went to school at the Goodman School of Drama in Chicago.
The Windy City.
Yes, indeed.
And how was that experience?
Oh, well, I love being in conservatory, 24/7 immersion in the arts. I was in heaven for it. I was made for it, and I loved the audition process. I loved the roles we played. I bought into the whole thing, so that when I came to New York City, I was ready to take on any challenge, any challenge, because I'd so committed to school like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's understandable. It's understandable. Just go after it, folks. Wonderfully so. And by the way, Kristen here in the chat has a wonderful question for you. She asks, can we talk about the experiences on the set of Cindy?
Oh, my first television job.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Oh, well, that was something else. I know it was just wonderful being on that set. When I got to, it was shot on Paramount Lot.
Oh, yes.
Yes, they gave me a little bike so that I could move all around the lot all day long, riding on a bike with baskets and everything. I think at the time they thought I was a kid. And they even asked me, is your mother, your father, or both coming with you to, I told them, no, I'm of age. It's just me. And but I really felt what it is to be the lead in a show in television, because, in theater, even if you're the lead, it's a great equalizer. Everyone seems to be very equal and treated equally. But on Cindy, I was treated like a princess, and the thing is, I did lie at the audition when they said, "Can you jump double dutch?" I said, "Absolutely. Oh, yes." And the day came when I had to shoot a double dutch scene where, and these girls are playing double dutch, and then Cindy shows up and they think, oh, she's country. And then she jumps in and she turns it out. Well, that's where I was exposed. And they saw I couldn't even jump in. It was just, we were wasting time, it was just terrible. And finally, they chose one of the background women who had legs that were the color of mine. They gave her my sneakers.
Really?
She jumped into those two ropes, and Yolanda Graves, she could double dutch like you never believe. She turned, she squatted, she hit the ground and came back. It seemed like, oh my God, I'm fabulous. That was a good day. And I was working with Nell Carter and Elena Reed and Clifton Davis and Scully Mitchell and all of those iconic kind of people,
Oh my goodness.
At the time,
Yeah.
it was I was singing a lot. I didn't come to New York City to sing. I thought I would be doing drama, but I ended up going to this audition. Juliet Taylor cast me. I was in the revival of Hair.
Oh.
And Juliet Taylor, the fabulous casting director, she came and she saw me playing my violin in the Tribe, and she said, they called and said, would you like to come and audition for this? I didn't even have an agent.
Oh my goodness.
And that was good. Didn't have to share that little bit of money with anybody. But your first job. So, but that wasn't the point. I would have paid them $1,000 a week to do it. You know. Yeah. But it was wonderful. It was basically unbelievable to get out of school and get that job.
Wow.
And at the time I was doing Hair, the revival, and Hair, the film with Milos Forman at the same time. So when I got that job, I still had to do White Boys in the filming. So I had to go to Milos. I went to him with an armful of roses, and I asked him if he could move my scene up because I have the opportunity to be a lead in a TV movie of the week. And
my goodness,
he did.
Oh.
So that I shot White Boys, that's the
Yes.
song. And then the next day I went to LA. Crazy, right?
It is. I got to be honest with you. That's it's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
It was crazy. It was a crazy first 9 months in New York City.
9 months.
Because then after Cindy came out like on a Friday, on Monday, I had the audition for Ain't Misbehavin'.
Oh my goodness.
The Broadway show.
Oh yeah.
That was moving from Manhattan Theater Club. Because the director, Richard Maltby's mom, I think, saw Cindy.
Oh.
And said, why don't you use her? That's the story I've been told. I still had to audition and everything like that.
Oh, the proper channels, I see.
Oh, yes. No one knew who I was. Even so,
That's interesting, though.
Yeah.
That's very interesting. Wow, what a ride.
It was a great ride, yeah.
Yeah. It's just gee willikers. That's one for the books, if I might say. Let me see. Kristen goes on to say, how many different theaters was Ain't Misbehaving in?
Oh my goodness, I don't know.
Too many to count?
Well, I know it's been going on since 1978.
78.
All over the world. I did it on Broadway. I did it at Her Majesty's Theater in London for 6 months. I did it in San Francisco at the Gary, and I did it here in LA at the Aquarius Theater. And after that, I gave it up. I met the prime of Miss Jean Brodie. Downton Abbey. Why am I forgetting her name? But anyway, I was told, don't do this show forever and ever and ever.
Really?
Yes. She said, a very fierce actor. She said, you could do this show forever. You could get married and raise your kids and send them to college off this show. Get out of here and do something else.
Whoa.
And so after the Aquarius in New York, in LA, I left the show and started a very fierce off-Broadway career.
My goodness.
I was happy because, I love originating work.
Do you?
Oh, I love originating work. And I think off-Broadway is the most interesting stuff. The most interesting playwrights, the risk-taking playwrights. And so I love working with these guys.
Wow. A lot of talented folks out there. Let's not kid ourselves here. So can't forget about that one. And Kristen, you're just on fire with these questions, young lady. She says, what was Dietrich Bader like as a pretend husband on Fresh Prince?
Oh my God, Dietrich! He was the best. We've remained friends whenever I see him somewhere, but he was the best, And what was funny about that episode of Fresh Prince of Bel-Air where I'm getting married and I bring home my white fiance, shocking to everybody. But at that time, I was about to get married in 2 weeks.
Oh my goodness.
So it was art imitating life.
Yes.
Because 2 weeks after that, I was in Big Sur on a beach, Pfeiffer Beach, and my fiance Harris and I were getting married in the sunset. So Dietrich started something.
Wow.
He's
Wow.
one of the best actors. He's just the sweetest man, and so much fun to work with.
Wow. Wow. Art imitating life. You're on set for 1 minute, the next minute you're getting married in IRL. That's
There you go. There you go.
well, I mean, I know this is X amount of years after the fact, but congratulations on that occurring. Goodness gracious. That's a story for the ages if I ever heard one.
Mm-hmm.
It's wonderful. Congrats. I'm happy for you. I really am. That is just
Well, mind you, that marriage was 31 years ago.
I know, but still, I know it's long after the fact. I'm sorry I haven't been keeping up to date on certain elements of news here, but my God, it's still amazing either way. I'm just saying. I'm just, I'm just being honest. But with that being said, there was one role that stood out to me amongst your many, many wonderful characters you portrayed over the years. I remember watching this movie a lot on VHS, and there was this young man who was sitting in front of the scene was he's sitting in front of a television set with his cousin, I think it was. And he says, "Can you believe it? He's talking to Janice." And it was Eddie Griffin who said those words. And Eddie Griffin says, he's talking to Janice. And little did I know that you played the news reporter Janice in this film, The Meteor Man.
Wow, you guys are really... Well, yes, I did. This happened when I first came to New York City. You see, I knew Robert Townsend. He became a friend of mine in New York City before he came to LA. And I knew him from I met him at a party at Ozzie Davis's and Ruby Dee's house after they had done a play. And I went to the cast party. And we became friends from then on. We'd be in my living room and coming up with skits and things. And Townsend is the best. And you can't be around him without creating some kind of madness. And then when I came to LA, he said, "Woodard, you could stay with me until you get on your feet." And then he says, "You want to do Meteor Man?" Mm-hmm. And there I was in Townsend's show. Yeah. At least I didn't have to audition. I'm horrible at that. But yeah, I did do Meteor Man. We shot that in Baltimore, Maryland.
Mm-hmm. Which is only 30 minutes away from where I'm sitting right now.
Right. Mm-hmm. And I met James Earl Jones on that.
Wonderful talent that will forever be missed.
Right.
For sure. Yeah. What was your interactions like with James? How was it?
Well, we were in the makeup trailer. Mm-hmm. Makeup and hair.
Oh, yes.
And so, all that razzmatazz that everybody speaks in makeup and hair. It was that kind of thing. Just only makeup and hair. I didn't have a scene with him. But he was a very witty and humorous man. We think of him as very serious and very, no.
Stoic.
He was like, we're the players. And so he was playing. It was refreshing to meet him and to see he had such a great sense of humor.
Wonderful man. Always going to miss him.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, voice of Papa, aka, Mufasa. Ooh, do it again. Mufasa.
And also, he was Star Wars.
Yeah, don't forget about Vader. Can't forget about Vader. I mean, you're talking to a guy who grew up. I mean, all of us grew up watching Star Wars anyway. But yeah, Star Wars kind of goes without saying. But Mufasa and the Lion King, and then Terrence Mann in Field of Dreams. Let's not forget about that.
Mm-hmm. I saw him do the original Fences on Broadway.
Oh, that must have been something, wasn't it?
With Courtney Vance.
Oh my goodness!
It was fantastic. That's where I loved seeing his. I saw him do Othello at Shakespeare.
Did you?
Oh yeah, I loved his stage work. I loved it.
That's amazing, man. I wish I could have been there to see some of these performances. I've missed out on a lot of things when it comes to stage shows and Broadway this and Broadway that. I mean, now granted, when we were in high school theater, our teacher would take us up to New York on Broadway and see certain shows. So I did get a chance to see shows like Hairspray and Dirty Rotten Scoundrels. Things like that. What was the other one? Oh gosh, why am I blanking on this? It was Hairspray, Dirty Rotten Scoundrels. Why am I can't think of the third one. I apologize, but I've seen some stuff.
Yeah.
I have.
I saw James Earl Jones do Robeson on Broadway on a night when he was absolutely sick with the flu. And to watch him just handle that sickness, use it, and give us a performance that made us rise to our feet in the end. It was great to see that. And that taught me something like, yeah. So you're sick. So you still go to work and use it.
Mm-hmm. It goes back to something we've all heard many times before. The show must go on. You know, show must go
we
on,
were
right?
very much like that back then.
Oh.
Now, it's a little different now. It's a little easier now. You can actually stay home and not feel bad.
Yeah.
But back then, the show had to go on. Now if I say, oh, my sister's getting married in 2 weeks, I'm allowed to go to that wedding. But back then, in those days, I missed funerals and weddings and everything, because the show had to go on. And off Broadway, you don't always have, or you rarely have, a stand-in.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, can't argue with that one. Bit of a challenge there. And and by the way, Kristen, you bring this up now. I was gonna bring this up myself, but she says you've worked with Samuel L. Jackson on so many different things, whether it's Unbreakable, Glass, Secret Invasion. Any fun stories of working with Mr. Glass? Because you played his mother, so.
Damn, I played his mother at first, which is funny, and then I played his mother again. But I was very upset with Sam for becoming actually getting older, which meant that I had to use prosthetics so that I could look older than Sam.
Oh.
So that was pretty challenging. But anyway, he's great fun to work with because, talk about play. First of all, be ready when Sam is ready. He does not come to the set until everything is ready. And when he pulls up with his group of hair and makeup and costumer, and they get out of that big SUV and they walk onto the set, and it's like, places, everybody, let's do this, because he's ready, And then, of course, the playing of it is kind of wonderful because, we're friends. We've been friends for a long time. I knew Sam and LaTanya from New York City days. I knew from New York City days when all they did was theater.
Yeah.
And his wife and I, we go to the same church, so he's a friend. So you know what it's like when you're working with a friend. It's fun, and he's loud and he's the boss. He's the alpha on the set. Always, I remember, sometimes you make these suggestions, and I said, Sam, why don't you just direct? You need to be. He says, oh no, I'm not directing. Directors make no money. Are you kidding me? I get paid by the word.
What? What is?
Like, oh no, let's just keep it just the way it is.
Really?
But
wow.
He's a great fun person, and to do his wife was lovely, just lovely. Finally, I didn't have to wear a fat suit or yeah. And then we spent 6 months in London. Was wonderful. Shooting in London. Yeah.
That's splendid. That's what I hope.
Big old funster.
Yeah. So definitely sounds like. I mean, you're talking to us, and this is the same guy who played Mace Windu in Star Wars. So and he was very excited that he got to pick his own colored lightsaber. So yeah, he was. Yeah, George looked at him and said, "What saber do you want?" Oh, I want a different color. It's like, all right, we'll give you a different color. And Sam got it.
Sam gets what Sam wants.
But I mean, granted, I grew up watching him, more specifically Samuel L. Jackson, as Julius in Pulp Fiction. So, and he didn't take no prisoners in that either.
Right, that was so fierce.
I mean, he had the hair and
the hair is what got me.
I know, right? It was weird, right? And then he had the sideburns coming down. You see what I'm saying? He had the beard and everything. And he's like, "Say what again? Say what again? I dare you. I double dare you, blankety blank. Say what one more gosh darn time." It's just,
But
you know.
the film I really love that he
Mhm.
did, where he was amazing, was with Matthew McConaughey.
Hmm.
The film uh, uh, where his daughter, they were down south. A
Oh, A
film,
Time to Kill.
A Time to Kill.
Yes.
He killed in that.
Well,
He
yeah.
was amazing. It's worth watching over and over
I've
again.
seen it.
Mm-hmm.
Great film. I've seen it. I actually own it on Blu-ray, believe it or not. It's true.
Mhm. No, he was fierce in that. Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't take no prisoners when they hurt his daughter. So, whew.
Oh, wow.
That
Mhm.
was no joke, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, you got McConaughey, Kiefer Sutherland, Sandra
That's right.
Bullock, right?
That's right. That was a cast.
That's an A-list cast if I ever saw one. Do you see what I'm saying? I mean,
Mhm.
Sandra Bullock, that girl from The Bus. I mean,
Right? Right. From the bus.
from The Bus, because she was in Speed with Keanu. I mean, come on, Dennis Hopper.
Come on.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. Speed's one of my all-time favorite action movies. I'll be perfectly honest.
Yeah, you're an action movie guy.
Well, I've been that way since I was about 5 or 6. Because when I was about 5 or 6 around that time, I was watching movies and television series that were on Fox Kids at the time. I was watching Batman, Spider-Man, X-Men. What was the other one? What was it? The 90s? It was Power Rangers. Power Rangers was a big deal back then. And then I watched action movies that included GoldenEye with Pierce Brosnan as James Bond, because my dad got me into James Bond. Thank you, Dad. I love you and I miss you dearly. He took me to see the film The Mask of Zorro in 1998 with Antonio Banderas and Anthony Hopkins. And let's not forget.
I love that.
Let's not forget about the very beautiful Catherine Zeta-Jones, ladies and gentlemen.
Jones showing up in that one. That was fabulous.
I mean, she captures the screen. She lights it up.
Beautiful.
As one might say. Yeah, that's one of my all-time favorite movies. So if I'm making a top 10, top 15 list, if I want to say this correctly, Mask of Zorro is going to be in there. I'm just saying.
It deserves that place, yes.
I'm just saying because, I watched that and, and then we were talking about this earlier, right? I mean, Field of Dreams is in my top 5.
Oh, I love that too.
I mean, let's not forget about that one. The GoldenEye, because I grew up watching Bond, and Batman '89 with Michael Keaton has a huge influence on me. So
Michael Keaton, I did One Good Cop with him.
what was that like, by the way? What was that like? Working with the man himself, Michael Keaton, Mr. Mom of all people.
I was like his partner, and I loved it. I loved it. I got to be a cop. You don't really feel like a cop until they put that thing around your waist and you're carrying all those handcuffs and the gun and the whole thing. It was fab. It was like really, I felt quite fierce in that.
And I'm assuming Michael.
We shot it and it was in New York.
New York,
where we shot on the street. That was the first time I was shooting on the street in New York.
No kidding.
After that, Special Victims Unit, we did it all the time. Years later, but that was the very first time of being in my beloved New York City and shooting on the street.
Wow, was Michael Keaton a hoot?
He's marvelous. Yes. Oh, he was, and he wasn't like being hooty, like a hoot. He was being, it was a serious role. And so he was, when we worked, rather in it. He wasn't a jokester. He wasn't joking around in character. That's Beetlejuice.
Yeah, but he's very good at his craft.
Oh, no. He's brilliant. He can't, I followed it. I tried to follow his lead. That's all you can do. I've worked with some pretty spectacular people,
Yeah, I mean, you have.
I've worked with some great people.
That's very true. And I grew up watching SVU. Law and Order is a big deal. So, and it's still going, by the way. It's still going. I don't know if you've heard the news or not. It's still going 25, 30 years later, which is insane to think about. Mariska, you haven't aged a day, Mariska Hargitay. But what was it like playing Sister Peg? What was that like?
That was great. I was doing a play. I just started rehearsals for a play at the Public Theater, and I got the job, and they assured me it's only one episode. It's only one episode. I said, fine. I'm doing a play. I can't do many. And after that, they kept calling me back and back and back for about 8 or 9 years. It was wonderful working with those two. I always worked with the two leads.
So it was
Always.
Mariska Hargitay and Christopher Maloney.
And Christopher, yes. And working with Christopher she's a doll. She's a sweetheart. And he is just like he seems. We would be out on the streets of New York City and women would be driving by in big SUVs going, "Oh my God, you're my man." Women loved him. You know, screaming out in the air, you know. He was wonderful. He was and he was tough. He was tough. He was seriously tough. He'd say, you know, it's I've got a softball game to coach at later on today, so let's get this going.
Mm-hmm.
In a way, he was in that Sam kind of groove, you know. Let's get it going. He was the alpha on the set.
But with a name like Elliot Stabler, it kind of comes with the territory.
Come on, he was great.
Stabler.
It was great always working with them, like we were partners, you know. And you know, I got it was interesting to get letters from nuns that said thank you for showing us as we are.
Beautiful.
You know, I wore, you know, some secondhand clothing. I helped the community. I had, what did I have? A soup kitchen.
Yes.
You know, condoms,
the outfit,
prostitutes, all that.
That's dynamite. Man, that's just superstardom rolled into one. But yeah, Mariska and Chris, come on.
They were the best.
Right? For sure. And Kristen brings up a wonderful point. Any stories from Mayfair witches?
Mayfair witches. Well, you know, I'm a real Anne Rice fan. From the very beginning, Interview with a Vampire. I read everything. And so when I was given this job, I was very excited about going to New Orleans. I had never been. And we're of course shooting after Katrina. So it's a little different kind of New Orleans. And what I loved was, my cast, it goes without saying, my producers and the writers, but the city of New Orleans was really the character that took over the whole thing. It's just the people they're not like normal people in America. And that city is not at all, it's just singular. It's its own thing. And all of that food and all of that music and their stories, just to listen to the driver talk about what happened when Katrina happened and how he left and went over to Texas, and then he went to Arkansas, and then he went to Nashville, and he says, "No, I have to go back. I have to go back to New Orleans. This is where I live." You know, their stories were amazing, and they're so giving and so lovely, so generous. You know, I love working there, and I love working on that show. You know, scary. You know, I don't like horror, but
okay. You and I both. I'm not the biggest fan of the horror genre either. I respect it. I respect it as a genre, but I'm not the biggest fan of it.
It took me like 4 weeks to watch Sinners.
Boy.
in sections, because it was, to me, it's scary. Get Out. It took me 4 weeks to watch that.
That was a creepy one. That was a creepy one. Sinners I've yet to see. I apologize, but Get Out was when that guy looks at the main character and says, "You need to get out." I'm like, what is happening here? It's so weird.
Jordan Peele is brilliant. Very brilliant. It just got under your skin.
Well, he has a great creative mind, Jordan Peele. Yeah, let's give the man some kudos here. That's a creative mind you're dealing with here. So there's no doubt about it. But if someone wants to start getting into acting or maybe even playwriting, what advice would you give that individual?
Well, I became a playwright out of necessity.
I see.
I wanted to not do musicals. I'd done them for 15 years. And I came to LA, and then I saw, now I'm doing sitcoms. And I thought, that's good, but when am I going to do a show with no song? You know, when am I going to use words? I'm in class, I'm in the actor's studio. What am I going to do? And then I got out here and you realize you're not working 8 shows a week. You have weekends off and you don't work every single week. So I found myself free. And when artists are free, we explore other things that have to do with creativity. So I decided I would write a play, and a play that I could do all by myself, maybe at the actor's studio, and not have to have a partner or anything. But that whole thing just blew up, and there I was, you know, at Manhattan Theater Club doing Manhattan Theater Club did 3 of my plays. But the thing to do is, for acting, I think everyone thinks they can just jump up and do it. You know, you can't just jump up and do it.
Right.
Training. I'm a real believer in training.
Right.
And nowadays, when I came up, it wasn't like everybody went to conservatory. But now, for all my young actors, I let them know all of your competition is coming out of Yale and Carnegie Mellon and Juilliard. You know, everybody's going to all of these schools, and these guys are ready to work straight out of school. So I tell everyone, get into class. Get hooked to a teacher that you could keep working with for years. I'm still with a teacher. I take class from Salome Jens.
Really?
And I've been doing that for like maybe 12 years now. Whenever I'm not working, I'm in class. I'm at the actor's studio. Surrounding myself with people who share the passion I have for acting. And that's important. And how do you surround yourself? How do you feel like you're part of a community? Well, you have to go to class. You have to join groups. And you have to just take the work. Say yes to everything. That's what I say. Don't get persnickety in the beginning. You know, just say yes to everything, because you don't know what's going to be that thing that cracks you open and takes you to the next level. And I don't mean the project itself, but the working on the project can crack you open and make you better, you know, if it doesn't kill you. But I mean, no, it's really important to me to stress class and training, and so you get some craft, because everyone's, for the most part, that's what people are doing, you know, and you want to be a part of that number. And as far as writing plays, I love it when actors decide to write for themselves. You know, after we'd been, you know, I'd been working for a while when I decided I can tell a story. I had originated so many shows in New York City. I was a part of that whole thing. So when you're a part of originating a lot of work, you know, a lot of times you could throw in your own little stuff. You know, off Broadway, they're not paying you enough money to just take orders. You can join in. It's a collaborative thing. And in joining in, you get to see another way of being in that play, you know? So when that theater, Fountainhead Theater, became available to me, I could actually use it. You know, you want to be ready for whatever opportunity shows up. And action begets action. So sooner or later, opportunity is going to show up. That's what I feel like.
That's very true, and thank you for sharing that with us, and that great pieces of advice. Yeah, I joined a writers' Discord, and it's improved my writing and learning from the other writers. And I got a short story published earlier this year for the very first time in an anthology. It was a Western.
There you go.
Yeah, it's called Wolf of the West. Yeah, that was a big.
What was it?
It's called Wolf of the West is the name of my short story. It's a Western, it's part of Western Tales Volume 1, presented by Veritas Entertainment, which is the name of the publisher. It's a new one that's on the scene, led by Nate, Casey, and Luke. They're a great group of guys from the state of Pennsylvania, and they're very, very good to me. And I've learned a lot from this Discord, and because I'm learning from them, hearing them, it got my creative wheels turning again. So now I'm doing writing again, because I started experimenting with it a little bit 5 years ago during the pandemic when we were in lockdown, respectively. And then I stopped, and then I picked it up again in the last several months by joining this writer's Discord, more specifically. And now I got a story published. And if you had told me I'd be a published writer 20 years ago, I would have said you were crazy, because I'm very good at verbalizing what I'm feeling, but I'm not very good at putting thoughts down on itty bitty little pieces of paper. But nowadays, I got ideas for stories, Charlene, and I'm just going to town on that
There
keyboard.
you go.
Punch the keys, for God's sake, and I'm
That's
just doing
right.
it.
Bravo. That's
Thank
right.
you.
That's what happens. Yeah, you do have to have your little community around
Yes.
you. And that's what keeps you going. And
Mhm.
inspiration is everywhere. What did my director, Vinette Carroll, she
Mhm.
said, artists don't have the luxury of staying in their bubble,
Hmm.
because
There
it
you go.
limits your choices. It
Mhm.
limits what you do. You
Mhm.
just have to get out there and being with other people, that you're definitely out of your bubble as soon as you have to be with other artists. So,
Mhm. That's very true. But yeah, the community I have joined has been very, very good to me. So I know, right? No problems here, folks. It's like it's another ticket to paradise, something like that. I don't know. I'm coming up with things on the fly here. They don't call me Ryan the Quote for no reason, because I'll just throw a movie quote at somebody, and sometimes they get it, sometimes they don't, and that's okay.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. But no, it's it's just when I watch all these movies. To tell you the truth, the whole script goes right up here, and I can quote it back to you verbatim.
Really?
It's true. Yeah, I've done it with the first movies I ever remember reciting the words to
Yes.
was when I was in kindergarten or first grade. This is going back to elementary school, everybody. And I was quoting Ace Ventura, Pet Detective with Jim Carrey. And then I was quoting the genie from Aladdin with Robin Williams, because once again, and this is another thing too, Robin Williams, we miss you. We love you. Great talent, lost way too soon. But he and Jim Carrey inspired me to get into acting. So.
Wow. Look at that.
So we got to give those two titans of comedy / entertainment value, if you don't mind me saying.
That's right.
Kudos.
That's
So.
right.
Mm-hmm.
They were monsters.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I grew up watching Disney movies like anybody else. Aladdin is my favorite Disney movie for a reason, because it got me into acting.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. My favorite is The Lion King.
Oh, who could? That's in my top 3. That's my number 2.
The Lion King, Hamilton. Hamilton changed me for musicals forever and ever and ever.
Is that right?
Forever and ever and ever. That was something else. You cannot see the writing in there. You cannot see how there's a template for making a musical.
Mm-hmm.
You don't see it. You don't see it in Hamilton. It's brilliant. And I didn't see Hamilton until I knew that script by heart. I knew those songs and everything. And then finally, when I saw it, oh my God, they blew me away. Unbelievable cast, unbelievable costumes, unbelievable choreography, and just brilliant writing.
Fair point.
Been me for musicals forever. Ever since then, I see everybody's formulaic thing happening with musicals, but never with that. That was phenomenal.
That's a fair point. Yeah, Hamilton's changed the game for a couple of different reasons. Are you going to be in the theater when Wicked for Good comes out?
In the theater? Well, I'll always be in the theater.
Well, the movie theater when the movie comes out, I mean.
Oh, yes, I'm going to see that on the big screen.
You're going to see it opening day?
I don't know about opening day, but I can't always make opening day, but I do love seeing. I think it's good to be back to seeing movies, and live,
Mm-hmm. Well, that's a fair point.
It's one of those that you've got to see on the big screen. You just have to. Some of them you don't have to, but that's one you have to.
No, it's absolutely fair.
They're so amazing. I want to know, what's the second part? What are they going to do? Come on, Stephen Schwartz.
Stephen Schwartz. Oh my Lord. Yeah, it's coming, folks. Wicked for Good is coming. So get yourself some tickets. when it hits theaters for sure. But yeah, no. I mean, like I said, some of my best experiences growing up were going to the theater with my dad. My dad took me to the theater all the time.
Mm-hmm.
So got to give the kudos to the old man. Love you, Dad. Miss you. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, he got me into James Bond, Zorro, all these different kind of movies. He took us to see the Disney movies when they were coming out in the 90s. My mom, my dad, I have 2 older brothers, by the way. So I have 2 older brothers. So we would go and, see certain movies as a family when we were early years growing up. So it was fun. Those were some good times. There's no doubt about it.
I had a teacher named John Veely.
Yes.
And he turned us on to theater. He took us down from Albany down to New York to see shows that blew us away. I remember Ain't Supposed to Die a Natural Death. It's way before your time. And it was Melvin Van Peebles. And it blew us out. I mean, the whole class was like going back home on that bus. We just, I know for me, it made me know that I'm going to spend my life on stage. I knew it then in high school.
Wow.
Yep. All you need is that right play. And that play was, it wasn't like every day I saw a play full of talented Black people back then. We take it for granted now. But back then, that was amazing.
Like a light switch turning on for you.
Exactly. Exactly. And it was Cicely Tyson's work.
Oh, my.
That let me know that it could work, because of just how she looked even was like, oh, she's little, she's petite, she's dark, she has slightly buck teeth. Well, that was me.
Oh.
And she was strong, and she was, you got a low-life job, Mr. Sheriff, Sounder, and all of those. She was just in every single thing she did, she slammed. And I said, there you go. I know that this can work because I see it working for her. Those were those days. And Toni Morrison, her novels where she wrote from, the Black lens. I really said, that's the first time I said, I wish I could write. I never grew up saying, I want to write. But when I started reading her Bluest Eye and all of her, great shows, her great novels, I wished that I could one day write. That was the big thing.
That's amazing stuff.
That's
I was going to say earlier, that's really amazing stuff for sure.
And then I was lucky enough to do a workshop of the one and only play that she was writing about New Orleans.
The Big Easy of Louisiana.
So I spent like 3 weeks in a room with an amazing cast, and Toni Morrison.
Wow.
It was called New Orleans. Yeah, about the red light district of New Orleans.
Now I see.
Odetta was in it. That's where I made friends with Odetta. Y'all don't know who Odetta is. Carmen de Lavalade, all of those people. Bernard Eichner did the music. He's Everything Must Change. He wrote that. So it was that was kind of wonderful to actually be able to work with one of your idols.
Yeah, that's.
Have you done that yet? Have you worked with one of your idols?
I got to be honest with you. The experiences I shared with my fellow castmates in high school and college was good, but I never got a chance to work with some of the actors outside of that environment. Don't get me wrong, but no, I haven't had a chance to work. If I saw Jim Carrey right now, I'd probably pass out because, like I said, I grew up watching him so many times. But no, I haven't had a chance to work with anybody yet. But I do. But if an opportunity presents itself, I would love to do it. I mean. I've met a lot of actors at conventions, the comic book conventions that are around the world.
Yes.
I've met Peter Cullen, who was the voice of Optimus Prime on Transformers. I've met Mae Whitman from Parenthood, the TV series Parenthood. She was very nice.
Yeah.
Mara Wilson, I've had a chance to have a bit of a conversation with from Mrs. Doubtfire, because she played, one of Robin Williams' daughters. I mean, I've met so many wonderful actors, and I've talked with them and asked them questions like, what is it that got you into acting? What was it that inspires you? I actually asked this question when I was at panels at conventions, and I still do to this day. I always ask an actor, what is your favorite motivational quote or something that you heard in your career or your life that motivates you? You know what I mean? And I always get a different response from each actor or actress, and those have been great conversations. So I've had conversations with actors, Charlene, but I haven't had a chance to actually work with them. But one of the beauties of doing these events, such as Otherworldly Fundraising, plugs, or other shows like this, that I get the chance to speak with them and hear from them, and they, are very respectful, very supportive. And this is, so far with this panel particularly, with Charlene Woodard on Otherworldly Fundraising. Don't forget to like and share this with your closest friends. And if you have any questions for the guests of honor, let us know in those comments. Let us know in the chat. What's up? And this has been very, very good for me. But no, I haven't had a chance to work with any of the actors yet. But if I do, I would love to work with Patrick Stewart, aka Captain Picard from Star Trek, because I remember him as Professor Xavier in X-Men. You know, and it's funny because someone posted this on social media this morning, and it's a good friend of mine. He said, today is the 38th anniversary of the debut of Star Trek: The Next Generation.
Today?
Yes. It debuted on September the 28th, 1987, the same exact day that yours truly was born.
Well, look at that.
I know, it's got to be kismet, right?
I remember standing in line for that.
Did you?
With a multitude of young people. We were over on the east side, and we were in line for hours partying, waiting. That's right. That's right. That's what we were doing on your birthday.
That's something else. That's something else. But yeah, no, it's true. But yeah, if I ever get a chance to work with, like, you know, Patrick Stewart or some of the other actors I remember from television, you know, I mean, I met them in person at conventions, but I would love to work with, you know, Michael Rosenbaum or Tom Welling from Smallville, my favorite TV series of all time, because I love Superman so much. Superman is near and dear to my heart. So, or, you know, just there's a venerable who's who of actors or actresses. Like Amy Acker would be wonderful to work with, right? You know, I mean. There's I could go, granted I could go on here, Charlene, but there's so many wonderful actors or actresses I would love the opportunity to sit down and work with. I mean, Erica Durance, who played Lois Lane on Smallville, there's another one for you. And Jamie backstage, who's one of our producers. Yeah, he's nodding. He knows what's up. You know, or Laura Vandervoort, who played Supergirl in Smallville. You know, basically I like to work with the cast of Smallville because I'm a Smallville fan.
I'm very impressed at how you can remember all these names. My goodness, they just fire off like, you know, bullets. I'm not good at that. I'm not good at that.
Hey, listen, we still love you. It's okay. It's okay. It's fine. You know, Craig Bierko, who was on with us before you jumped in here, he had a little bit of trouble remembering certain actors as well. And I was like, oh, you mean this person? I
love that you could pick it up. Yes, there you go.
So yeah, it was great. And Craig Bierko is a great talent in his own right. Let's not forget about Craig. So yeah, no, I'm kind of like a walking, talking IMDb for people. You know, I don't know, Jamie, you can attest to this, right? I mean, you're sitting backstage looking at me right now like I'm from outer space, but it's true. I'm just joshing you, Jamie. He's just being silly back there. But just out of curiosity, though, if you don't mind me asking this, who is an actor or actress you hope to work with in the future that you haven't worked with yet?
Well, I'd like to work with Viola.
Oh, Viola Davis.
Yeah. I'd love to work with her. I think she's phenomenal. And she does great work. I love the film that she did where she was, you know, that the war, and it was a true story of these warrior women in this African country. It was wonderful. She's amazing, and I'd like to work with her.
That would be nice. That's for sure. Any
do a play with her?
Yeah, that would be. I mean, speaking of Fences, she was in an iteration of Fences.
Oh my God, I saw her on Broadway in that. And before she did that, I saw other people do it, but it was never a role that I thought, I want to sink my teeth into that role. Not until I saw Viola on stage.
Oh.
I sat there and not in the good seats.
Oh, you were in the
I was upstairs, honey, and she reached me. They reached me. That she and Denzel. That was amazing to see it. You know.
Wow.
And I'd seen it years before with James Earl Jones. But what she did with that role, she just did a big breath of life into it. You know, because August Wilson's women are not all so intense and
intense, yeah,
and they're not all so complicated as that. But she had explored every nook and cranny of her character, and it was a beautiful performance. I think she won the Tony for that.
I believe she did. If someone wants to fact check me back here, feel free. But yeah, she did. And then, I mean, Denzel goes without saying. He's one of the greatest of all time. I mean, I grew up watching Denzel in films like Glory with Matthew Broderick.
Oh, Charlie was fabulous in Glory.
You know,
I loved Glory. That's still one of my favorite films.
I mean,
you
it's.
know? And
I've seen war films, but that one to me is the best.
That's the best of all of them. It really is. And the story, the story. Every time it comes on, I have to see it. That and Gladiator. I stop everything when it comes on. It's like, oh, Gladiator. Oh, Glory. I have to stop everything and watch it.
The 2 G's, ladies and gentlemen. Glory on one end, Gladiator. Oh, you're not entertained. It's just, come on.
No, I loved Glory.
It's a great film.
Mm-hmm.
Great story too.
Yeah.
It's absolutely. What was I saying earlier? Brilliant. Mm-hmm.
They did a good job on that.
It's great. Matthew Broderick, Denzel, Carrie Elways, Morgan Freeman. Don't forget about Morgan.
Uh-huh.
And by the way, and Kristen just corrected me back here. She says Viola Davis is one of the few people who have won a Tony and an Oscar for the same exact role.
Yes, that's right.
Mm-hmm.
Because, yes, indeed.
Well, thank Kristen for fact
I
checking.
tell you, she's fierce. I tell you, I want to work with her.
Well, I really hope it happens for you. I got to be. We're going to put it out into the ether. We're going to put it out into the universe.
Put it out there.
Yeah, we'll put it out there in the universe. And then, I mean, after you work with Viola, who's an actor you want to work with? Is there a gentleman out there you wish to work with at some point or another?
An actor.
Yeah, that you haven't worked with yet, aside from Viola?
You know who I really, really loved, thinking of Glory, was Andre Brower.
Oh, yeah.
And
yeah.
I worked with him once at the Delacorte in New York, where we did Henry IV. But I would love, I know he's gone on to Glory, but I would have loved to do a play with Andre.
Oh, he was, speaking of SVU, he was on SVU too.
Well, everybody was on SVU.
I was going to say,
on orders.
Everybody was, I mean, from the Orbachs to the Samuel L. Jacksons to the Chadwick Bosemans, rest in peace, Chadwick Boseman.
You have to do one of those Law and Orders.
Mm-hmm. Robin Williams was on SVU. I mean, just
Robin
everybody.
Williams?
He was on an episode of SVU.
Wow.
You might have to look this one up if you have an opportunity to do so. It was very, very good.
I didn't know that.
He was. It was season 9. Season 9 of SVU. He was on an episode.
Mm-hmm. No, he was quite wonderful. He went to Juilliard.
He did, alongside Superman himself, Christopher Reeve. They were best friends / roommates at Juilliard. And I find it funny that Christopher Reeve went on record by saying, we had a discussion with Mr. John Houseman, and he said, Chris, you're going to be a wonderful actor from the stage unless they pay you a load of money to do something else. I was like, what? He said that to get out of town, man. So yeah, I thought that was funny.
When I first met Andre, he says, I only do Shakespeare. I only do Shakespeare. I saw him in one play
really?
At Manhattan Theater Club, a 3-hander, but he was great with verse. Yeah, he was great. But when I met him, he had all that. And then, of course, he just lived on television. But, but he did say, I only do Shakespeare on the stage.
Wow. That's amazing. Great actor, great talent. There's no doubt.
I always wanted to work with him again. Like really, because, for the role I had in Henry IV, I didn't work with him.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Man, R.I.P. We've lost a lot of great legends over the years.
Yes, we have.
Yeah, but their legacy is going to live on. I mean, a lot of the roles, and whether it's in film and television or the stage, of course, they're going to live on forever and ever and ever. That is for certain. Which kind of it. How do I put this? It begs the question. What writer, living or dead, would you love to have a conversation with, and why?
Mm.
Any writer, and this could be of any genre. It doesn't have to be something for the stage. It could be anything.
Well, oh my goodness, I love so many of them. I love, oh my goodness. Well, I've had conversations with Toni Morrison.
Oh yes,
that was lovely. to know her and to listen to her, just to sit at her feet. No, it doesn't get any better than that, but what writer? I'm a real Tennessee Williams fan.
I know this one. Yes.
I love Tennessee.
Yes.
That'd
be a good one.
And then there are all these, Lynn Nottage, these playwrights, like Lynn Nottage. Do you know Lynn Nottage?
Unfortunately, the name doesn't ring a bell.
Oh my goodness!
I'm sorry to disappoint you.
Playwrights. You have to look her up.
I will.
She is fabulous, and I did a play of hers once at Playwrights Horizons. But when you're working with Lynn, it's not like you're getting to know you. You're just working with her, and she sits there like the Sphinx and watches you. You know what I mean? But her work is amazing. And she's another one I'd like to work on, one of her plays. You see.
Splendid.
Mm-hmm. You have to.
I got to look this up.
You have to Google Lynn Nottage.
Yes. Lynn Nottage. All right.
There are a lot of really great playwrights.
I'm going to do my best to look this up, do some research, do some readings here, and so on and so forth.
Yes, you should know Lynn Nottage.
Yeah, I should.
I didn't say that.
I should. I know. I'm a little behind on certain things, Charlene, and I apologize that I am. But, first of all, there's only so many hours in the day. And secondly, when you're working one's a full-time job, a second one is a part-time job, you're working 43 hours a week, and then you're trying to delve into your writing on this side of the fence, and then I'm hosting 3 podcasts a week, to be perfectly honest with you.
You're excused. You are excused.
I'm very busy.
You don't have to know everything.
I know.
And it does seem like you do.
Yeah, I mean, I do 3 shows a week, podcasting wise, and you're working 43 hours in 2 jobs, which, don't get me wrong, the jobs are good. And my part-time job, where I get a chance to teach film analysis to a group of undergrad college students and autistic adults, because I have autism myself, and work within that community at Towson University. By the way, this is at Towson University more specifically. Yeah. And it's at the Hussman Center for Adults with Autism, in case anyone's wondering where specifically this place is. It's great. I get to share my love of movies with other people. So that's always a joy for me. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
But that's always good. But on that happy-go-lucky note, I do want to take this opportunity at this moment to say thank you to Charlene Woodard for being a guest during this wonderful festivity known as Otherworldly Fundraising 2025. Charlene, it was great having you here.
Thank you. It was lovely talking to you. Lovely conversation.
It has been an honor and a privilege. And I learned something new today. Look up Lynn Nottage when I get off stage.
You better Google that diva.
We got homework, Jamie. All right?
Is amazing.
We got homework, Jamie. He's looking at me backstage. But yeah, this was great. Thank you for being here. I wish you nothing but the best with everything moving forward. And we hope to have you here again someday. We really do.
All right. We'll do that.
Yeah. Absolutely. But thank you for being here. We wish you the best. And for those of you just joining, thank you for tuning in. Steve, one of our wonderful producers, is here to take the reins. But thank you for being here. I mean, even though you may or may not have been having technical difficulties, Charlene, we love you all the same. Bless your heart. Bless your
Oh, that's okay.
Bless
it was
your
a
heart.
great interview.
Bless your soul.
My hair for this.
Did you hear that, Jamie? Did you hear that, brother? But it was great having you here, and we wish you the best, and we hope to have you here again. So God bless you.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Have a good one, Charlene. Bye. Such a wonderful human being, isn't she?
Oh, yes, most certainly.
Mm-hmm. Oh, by the way, Jamie has a note for us in the studio. Did you notice that one?
He said yes, so I'm bringing him in.
What up, dude? Good to see you. You're putting my stylish game here to shame. You're killing me, Smalls.
I gotta here we go.
I love it.
Hey, Brian! Happy birthday, man!
Nice.
Had to.
That's dynamite. Thank you, Jamie. I love you, brother. And Steve, well done being a producer this weekend, man. Steve and Jamie, everyone in the backstage area, including Kristen, we love you, dear, has done a fantastic job. But I think it's time for the next panel. So why don't we talk a little bit about that, shall we?
It's gonna be a lot of fun.
What we're gonna do right now is I'm just gonna play a brief video that is explaining who we are and why we have this weekend going on right now.
Otherworldly Fundraising is a group of friends who decided to use our nerdy talents to help others. Our charity this year is Options Save Lives, which helps individuals fully recover from alcohol use disorder. Thank you for joining us this weekend and for donating to this worthy charity.
Excellent. And as a quick note, you can see our website scrolling across the bottom. If you go there, you can listen to, or you can go to our website and it'll take you to the donation link if you choose, or you can click or scan the QR code right above Jamie, and that will take you directly to the donation page. For those folks that donate $10 or more, they get entered into a sweepstakes to win one of 3 prize boxes, mystery prize boxes. And for those that donate $50 or more, they're entered in to win this wonderful painting of Amy Acker by our very own Trevor Hawkins. And Amy, I was lucky enough to see her a couple of weeks ago to con, and I got her to actually autograph the photo or the painting. So you can be entered to possibly win this if you donate $50 or more. And for the next 3 people that donate $50 or more, Jamie here will dress in his Deadpool costume and leave a shout out for you.
Yep, absolutely. That's going to be a lot of fun. And don't forget, Gary Mariano is donating a script.
Oh, yes.
Gary's
donating. I'll show you right here. We have this script here, which is Wonder Woman and the Justice Society. And we have this Untitled Batman Martial Arts, both donated by Gary. So thank you very much to Gary for that too.
Yes.
All right. I'm going to bring in our next guest and let you take over.
Awesome. Sounds good.
Let's get this script out of the way. All right. Hello. And I will leave you too.
Okay. Sounds good. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I will do a brief introduction. The gentleman to my right is an incredibly talented actor. Raka in Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes, heard in Turok, Son of Stone, Preston Lloyd in Family Guy, General Gale in High Moon, Detective in The Secrets of Emily Blair, and of course, Bortus in The Orville. Thank you so much for joining us, Peter Macon.
Hey, I'm so sorry I was on retard. I'm managing a very brand new baby and 2 boisterous sons, and it's Sunday in Atlanta, so it's always a good time.
Oh, and I'm sorry to hear you got stuck in traffic.
Yeah, I should have known better, but you know. It's like, what do you do? Not leave your house? That's what I go for that. But my wife is like, we're getting out of the house, and so I'm clearly not in charge. I'm an employee in my household, but I stay in my lane. And so it's good.
Yeah. I'm married. We don't have, we have a fur we have a fur baby. We have a cat, but it's all. Other than that, it's the same. The hierarchy is similar, so it's
it's just the thumbs. You know what I mean? It's just the like that's all. That's the only thing. The thumbs, and babies. It's insane. Anyway, happy to be here. I'm looking around like really sheepishly because I think I'm illegally parked, but I think it's cool for now. So let's just run with it. You know what I mean?
Well, if you have to move or something, you just tell me. You don't worry about it. It's all good. So yeah, we're all chill here. So again, thank you for joining us, and I'm a huge fan of the Orville. Well, we'll get into that in a little bit. I mean, I'm saving the stuff I'm most excited for that, but. So you've done live action, you've done animation, you've done a lot of different genres. I guess we'll start between live action and animation, or live action and voice acting. Do you have a preference? Like, what is your what do you like about each as they differ from the other?
I definitely don't have a preference. I mean, because you know, no matter whether it's audiobooks or voiceover or performance capture or live theater, film or television, it's all a chance to, you know, work on the craft in different, you know, capacities. So I look at it like that. And you know, work is scarce, so I'm happy to have anything, you know.
Yep.
So I will say the most difficult, I think, the challenging, I think, are audiobooks, because it's really just you in the booth with your engineer, or, you know, and, you know, after 6 hours, I get a little spent.
Right.
But because it's just you know what I mean? And like, you get sick of yourself. So,
You're right.
but you know, like, I think, you know, the Family Guy stuff has been great, because it's like, you know, trying to, you know, stay in practice of comedic chops.
Yep.
Because it really is it's math, it's timing, it's, you know, and like these are like short little bursts of funny, right? So like,
Yep.
getting that, I mean, and that was a lot, I think, a lot with Bortis as well, in terms of, you know, his dry sort of, you know, like I always said, if Sam the Eagle and Eeyore had a love child, it would be Bortis. And, you know, so just
That's perfect.
trying to keep in that pocket, and he thinks he's, you know, to not comment on his humor, which is what makes him funny, right? He's not aware of, you know,
Yeah.
certain things, like, you know, what it means to say now entering glory hole with a straight face, you know what I mean?
Right.
So it's like, you know, so it's always, they're challenging for lots of different specific and wonderful reasons. And I find that the more, like, I'm really itching to do a play. I haven't done a play in like almost, it'll be 10 years
Oh, wow.
in March. And you know, most of my career I started doing, you know, regional theater and Broadway, and, you know, like working at Lincoln Center and places like that, like live theater, for the majority of like my, you know, cutting my teeth growing up in this career. So that's been weird to not do that for 10 years. And you know, so I ideally I'd like to do, like, I think doing it all keeps you sharp on multiple fronts.
Yep. And
Yeah.
they can kind of help inform the others at times.
Absolutely.
Like it's all the toolbox, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. That's cool. So speaking of that, I mean, what was the first spark that made you go, "Oh, I want to act. I want to do that"?
I mean, I did my first play, honestly, in second grade. And you know, I would be like, you know, masters, we must rehearse. And they'd be like, screw you, we're playing kickball. It's recess. You know, like I legitimately would, like, you know, and but it wasn't until I was like 15 that I realized that you could actually be a professional actor. Like you could, I thought it was like you go to the post office and you fill out like a form, and
Right.
you know, like you get a post at a museum or something. But it was, I saw, I went to high school in Minneapolis, and I went to this
Oh, wow.
place called the Guthrie Theater, where I've worked a bunch, and saw a play there, production of The Rainmaker. And after the play, you know, like the actors came out with their water bottles and had, you know, bandanas and sweatpants, because it was a 2-show day. And
Right.
they proceeded to do a talk back and answer questions about the play and about, you know, acting as a profession. And I was like, oh my God, you can do that? This is a job? You can do this? Oh, sign me
Yeah.
up. So since then, I've been, you know, chasing this thing down, you know, and it's taken me a lot of different places, and I've worked with some really great performers and directors and like DPs and, you know, like editors. I mean, it's just, you know, like the community of creatives, you know, like these the imaginations that I've been able to cross paths with have been life, you know, like that's I feel like this is how I'm getting my education, you know, about humanity. And it's quite something, you know what I mean? And I've, you know, managed to, you know, teach a bunch of classes and work with, I mean, I've taught a class to football players, a Shakespeare class, to
Oh, wow.
that college football players, and so I'm saying it's just taking me all into all of these walks of life and working with people, professionals. I'm going back to Kenya in a couple of weeks to teach another work with some actors over there. But I did that a year ago, so it's been a great ride, and I'm continuing to just try to grow. You know what I mean? And see where it takes me.
That's cool. That's cool. And yeah, you said Minneapolis. My ears perked. I'm in Iowa, so it's like,
okay.
So I'm like 4 hours away. I'm like, oh
yeah. Been there many times.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the old Midwest. Yeah, you guys are. It's probably pretty nice there right now.
It's
right? Like,
it's we're like low 80s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's enjoy it while it lasts, because it's
Right.
coming.
Totally. Like
I can't handle.
you're right. Yeah. So here's the craziness. So 84, 89, 85, 86, 89, 90, 86, but then it goes 72, 70, 69.
Then the writing on the wall.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
when I left Minneapolis and moved to California, it was like 60.
Uh-oh. I don't know if
Are you there?
Oh yeah, now I can hear
crap.
you.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Yay, technology.
You're right.
Oh no.
I can hear you. The visual hasn't caught up, but I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Death. The wheel of death. The wheel of death. The wheel of
Uh-oh.
death. Are we there? I think
I can hear you.
okay.
I can hear. There you are. Yay. Okay.
Yes. Jesus Christ. Yeah, like I was saying that I left Minneapolis and it was like 60 below zero for like 2 weeks. I'm like, I clearly am being told to leave. So like, you're not welcome here anymore, sir. And it was like 18 inches of snow on the ground. I'm like, I don't understand this.
I couldn't do that. That's we hit like negative 25 once in a great while. Like it hasn't hit negative hard numbers for like several years now, which probably means we're due. But either that or we're getting like the only good effect of global warming. Something and
for now,
but
right?
yeah, exactly.
That sweet spot where we haven't started to just burst like
before everything catches fire.
Yeah. Just that. Remember like the 20s. It was great.
Those 2 years before it just went.
Well, there's always the moon and there's always Mars to look forward to, right? And like,
right?
I think I'm just gonna get a boat. You know what I mean? I'm just gonna get my Kevin Costner, my Waterworld on, and just I don't know. This is a very dark turn that we've taken in this conversation.
Yeah, I keep saying that I think underground is probably they're gonna turn it into like the Truman Show where it looks like it's sky and
they got a lot of mole people to go through first. I mean, I don't know if I've seen mole people and in New York and in San Francisco. And it's not cute. It is not cute. So if these are the options, I don't know. What are we gonna do? You know what I mean? Get a Winnebago and just like
something. Just
No. I'm an optimist. I think we're gonna figure it out. And everything is gonna be running on vegetable oil.
You know what? I could see that. I could easily see that. I mean, that's the one thing about where we're headed. Like my folks have solar, and I'm so glad that they do, because it makes because they're and the more of that stuff is sustainable things. It's good to. I mean, it's how they're made isn't wonderful right now, but like other once it gets to the other side, it's helpful.
There is that, and like we are really, really behind the times comparatively speaking to other countries.
Yep.
that, you know, like, and, you know, we'll catch up. Like, I mean, I think that,
Oh,
you
yeah.
know, like, I mean, we're a little bit daft, you know, we're a little bit stuck in our ways, a little slow.
Well, there's a great Winston Churchill quote. He said, "The Americans will always do the right thing after having first exhausted every other option."
That's exactly right. That's exactly
So
right.
that was the 40s. So I guess things don't change as much as we'd as much as we'd like to think.
It's slow. It's slow. I
It's
mean, and like, you know, I mean, I think that that's sort of the wonderful thing about this place in a way, is that, like, meaning America, in that it's like so diverse despite itself. Like, it can't help
Yep.
itself. It's like a big giant baby with, like, you know, shoes on that are too small, or, like, you know what I mean? It's like it's like, you know what I mean? It's it's compared to other places that have sort of figured things out, like, I
Right.
don't know, gun control. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
but, you know, like that rugged individualism, and like, you can, the
Mhm.
possibilities, and the be able to, even when in the midst of, you know, like, just, I don't know, like, I want to say what I want to say, but like, I don't want to say what,
Right.
but
Yeah.
like, you know, like, it's there's still, like, you could, I think you could still choose to be an optimist. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like, we're not, I mean, this is not North
Yep.
Korea, for crying out loud. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like,
I think there's a
yeah,
reason for
there's,
like the Superman movie just came out, and there's all these people that are talking about how beautiful it is to see something hopeful, and all of this kind of this energy. So I think sometimes we have to take a look. You know, sometimes you have to get a real good look at what the bottomless pit looks like before you go, oh, you know what? Maybe not. It's
listen,
okay. Like
yeah,
it's
I
and
just
that's
think it's when the aliens just reveal themselves, like, that I mean, they've been here and they're
yep.
walking amongst us, when it's time for them to, like, say, hey guys, you know, like, I think that might mellow us out. You know what I mean? Like, we might.
You know what? It might be good for us as a species. I think so too. Kristen said, between us friends, is Bortus starting to have feelings for Kelly?
Ooh, you
That's a
saw that? You saw that, huh? I think, you know. I hope, because, you know, they're writing some more episodes, right? So I think that,
Mhm.
like, I think that, you know, I talked to Seth a couple months ago, and he's very busy, and, you know, but you know, it's on the to-do list, meaning the show. And
Yep.
the way we sort of left it, it was that, you know, because of the fragmentation between Clyde and Bortus's relationship, Kelly sort of steps in and becomes like this, more than a friend. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Yep.
she comes in, and she, like, when we go rescue Topa, like, so, I, you know, it's like, and I think that's really interesting, because I think that there are feelings that are starting to develop that Bortus, might not understand or know what to do with, or how to. I feel like he's such a compartmentalized being. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think something as messy as love, is, like, would just be a lot of fun. I think,
Yeah.
to, you know, I mean, he's already, you know, like, there's no, like, the whole idea of having an affair, isn't, because, you know, we saw what happened with the simulations that he was doing. So that's that. I don't think that. I think he's exhausted that, as, you know, as an escape from his marriage. So I think that, like, the conflict of having feelings for a human being,
Yeah.
and still trying to navigate his partnership, and raising Topa, would be some really interesting, juicy material to certainly write and certainly do. Um, you know, but a word to the wise, you know, I always say, you know, like, the if you want to imagine what the sexual event is for Mocklins, if you just put a couple of big rocks in a dryer, and, like, it's like that's, so I don't know how well that would work out for the human,
Right.
but
Yeah. Right.
we saw what happened to John Lamar when he was dating Tala. You know, like, that was not cute. Like, the poor guy, you know, broke his leg. He was swollen. You know, like, so. But yeah, like, that would be really interesting to see what that, on so many levels. you know, to
So-
see what that's like.
So I'm going to keep this as PG as I possibly can. There's
I'm trying.
no. I mean what I'm about to get in. So as a Superman fan, there was a thing that came out in like the 70s, and it was talking about Kryptonians dating and mating with humans, and it was a
Yeah.
paper called Man of Steel, Woman of Kleenex. So what you're
Oh,
saying is the Orville needs to have its
Yeah.
own version, the Mocklin and human, so that there's like a
I-
version of Man of Steel, Woman of
uh,
Kleenex for the
I don't want to go down that road. I don't want to. I'll leave that to the smart writers to
Right.
figure. Yeah.
Maybe
'Cause,
somebody in the Orville Reddit section will go nuts.
Jesus Christ, we're gonna get
so-
sued.
Sorry, I figured I'd just bring it up and just slowly back away.
Everybody's thinking it. You know what I mean? Like
Right.
that's the first thing that pops in my mind. But that's just me. So I think that it would be a serious set of challenging circumstances for old Bordy, you know, to figure out.
Bit. Yeah. Kristen said, keeping with Orville, can we talk about Bortus's reaction to Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer?
Oh man, that was some very, very technical, detailed work to like really try to get underneath the idea of what an alien, like how an alien absorbs the human zeitgeist, right? Like something. And so, and even in saying, you know, like we say Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer and Santa Claus, like Bortus would say Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer and Santa Claus, you know, because just like little tiny subtleties that like lets us know that he's not familiar with this at all. And just like the simplicity of learning, like what he's going through emotionally with like, you know, like gender reassignment, that light topic, and then be able to like learn something from something, you know, like that, you know, like that episode of watching Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. And just I remember watching Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer when I was a kid and really being taken with it. So, you know, yeah, like that was a great juxtaposition of simplicity and complexity, and just learning and stillness and just absorption, and then that the noise that his nose makes really sort of took you to the sunken place. You know what I'm saying? Like you could just, you know. Well, yeah, no, that. Thank you for that, because that I really had to sort of dig in and try to figure out the under, you know, what makes this interesting, like what makes this like realistic, what makes this plausible, like and it is funny kind of, but it's not as funny as it is funny, you know what I mean? So you know, like I think and that's great writing. I think just like, you know, like Seth and just laying that out to like have to sort of tap dance through that. But yeah, like that, you know, I mean, like there's space battles with Dolly Parton songs. I mean, like you got it all in this show. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, but yeah, like just like these weird, you know, like juxtapositions of emotional, you know, quality that the juggling act of like, you know, trying to absorb the simplicity of like this children's story as it's reflecting with my own story with my own child, you know, like it's all good stuff to have to be doing it at one time, you know.
It's a great character study to see, like
Yeah.
like you're saying, the way that is absorbed from other culture, from alien cultures, from, you know, and like how that might be taken. It's like, oh wow, you know, we don't think about those things, and then there they are. And I mean,
that's the thing about science fiction. It's like, you know, you're writing, you know, your human beings are writing it for human beings, right? But like the idea of really exploring, you know, alien psychology, like alien, you know, like and have it not be from the viewpoint of a human being. Like, I mean, like I always want the writing to push a little bit and have the union not always be on the right side of the moral compass. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I think that that's unfair to if you're going to write about alien species and coexistence, like, we have to be learning stuff too, right? You know what I mean? And like, and so, you know, like, that's always the trick, right? I mean, because if you're wearing a rubber mask, you know, like, I mean, at one point, like, I was like, Bortus's tongue should be black. And I don't want any, like, so I was putting this black stuff in my mouth. Nobody saw it. You know what I mean? So like, after a while, it's like, okay, well, that was my thinking. I was like, I really want to lose myself in, like, so you don't, there's no human being in there, even though we're like, you know, bipedal and, you know, like, you know, and we're speaking English, or like, I would love to hear like the like Tagalog Bortus. You know what I mean? Like, I think that'd be great if he like spoke, you know, like his, like, I wouldn't what Mocklin language actually sounds like. You know what I mean? You know, so, but yeah, just like, we're always trying to push, you know, like, riding the edge of humanity and non-humanity.
Yeah, I think that's great, especially, you know, like and the point you made about, you know, the human side needs to learn things too. That I think that's because that otherwise it's just sort of self-serving on some level, and it's like, well, that's fine, but that's not life, right? We're like, we
I mean,
learn,
you know what I'm digging? I'm digging Alien Earth. Like, I don't know if you've watched any of that, but like,
I haven't, but I've seen it come up on my feed, but I need
you
to see that.
dig in, tuck in,
okay,
because it really, I'm just like, oh yeah, this is how it would happen if, like, you know, like, because the hubris of human beings at that point in time, you know, like, I love the whole alien world, you know, like the company and mother and all these things, but it's just like, it's pretty freaking terrifying. But it's like human beings, we just well, you never learn, you just don't learn. So anyway, I like that kind of stuff, like, I'm plausible. I mean, it's really terrifying, but like, I like the idea of, we really need to get it together and keep it together, or I mean, it's like a, you know, it's like a shaky wagon rolling down the hill as it is, but like, you know, like, but you know, like, I mean, you know, we'll see, like, if you know, I don't know, like, I mean, like, a friend of mine was like, you know, human beings are like a skin disease on the earth, and it's like, you know, like, and we are like the only species that really doesn't coexist with our environment and our food supply, and like, all these things, and like, you know, like, that's another thing with The Last of Us. I can't bring myself to watch the second season, because the first season was just so, like, it just ate me up, like, just because the idea of like this and in the way they started it, like, you know, like, talking about like this parasite that lives, like, that goes into ant colonies and grows from inside, and like, they were like, if that ever happens to human beings, it's over, you know what I mean? So and then that's where we start, you know. So like, oh god, yeah, it's I love all science fiction. It's just my favorite genre of you know, film and television and reading and stuff like that, just because, you know, like, pushes, you know, like, like, I'm very curious as to what 1,000 years looks like. You know, someone was like, "Oh, everyone's gonna be speaking Mandarin and no one's gonna have pinky toes." I'm like, that could be, you know.
I mean, you never know. From what you've told me, I don't know if have you ever seen? It's an Amazon series called Upload.
Is it a comedy?
No, it's got some humor in it, but it's about it's set in the future, and all the cars drive themselves, and it's
I think
it's
I've
about
seen trailers for it.
Okay, yeah, I think I would love to know your thoughts on that, because it details where they upload people's minds to a digital afterlife, but there's a tiered system. It's all about what you can afford and all of this kind. It's like, there are things in that just blew my mind, and certain other things that they were like, oh, somebody else thought of this too, because there were things that I was thinking about where things might go and whatever. I think you would find it fascinating.
Yeah,
But
I'll
yeah,
check it out. I'll check it
yeah,
out.
yeah. I'd love, and yeah, feel free. And if you'd like, feel free to find me on Instagram or whatever. If you watch it, I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Okay.
So I saw an interview one time. I saw an interview recently with you, and I have to ask this. So I understand the makeup and everything can be very uncomfortable. And you talked about, you mentioned briefly that one time an ant got stuck in the makeup.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how to get out of the chat because I'm going back so I can see your face. But anyway, let's see. I go back there. Yeah, like there. Well, I've lost your face, so I'll find you again. And let's see. Oh, there you go. I was afraid to hit the X, but I took a chance.
Right.
But yeah, they're in LA. 1 second. Can I get some air in this car? In LA, like in the summer, like the end of summer, they're like we get inundated with these they're like the little brown ants, you know what I mean? That just like, well, they like, I don't live in LA anymore, but like, and you know, like the Bortus's, the way that Bortus's head is constructed is that there's no place really for air. They open my head up, like it's very much like the eggs in Alien, like, you know, like they open my head, but popsicle sticks, and so like I would go into so my head would be open so I could breathe, right? And so I go on my trailer and you know, rest for a while, and then you get a knock on the door saying that they need me, and I go back to, when they go back on, as I'm going back to set, they glue my head back together, you know, like, and
Oh, it's breaking up. Shoot, I can't. It's all good. It's all good. Yeah, I can't hear you. Yeah, fun with technology, right? No, I think I can hear you again. There we go.
Yeah,
it's all good, man. It's like technology.
It's a comedy show. I mean, it's like I'm waiting to get towed. I'm like, I'm turn the car on to get some freaking air, and then it switches over to the car, and then it goes back, and I'm trying to turn it off and trying to tell the story about freaking ants in my head. This is exactly what it's like, you know, like but yeah, like after I don't know where I left off in this song.
That they closed you back up, and they closed your head back up, glued your head back on.
Yeah, and then they glued me back on, stuck in there, and I can't take this makeup off. You know what I mean? No. It would rip my skin off with it. So I go to set, and I think we're on the bridge, and as I'm walking up the stairs to the bridge, I feel like this crawling, and then another crawling, and then another crawling, and then like there's one that starts to crawl in my ear. And I'm like, I have ants inside of, like, it's a perfect nightmare, right? Like, there's no, and there's no way to get to them. But so there's like, you know, half a dozen, like, you know, 9, I don't know. I mean, so I'm literally punching myself in the face, like, and banging my head on the wall. And they're like, what the hell is wrong with Peter? Like, you know what I mean? And I was like, ants, you know, like, and I had to just beat myself silly until I got them all. Do you know what I mean? And squishing it, like it was like, and they were like, be still. I'm like, I can't be still. So that was probably one of the worst experiences. You know, I mean, I've had some doozies.
Yeah.
But that's up there. That's right up there, like with getting a hex put on me when I was like living in Ghana. So like, or getting malaria.
Right.
Yeah, it's right up there. You know what I mean?
Oh
I've
my.
been through some stuff.
Right? Oh my gosh. That is that's just I had to ask because I'm like,
Yeah.
I'm sure that I can't even imagine. Like I mean I've had so this is I'm a big fan of costumes myself, and if this thing will come off of here, this is one of my
Oh,
fun
wow.
things.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
see
yeah.
you see out of the
Yeah, yeah.
eyes and all this kind of stuff, right? So I mean
I love it.
I've done costume work and stuff before. I love characters and things, but I'm like, I cannot even. I would.
Yeah, imagine putting that on and then duct taping it around your neck so you can't get it off, right? And then like drop a few ants in there and let them run around, and see how you. That's. But I'm glad you have that head because it is claustrophobic.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So.
Yeah. And
I
yeah,
mean, I'm
there's
a
no
weirdo. I
breathing in
like
that.
MRIs.
Oh,
Like
oh my gosh.
yeah. I mean, I like little small places. I don't get claustrophobic, or afraid of heights or anything like that. But
Yeah.
that was like I've never felt more trapped, like
Right.
in my life.
Oh, I can imagine. Well, hey, I hate to wrap it up, but Peter, this has been an absolute joy.
Oh man,
It's so much
anytime.
fun, and we would
Yeah.
we'd love to invite you back for next year.
I'd love to.
Oh, there's like
Wonderful.
there's so many more things we'd love to talk about, and
I know.
thank you for your
Yeah.
time, and I
Of
hope
course.
now you can you can get out of there, not have to worry about getting a ticket, and
I think I'm gonna risk it. I think I'm gonna risk it. I haven't been here this long. I mean, what's the worst gonna happen? Cut to. Yes. No. I'm gonna go ahead and pay for the parking and meet my family for dinner. But thank
There you
you
go.
for having me. And
you're very welcome.
Our pleasure.
Anytime.
We'll have to make this whole scenario. We'll have to write a short skit and just film. This will have to be. We'll have to put this as a skit somewhere on. I don't know.
Yeah, like you just need a couple of cameras in the car and like the tow truck buzzing around. Like that's
Yep.
Nice.
Yeah, exactly. We'll add like a meter person and some other.
Ooh,
just like you think they're coming this way. Oh, but then they get distracted and they walk the other way and.
And then the car next to you starts to get towed, or then you step out and there's a boot on the tire. You're like, I didn't hear them put that on.
It's like
All right.
Seriously, there's lots to talk about. So anytime.
I love it. Oh, thank you so much.
Yeah.
And,
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
You guys
Peter
be well.
Macon, everybody, and
thank you.
Thank you.
Take care.
Take care.
Yep.
All right, I'm going to bring in our next guest.
Awesome.
Vinny.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, everyone.
Welcome. And
Thanks for having me.
Oh, you're very welcome. Before we get started, I'm just going to re-mention that this is Otherworldly Fundraising, and we are doing Options Save Lives Weekend, and I'm going to show a quick video that explains who we are and what we're doing this weekend.
Otherworldly Fundraising is a group of friends who decided to use our nerdy talents to help others. Our charity this year is Options Save Lives, which helps individuals fully recover from alcohol use disorder. Thank you for joining us this weekend and for donating to this worthy charity.
All right. And for anyone that wants to donate, you can look at our link at the bottom of the page that's scrolling by. That takes you to our website, Otherworldly Fundraising. And if you want to go directly to the donation site, there's a QR code right next to Jamie's head, and you click on you scan that, and it'll take you right to the donation site. So please donate. For anyone that donates $10 or more, they'll be entered to win one of our 3 mystery prize boxes. Anyone that donates $50 or more will be entered to win a painting of Amy Acker, as done by our own very talented Trevor Hawkins. And I was able to get this painting autographed a couple of weeks ago at a convention. So Amy has autographed it, and we are graciously offering it up as a prize to anyone who donates $50 or more, and they'll be entered into sweepstakes for that. And also We have some other prizes that are being offered. We have a signed script, Wonder Woman and the Justice Society. It's a DC animated film. And also another signed script. It's a Batman martial arts DC animated. And those were donated by who, Jamie?
Those were sorry, let me go. Sorry, I just had my thing just goof up on me. Everything just, sorry, hold on. It just okay. I think I just lost sound. Hold on.
Gary Mariano.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Yes,
Now
you're
now I can hear you again. Jeez.
Gary
Sorry.
Mariano is
Am
the
I
one that
fixing?
donated
Yes.
scripts.
Yes.
So
Oh,
thanks to
by the
Gary.
way, Gary says to say hello as well. So Vinny, Gary said to say hi.
Gary
Mariano.
Mariano.
He's a publicist.
You don't have to tell me who he is.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
You don't. I just needed to know like last name. I was like, I'm pretty sure it's
Oh.
Marino, but if I've been saying it wrong this entire time,
Well,
sorry,
I
Gary.
was told
Love you, buddy.
it's like the baseball player Mariano Rivera.
Yep.
Oh, well, then I've been saying it wrong this entire time. Gary, correct me next time. I love Gary. I love him so much.
All right. Well, what I'm going to do is bow out of the stage and let you two carry on.
Awesome.
Right.
Yes, I had a great, wonderful hour conversation with Gary, and you could just tell. I mean, he just oozes good energy. He just good people. So I don't know what the heck went on with my audio for a second there. I was just kind of freaking out. But
I mean, who knows? It's not. All we know is that it's not your fault.
Well, yes, it's exactly. Anyway, want to introduce the guest to my right. So Josh Chan in Crazy Ex-Girlfriend, Raiden in Mortal Kombat 1, Jeff in The Ghost and Molly McGee is in Raya and the Last Dragon, Jimmy O Yang in Another Period. Everyone say hello to Vincent Rodriguez III.
Hello.
And I saw I also saw the PSA video. Let's see, I just saw it a couple minutes ago, and that was great. That was fantastic.
Oh, gosh,
I actually I got to know I got to know there was somebody that did a Filipino PSA. I want to make sure I got the title right. And I actually there's a couple of Filipino families that were in charge of, gosh, what was it? America's National Teenager Pageant or something like that. And they were just, lovely folks. Brought me down for a couple. I'm a singer, performer, whatever. So they had me as a singing guest for the thing. Awesome. And just, wonderful. So as I'm watching this video, I'm like having flashbacks of things that I watched happen to them. I'm just like, oh God.
Just
man,
like it's real. We're real. We're real. The Filipino experience is real.
Yeah.
We are one of the many Asians. It's funny you mentioned Jimmy O Yang, because when we did Another Period together, I thought to myself, wait a minute, another Asian person who like this is happening, where actually like AAPI representations happen. Like I'm Filipino and he's Chinese, and I'm friends with Jimmy O Yang now. And then of course, like he's huge. So I just love that you mentioned him. I was like, oh my gosh, Another Period. I remember that's the first time I worked with him. And then I worked with him again. Yeah, I worked with him again on I don't think you saw this yet, but if you YouTube this is real. The BTS music video, Wasted on Me, featuring Steve Aoki. I am in that music video with Joe Coy, Jimmy O Yang, and Ken Jeong.
Oh,
and Leonardo Nam.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Cool.
So I'm in a BTS music video, and I often forget to mention that to people, but it was with Jimmy. He was learning a rap song, and because we had to do a lip sync, and learning raps and learning music on the spot is one of my skills. So on drives to like Palm Springs or LA or back up to my hometown San Francisco, I'd listen to songs. And you ever have a song, Jamie, that you're in love with? You don't look up the lyrics. You enjoy it so much. It's like a piece of food that you only want to get a slice of, and then you put the rest away for later. So on a long drive, I'm like, ooh, I just get to like slowly eat this cake of music. And so I'll learn it line by line. I'll just keep repeating it learn a line, sing it, go back, listen to it, learn the first line, sing this first line, learn the second line together, sing that, learn it, go back to the beginning of the song, and just do that until I know the first verse, and then I just kind of sing it to myself. So I've taught myself how to do that, and I love doing it with rap songs. So when I was with Jimmy, I was like, oh man, I'm so glad I learned how to do that, because now I was able to like focus on these lyrics. And I mean, doing in a lip sync video that isn't of my voice, I was like, oh, this is fun. I had to lip sync for my life, and I didn't even know it.
That's awesome. Yeah. So like I've got about 1 million things that I do. And one of them is I have a karaoke company because I'm a singer, songwriter, and all that kind of stuff. But I got my start in the Elvis realm. And when I was like 11 months old was the first time I was ever on stage in an Elvis outfit. So I started early.
Yeah.
Exactly.
We all went there.
Oh, totally. And
in Filipino households, we had Elvis and Frank Sinatra was blasted.
Oh my gosh. Well, I'll tell you this. If you ever went to a Lowe's and you saw the little singing Elvis Christmas ornaments, if you have any of those, that's my voice.
I love that.
Yeah,
how many people get to say that, man?
Yeah.
That's
And
cool.
so like one of the things that I do, so what you were talking about, like line by line, I did that for the guide vocals. I started a karaoke company called Just Awesome Karaoke to sell tracks to impersonators, because after I stopped doing all the shows and started doing my own, all that kind of stuff, I thought, well, I need to do something with all of this knowledge. So then I started a karaoke company, and then the guide vocals, I wanted them like dead on. So I would learn the lines like that, so that way the timing and the emotional inflection and all of that stuff is in there. So it's same application, different thing, but same application basically.
No, that's very kind of you, because like you said, like being artists, we often aren't just one thing. So I definitely 100% relate. I think many of us are actually multi-hyphenates. We don't start off thinking that because of the industry, and
everybody puts you in a little box and says, this is your box, don't get out.
That's a nice way of saying, wow, I'm so glad you said it, and then I didn't have to say it. But you're used to that, and you start to identify as that, even though that's not really who you are, which I find fascinating. And so so in the last like few years since pandemic, I've been doing a lot of research on psychology and mental health, mental fitness, because we were all shaken up, and then it continued through the SAG-AFTRA strike, and then I lost my trainer, my dear friend, and with fires in LA. So it just felt like, so amidst the chaos, they say that the calmest spot in a storm is in the eye of it. So I felt like I was in the middle of it, seeing it go by so fast. And one of the things I realized, like what you're saying, is there's a lot of things I'm really good at and that I love, that I have a lot of time. Like I've spent so much time in my life doing and paying attention to and creating a relationship to. Like I'm getting excited right now just thinking about it, because like when you're doing something that you're super interested in, like some of you like drawing, some of you love reading books, some of you love crocheting, some of you love just like listening to different types of music and getting lost in it. You're a musicophile or what's that called? Like the people who are addicted to music. Audiophile. You're an audiophile, which sounds like audiophile, F-I-L-E. But so like I love martial arts, I love musical theater, I love rap songs, and I love rom-coms, and I love action adventure, and I'm a Ninja Turtle kid. I'm a comic book kid. That's me actually as Nightwing.
Oh, that's you're gonna love this.
Oh, dude, Donatello, man, you're gonna love this. I literally have.
Yeah. Nice. Oh, you're muted. I don't know if you know. You're muted.
Oh no, I was muted. Oh no. Martial arts is one of my things. That's what
that's So I've got the full suit, and
oh my gosh.
And you see through the eye, you see through underneath the mask, just like in the
I remember so, I used to be able to quote that movie. I remember it's moving.
Yeah.
cricket. You're gonna. I mean, all this quote in my head. It's like, oh my gosh. I learned. I learned a spinning back hook kick from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2 when Kino did that spinning back hook box, and he kicked the guy, kicked the guy in the face, and he made him go like this, and then he did a sweep, and then the guy fell, and then I even remember his ki. Like I remember.
That's awesome.
You're just mimicking stuff, right? And so you're saying the same thing. So I was mimicking Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I learned to swing a bow staff for the first time because I was a kid and who loved Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Oh my God, that's so wild. That was my favorite. I wore out that box. I wore out that VHS.
Yep, same.
I truly did. And so, I just want to give you props because that's really cool that you started a karaoke company and you paid attention to all that detail, because some people who are singers, who are not singers, karaoke's their gateway. Like they don't have to sound right, or it's like exactly like the original artist. But then when there's a guide, that helps people learn music, and it's not the artist. So there's a kind of a detachment almost from the artist, and they can find their voice within someone else's voice. That's also how I learned a lot of music as a kid, because I didn't really like Frank Sinatra.
Right.
You know what I mean? I didn't like Elvis. I was just aware of him and how he sang, and I could do it a little bit, but I was doing musical theater and singing NSYNC music and Boyz II Men and, all that stuff as a kid. So anyway, it sounds like we're both just super nerdy artists who love all the things.
Totally. So one of my channels is called the EAP Society. It stands for Elvis Archival Preservation, and it's all about like preserving Elvis history and different things. We're doing events with like pieces of Elvis history and all this, and like we're preserving 33 ring binders about that thick of photos, documents, journal entries, and different things from a fan club that got access to everything, including Elvis's mother's funeral. Crazy amount of stuff, and like I'm an archivist at heart, so like if you give me like a pile of stuff to like scan or whatever, and then I'll go on. You
don't know what's in there, but it's a lot of stuff.
Oh yeah,
this is just the magic cabinet, and then there's technology down here, and there's just books and sheet music is there, binders are there.
I love it.
It's so much. I get you. I totally get you. It's because you love it, man.
Exactly. When you have a passion for something, and kind of like, just like you were just saying, like when you have a passion for something, we started the EAP Society in 2022. So a couple years after, the pandemic is, it's still here, but when things were starting to kind of ramp back up again, and I thought, you know what, there's a buddy of mine that had been bugging me, and it's like, okay, I need to get going. And now it's really grown, and it's really, but we'll have to talk at some point. I'd love to get you on the Jacklife channel once I've got that up and running and talk turtles forever. But
sure. I mean, I grew up hardcore. I probably have Ninja Turtle stories that would blow your mind. I probably have Ninja Turtle stories, plural, that would blow your mind.
Very nice. I love it.
My husband gave me these for my birthday, which was last month, and I happen to be wearing them today.
Oh, happy birthday. Well, happy belated birthday. Yeah.
Thank you.
Totally. That's so cool. Oh, Kristen asked, what is your dream Broadway role?
Oh, gosh. Well, I know there was already a revival of this in the West End that they tried getting here, but it's called a show called Crazy for You. And it's Susan Stroman's original version, which is a licensed version because her choreography was so brilliant and still is brilliant. And if her name sounds familiar, it's because she was the choreographer of The Producers movie. And on Broadway, Producers on Broadway, Contact, the revival of Music Man that was like over a decade ago, not the Hugh Jackman one, but the one before that. So Susan Stroman's like a prolific Broadway choreographer, and I grew up learning tap and how to dance from watching her dancers and watching her shows. So there was like a handful of choreographers I would learn from, and she was one of them. And so that was one of the obsessions I had was Susan was one of them. And I always wanted to do Crazy for You and play Bobby Child, who this is like who he is. He's a rich he's a rich kid who has a really overbearing mom who has a big company that she wants him to take over, but he doesn't want to because all he wants to do is dance in musicals.
That's awesome.
And so he's friends with all the theater people, but he's not in a show because his mom doesn't think that's a viable thing. And I'm like,
right.
That's literally how I grew up. And so his first song is Can't Be Bothered Now. So he has to tour a theater, and his mom is like yelling at him, and then they're saying he has to make business decisions, and he's just like, and then all of a sudden, ping, and he just stares at the audience as if, and they're still talking at him, and he's just like,
right.
Bad news, go away, go around someday. And so it's just, I was just like, musical theater, like more.
Oh, I love it.
So that would be probably, that's definitely one that I want to play. Plus it's the closest to a Gene Kelly part that isn't a Gene Kelly musical, because I love Gene Kelly and I love all his original choreography. I'm an archivist in a way. I learn and teach original choreography by the artist or the show. So I would learn auditions, combinations from being in New York and audition, because you audition and then you get called back and you learn it. And I would watch those numbers on the Tony Awards or look up when they were performed on the morning show, and I would learn them. And then I would teach them in my master classes whenever I teach, and I would use it as the curriculum. Like I wouldn't take ownership of it. I'd say I teach the choreography and talk about the choreographer, what the influences were, how these now are seen in these types of shows, and what the basis of the movement is and how it applies to other genres. Because like you said, once you know something, you have a way of communicating it to other people, and that
100%.
way could be their way of going, oh, well, that's more convenient and accessible than it was before I met you. And I'm like, yeah, my next master class isn't.
Totally.
But,
well, that's exactly it, because I think a lot of times, especially for such a long time, we as a society have kind of had this idea of, oh, well, don't talk about it. Social media has killed this, but like for a long time it was like, well, don't talk about yourself too much. Don't you don't want people to think you are egotistical. You don't think, some people don't care and they just do it anyway. But like now now everything is so fragmented. If you don't talk about yourself, no one else is going to do it. So it's going to have to be you. And unless I win the lottery, in that case, where I'm going to give Gary a call and we'll be good.
Great. Hi, Gary. Bring him.
Yeah. But yeah, and so I think that things that we can do as like the next generation of some of this stuff is contextualize this and really get people to understand it's not just somebody who kind of liked dancing or kind of liked to sing or kind of like whatever. There's an art.
It's an actual art. There's like something because and even the fan bases, as like I find this in the Elvis. I mean, not to keep bringing it back to Elvis, but like the Elvis fandom for the longest time has had this opinion that, well, he was a pretty guy that liked to sing and he sang well and he looked good and he moved and he came around at the right time and he got lucky. I mean, all of those things are true, but there's a conscientious artist in there. And even though he never talked like that, doesn't mean that it's not reality. And that's true for so many artists of that generation, because I think the Beatles were the first ones that were openly talking about, well, I took this and I took this and this and this and put them together. As like, this happened for a lot of different artists, just that they just didn't feel the need to talk about it. So that kind of becomes our job in a way to contextualize that to further generations so they understand it. Absolutely. I'm gonna bet on that. Say yes, and yes.
Cool.
Also, you said it so well. When you do reach a certain level of knowing, that should not be kept.
Yep.
That should actually be shared. And I know a lot of people are under the thought like, well, don't share it. Don't give to, like, no one deserves to know you or get to know you on that intimate level unless you welcome them in, because we're all very special. We're all stars. We're all different. We all shine a certain way, and we're all filled with greatness, like that possibility of various lanes of greatness. And it's up to you to choose who you want to be and unlock those things, but you have to be willing to discover what they are, which means you need to be curious and you have to be in search. And that means you have to be a version of Indiana Jones who is going to look for the Temple of Doom, but we never talk about how long he's looking.
Right.
So we're all looking for some kind of artifact, something that other people don't see exists, don't believe exists, but we believe it exists and we look for it. And I think artists like Elvis was trying to find something that was his.
Yeah.
And just like Lady Gaga, it's the same way. And it's really cool to, I'm not going to say it's cool to grow up, but it's cool to evolve.
Yeah.
As an artist through years of experience. And that means good and bad. That means being in voiceover booths at Warner Brothers. That means waiting for waiting at the open call at Actors Equity or at Ripley Greer in New York City, or doing a self-tape for this really special casting office in LA that you signed an NDA. You can't tell anyone you were there.
Right.
Through all those things, even down to like the bank account is low and you got to do your side hustle. Many people don't know what your side hustle is, or you have other streams of income that you've knocked on throughout your journey as an artist, because it's so difficult and it's so up and down. But I'd say the one thing that makes it really cool for those of us who perceive this passing down of information and using this enthusiasm. You said it already. When we were young, we were aspiring, we were looking up, and we're just looking for inspiration. And I can tell you all of my inspiration right now. You say musicals, I would name them. I'd name the performances, name the people. You'd say martial artists, I would tell you the movies, I tell you the moves. Like tap, I tell you the people, I tell you the dance, the songs. Like I know that so well, and I've auditioned and had callbacks and had success and booked things and been behind the curtain. It's like, I'm where the guy where the wizard is. Like, it's not, I'm the man behind. I've been behind the curtain.
Right.
Like, I know how to pull the levers, and I know how, and I know, just like many of us artists know, how much humanity is there. And that also comes with this uncertainty, this common, this equalizer for all humans, which is none of us know what's coming. We can't, we really don't 100% know. You could say you have a hunch, and most of the time you're always right. You could say that.
Right.
But none of us really know. And what's cool about artists and people who are really successful in this way that you're talking about, the reason why we're successful, Elvis, Lady Gaga, is they jumped off the cliff knowing they didn't know if they'd land.
Right.
And that's every take as an actor, ideally. I don't think Quentin Tarantino wants you to do something you planned at home.
Yeah.
No, he wants it different. He wants it alive. He wants to feel like you're alive, and we happen to be capturing it. And I think that is like the foundation of acting, is creating something real based on an idea you have, and the collaborative process that involves being inspired by other people's ideas, whose job it is to inspire you or direct your vision so that we're all telling the same story, which ultimately leads to a product that is nowhere near what we could have created if we made it on our own.
Exactly.
It's a sum of so many influences, and not just the people who made it, but all the things that it influenced those people to do that job. So I hear what you're saying. I love this idea that you and I, particularly because we're talking about it, like to give that back and help the people who are building it now, because a lot of them, there's a lot of data out there. Everyone has the option of learning whatever they want. It's attention. Cash is not king anymore. It's attention. I get it. So how do I capture your attention? And I study this. Believe it, based on all my research, it doesn't matter if you're an artist or not. When you tell the truth and you are authentically you, there's an empathetic response every human being, whether they know it or not, will have to you. And that's why we love certain comedians, because that's not fake. None of that is fake. They are feeling awkward and you are laughing because they have a relationship to what made them feel awkward, because that's what we're watching. We're watching a story, and that's the other part. We're all storytellers. We're addicted to story. We're addicted to relating to one another.
Yep.
And
That's how we're wired.
That's how we're wired. And now some actors do it through being different characters and telling stories. Some of us do it through telling stories through music, or some of us do it through creating moods and energies and ideas, not necessarily literally with the words, but with just the overall composition of a song. Like listening to Once the Musical is different than listening to Lady Gaga's latest album versus listening to one of my favorite musicals, maybe Happy Ending, starring Darren Criss, or my new favorite musical, The Outsiders. Oh my gosh. One of the best musicals I've ever seen. The Outsiders, you're not ready. None of you, if you've never seen a musical, or it's been a while since you've seen a musical, whatever, and you're in New York and you want to see a Broadway show, there is no question. You go see The Outsiders and you see what musical theater, the future of musical theater is, and what it truly can be. It's a marvel, kind of like Harry Potter and the Cursed Child. Though those are two live stories that blew, like we know what it's we know what it's like to be in movement classes, doing yoga, doing like exercise, doing acting exercises and stuff. And a lot of you who are listening to this also know this. But man, it just takes so much like commitment to play pretend and believe in yourself when you do it, knowing you don't know if what you're about to do is going to be funny or exactly what you want it to be. But those of us who have done it so many times and keep trying and keep throwing ourselves off the cliff, eventually we get addicted to that feeling leading up to it. And eventually we learn to fly because we have a relationship to taking the risk. Yeah. And that's what every take is. That's why there are blooper reels, you know, and they're horrible. Or they're or like the most serious actor, and they're doing this fucking like, no, it's just, oh, bloody hell. Can you get that? It's so tight. Just shit. Yeah. Okay, back to one. And they're just like, whoa. You just stepped out of who you were to be you, and you went right back to okay.
Like exactly. It's just like, yeah.
And we can do that. Like human beings can do that. Not all of us believe we can. But that's, I think, why we like to teach, and like we like to show people like, actually you can do this. It's hard, you know, because it makes you feel stuff and it's overwhelming.
It can be, absolutely, yeah.
Oh my gosh, singing some songs, man. You know, there are some songs you don't listen to unless you're in that mood.
Yeah.
I have musicals like that. I'm like, nope, every 3 months, only every 3 months.
Yep.
Only every 3 months.
Yep. Oh my gosh. Yeah. It's funny when you were talking about like breaking and things like that, just to kind of surprise people. Like I've got and Trevor, I see your question. I'll get to that here in a second. I have a almost movie perfect Captain Jack costume that I drag out every so often on Halloween. And I don't drink. I'm not. My alcohol screws with my stomach, so I can't. So I'm always the DD. So it's really funny is, you know, this person that is walking around like this. You know?
That's it. That's really it. All three of the things he made the character. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. Nailed it. And they're thinking, and so you see me walk, and it's funny to watch people watch me walk to the driver's thing and get in and going, oh, this is not going to go well, and then they're like shocked when it's fine. But the first time I did it was in Las Vegas, and a bouncer at the front stopped me. He says, "Sir, you can't come in." "What are you joking? What do you mean?" "Sir, you're drunk, go home." And so I dropped. I'm like, I can't actually drink, so the only thing drier than me is the sand. And you see this look of panic come on his face, and he's like, don't worry about the $20 cover, just come on in.
It's like embarrassed. He's like, sorry, you just gave me a performance. You just won an Oscar in my brain. So you just come right in.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry.
No. Yeah. So I think he thought I was gonna like call a manager or something, but which is fine because we were there for 5 minutes. Like, yeah, it's all right. The most fun in Vegas for Halloween is just walking up and down the strip and seeing the costumes. If you ever, that is. I saw like movie perfect costumes from The Mask, both Jim Carrey and the villain. They were walking. Anyway, so but yes, no,
It's fun.
It is so much fun. Just to give people those pieces of character and just watch again lessons in psychology.
It's play. It's play.
That's exactly.
It's play. Oh,
Yeah.
T.
Oh,
Hawkins. I bet you'd
yes.
say that dance and martial arts have some commonalities. Which one surprised you to figure out?
It's a great question.
T. Hawkins, you caught me red-handed. There is a seminar and a talk that I am writing, and it's about the marriage of martial arts and dance. Just like Gene Kelly did with Anatomy of a Dancer, he showed how sports was very dance-esque. And it was neat. He showed, jumping, like doing a 3-pointer, or he showed throwing a baseball, and he just did it slower, and like would use his a palm on his shoulder, and use his lat, and because I wasn't great at ballet when I first took it. In fact, that wasn't the first dance I learned. I was very untrained. And people were like, "Oh my God, you're such a good dancer. You should take ballet." And I'm like, "But I'm a good dancer." No. You need ballet because it's a foundation for all dance. And that's exactly what it was. I didn't like it. It was really painful. It was really hard. But discipline, which is like my first black belt in Shotokan when I was 12. And then getting my second one my junior year of high school, knowing what it was like to train for a black belt. Extra workouts, extra classes, hundreds of push-ups, being hit, being punched, holding push-up positions for long periods of time, horse dances, and they're hitting your legs, being in a fight and being so tired, but you can't leave,
Right.
So, it's just all this conditioning that is just ultimately, I think, just creating resilience within an art form. They just happens to be one is a little seemingly violent, and the other isn't seemingly violent. But dance, to me, T. Hawkins, you brought out an admittance for me. So if any of you are watching, here's my coming clean. I have a secret. The secret is the last few years that I've been taking dance classes since pandemic. It's not because I wanted to change careers and only become a dancer. I was actually suffering, just like many others, from depression. Mm-hmm. And I would see these little notes on Instagram saying, why dance is like the #1 cure for depression. And of course, we hear these things and we think we're being sold. Right. But then more data just keeps coming through because the phone's listening, and it's all this science-based knowledge. And I found myself taking more dance classes. I started teaching Groove 3, which is a hip hop cardio dance format that my friend Ben Allen made. And he teaches instructors, and instructors have these classes, and it's all levels, and it's taught in a specific, repeatable way so that a group of people who have never danced before can do it. And if they take it again, they can learn all kinds of choreography every class without being overwhelmed, and get that sweat going, and still listen to the funnest songs, like the top songs that make you want to dance anyway. And so I got addicted to that because I loved I realized community was also what I needed. And so in that way, T. Hawkins, dance was my way of holding on to and keeping to my side the discipline I have for martial arts, because I haven't been doing martial arts that much since I was a kid. But the 11 years I was in New York, it says martial artist. When I got to Hollywood, people ask, and I always include, I'm a martial artist. And there's a bow staff there. There are nunchucks in my car. I have multiple Arnis Eskrima sticks, like right here. I have a sword as well. Like I have commas in that cabinet. It's like I know how to stretch for a round off back handspring and a back tuck and an aerial, and but I didn't use these tools. And I guess the reason why I'm saying this is because I always identified as a martial artist up here, even though I didn't do it. So when I started taking all this dance to cure this feeling I was having, and trying to literally shake my body out of feeling crappy, just to shake, because that's how you do it. If you want to shake your brain state, you just move your body, because when the body moves, the brain grooves, as Jim Quick would say. See, Jim,
I love that.
I'm giving you credit, Jim. I learned a lot of things during the pandemic, and researching Jim Quick studies on how to speed read and feed your brain. and how to like kind of advocate for yourself and your
Yeah.
development, I was paying attention to all these different authors and thought gurus, thought leaders, TED talkers, influencers, YouTubers who spoke so eloquently about their journey, what made them want to give back and share and teach. And I just got hooked. And then I had all these epiphanies like, oh my gosh, I've been teaching since I graduated college. I should teach more. So I started to teach more. I started to do more master classes and intensives. I've taught in Manila. I've taught at my alumni PCPA, the Pacific Conservatory of Performing Arts in Santa Maria. I've taught at my old high school, Westmore High School. Like
Nice.
I would just go back and teach wherever I could. And I've taught in places all over the United States. And it varies. Hey, your high school drama club is doing West Side Story and you want a 2-hour workshop on stage combat.
Yeah.
And I have 2 hours to teach you the basis of stage combat so you can do the fight scenes that exist in West Side Story. And I was a Chino and I auditioned to be a jet. So I killed my body doing the shark steak. And then I'm doing Chino and he's just like a mess of emotions.
Yeah.
And then I'm the fight captain and I'm fixing fights that were not set by a fight director or a stage combat specialist, was set by a choreographer, and we didn't have the money, and it was just dangerous, to be honest. So this is no offense to the choreographer. This is just this is just an act that happens quite often, gets overlooked, and it affects the artistic standard of the fight, which affects the story. So now the story is not as compelling because you earned it to this moment, and now the fight happens, and you're like, now you don't believe the story as much. And so I was making these adjustments with dancers and actors.
Yeah.
So that it would hit, and I talked to them in that language,
Nice.
whatever their language was.
Yep.
And it was so cool because if they're musicians, I could say, okay, so remember this punch has to happen right after he does that. So think of that as your standby. And then when you enter, this is the breath and this is the exhale, because the breath dictates what happens next. So if I go, then it's quick, but if it's, then it comes out that way. So I was teaching all these things and teaching where the exhale was and how to, when you throw this back, give me a nice make sure it's low because it's going to match. It's going to collide with that high pitch sound that happens right after you. Because orally, we need to experience the fight too. So I in 2 hours, somehow, thanks to my assistant, Daniel Velasco, who's an amazing actor, I did it.
Awesome.
I don't know. They found me. I don't know how, but they found me. Run for it, Marty! No, it's like I did it. I don't know how we did this, but we did it. And so, I guess passion and expertise and just being in the flow and being a theater kid again and being like, I think these are the basic tools you'll need to do it. Now create. And they did great. They were able to do very safe things, hair pulls. They knew jabs, responses. Like they knew they knew how to put it in their bodies. They knew how to like grapple with one another without hurting one another. And like you can take it to the ground if you want. There's a way to do it, so it was just so cool when you see young performers light up with a concept and they run with it. And it's so good. It's not like they're done. It's like, it's perfect, but you see that they're really interested and all they do is get better the more they do it. So that's what happens when you repeat stuff. Sorry, I talk a lot.
No, you're fine. And that's the inspiration for that. Well, I've got one that kind of leads into that to a certain degree.
Yeah.
You were okay. So, what are you? What degree black belt are you?
I am first degree black belt in Shotokan and first degree black belt in Taekwondo.
Very cool. All right. So that leads into, how did you get involved with the Mortal Kombat franchise? Having some martial arts in your background, okay, I'm going to modify this. It must be fun to play a martial artist, but I'm also going to say, how did that impact how you approached the role? And shout out to the OG Raiden. Yeah.
Well, I'm going to start off with a shout out. Carlos Piscina, pretty sure I've seen you in other things when I was a kid. You're amazing. I've been inspired by you. So thank you for being a part of the DNA that makes me an artist today. Because I truly was. Like, I love Jackie Chan movies. I watched all martial artists. I watched behind the scenes of things. I think I saw behind the scenes of Mortal Kombat. So I've seen your work when you were just doing the mocap. And I was inspired, and I thought one day maybe I'll do that. Now I haven't done mocap.
Okay.
But I have done on-camera action fighting. I did it in Crazy Ex-Girlfriend. I've done Taebo in a garage to a Billy Blanks Taebo video, wearing nothing but shorts and sneakers, looking 168 pounds jacked and ripped, doing spinning jump back hook kicks.
Nice.
That I choreographed because they didn't choreograph. Someone did.
No.
They're like, you're just doing Taebo. And I'm like, all right. So I choreographed a sequence that looked like Taebo. And then I added things that weren't Taebo because it had to be flashy because there was a line of dialogue. Well, one of the lines of dialogue they added on the day in the moment. It was by Keenan or Chris Red. One of them said, he's like a Mortal Kombat character. And I was like, like, he was like, who is he fighting? Like, because I was like really mad. I was like, who's he fighting? An aggressive ghost? And I was just like, oh my God, this is too fun. Focus, Vinny, focus. So martial, I'd say martial arts has just kind of always been in the background for me. And so when it came to auditioning for the voice of a video game character, they actually didn't tell me that that's what it was for.
Oh.
So imagine me being in a slew of, I don't know, maybe a few hundred over the year. No, like let's say 100 in a year of voiceover auditions. And in the beginning, I didn't book a lot of them, most of them, honestly. It took my agent to ask for a favor to get me hired, but she said that she said that she would help me in that way, not because she thought I wasn't very good, but she said, I can hear your tapes and they're very good. These are great reads. And I don't know why you're not booking, but I think you just need some encouragement. You need to get in the booth. So I did. And I did the English voiceover, the English dub for White Snake, a Chinese animated feature film. Did well in that. So they had me do Nudja.
Yeah.
Which was years ago. And of course, Nudja 2 came out in theaters everywhere this past February and became the 5th highest grossing animated feature film of all time.
Very cool.
And then I get an email saying, do you want to reprise your role in Nudja 2? We need to do the English dub of the second movie. I had no idea what happened with the movie release. So I'm like, oh yeah, sure, I did last year, English dub, no worries. It's not a huge gig. It's a modest gig, but I want to do it because I love doing it the first time and I want to reprise my role as Li Jing. Then I get to the recording studio and they're like, oh, did they tell you? I'm like, tell me what? This movie is getting a full global theatrical release because it's the highest grossing animated feature film of all time and the 5th highest grossing movie of all time, and playing your opposite you as your wife is Michelle Yeoh, just so you know. And I'm like, what is that now? Cool. I'll just bring it back. I just got it, and I opened the door, I closed it, and it went. Yeah, I'm ready to go.
Yeah.
Like, and then we all had a good laugh at it, and it was great. But the reason why I tell that story is because that was in the beginning of my voiceover career, and one of the things I learned is voiceover. This big difference between voiceover acting and like acting on a camera or on stage is nothing. It's acting.
Yeah, it's all acting. Yeah.
And you can interplace that quote of me doing that with Jason Alexander, and goodness knows how many other actors who have said the same exact thing.
Yeah. So
with that lesson, I was just acting in my reads and really embodying the characters. And when I got this one, this is trippy. The audition for Mortal Kombat, they said it's a video game, and they were vague. And they said, they didn't say it. The producers, they just said it's a video game. It's an epic one that's very well known. There's a character here, new guy. We're reading for a breakdown of a few lines of, like 5 words. What?
Interesting.
What? So I went, okay. And they gave me one log line. They described the universe and they say, he's and like, in the world where monks like this character are called to action, we need him to help be a hero and gather people to help save people or whatever. I don't remember. Like I'm totally ruining it. But then it said, if you have an Asian accent, please turn in one read without and one read with. So when I was developing my character, I thought, well, if it's an Asian accent and he's like a monk type or has these qualities, I'm like Bruce Lee. So I'm listening to Bruce Lee on YouTube and I'm mimicking him, getting a comp, getting the song, getting the texture, getting his point of view and how he's saying things. I was like, wow, he's very philosophical. I like that. I think that's a part of this guy. He's like a priest. He's a monk. He's okay. So I did that. So I created my own Asian accented version of that. And then when I did the English version, I just took the accent part out, but kept the song, the tonality and the approach. And I applied it without the Asian accent. And I got it. And then when I got it, I got an email saying, because it wasn't the code name anymore. It was like the actual thing. And it said it said MK1. And I'm like, no. And then it said the role of Raiden. I'm like, no. That was my response.
That's phenomenal. That's phenomenal. I love that.
So then you get it, and it's of course 3 years can't talk about it.
Sure.
And Dominic, who helped create Mortal Kombat, director of Mortal Kombat, he's just directing me. He's like an actor, like on a set. He's like, all right, so this just happened. Okay, these are just taunts, or this is a story. This is what just happened, and you feel this way, and there's a little behind the scenes there. So it's what you do if you read a script, but it's different because you're not reading it. You're downloading it orally from the men who helped create it. And so now it's true play pretend when you were a kid. Oh, do it like that, but do it like you're a really angry policeman. Ah, okay, now do it like you're a bigger monster. Ah, no, with claws. Ah, whatever it is.
Totally.
And so we're in the sandbox, and he's giving me all this stuff. And I am, to answer this question, I'm using like everything I know from martial arts in these reads. And I have footage of it, and I'm literally going like
oh, that's awesome.
Trying not to hit the mic.
Right. Yeah, I was about to say, yeah.
Yeah, but because I know, and it seems like, Vinny, why would you do that? They're not filming you. And it's like, no, but you're
got to put your body in it.
You have to put your body into it because the character has a center of gravity. It comes just like Cynthia Erivo said when singing in the air as Elphaba and Wicked. When you sing, you need the ground to align your body. You have to be grounded like a tree in the earth. That's why many acting schools and singing schools, the best drama schools, I think, train actors in visualization, in becoming rooted into the earth, and the light is shining out. And so you're standing tall and you're expanding wide, because on stage we have to.
Yeah.
It's a house of 1,500 or whatever the heck, or 12,000, I think is the most I've performed for. The Muni Outdoor Theater, the Muni, St. Louis, Missouri.
Nice.
So you have to really expand your energy. It's just turned up. Your energy is so enhanced, which is more exhausting. And so you have to be able to turn it down too. But so I was using my physicality to ensure in my brain I wouldn't, I was being honest with the circumstance that Raiden was in, because a lot of them were taunts with different types of people that were opposite me. And so I wanted the effort and the attitude to be as realistic as I could. And I'm like, well, what's more realistic than actually exerting myself, which I actually knew how to do because I train in stick fighting all the time and action. And I know how to hook my arm, and I know how to block my face, but I also know how to open my position if the camera's on my face and we need a close-up in an action fight. But also all those things really helped me when I got into the booth. But to answer your question very basically, I just auditioned and they didn't tell me what the role was. And I think I really am grateful for my acting training. I train at the acting center, and they were training me to create characters and to just have confidence in building and developing them. Developing meaning try the idea and just keep trying it until you like the idea. So it's yours, but it's all based off of what they gave you.
Yeah.
It's always based on the text, which I remember just drilled into me in theater school, and you hear it all the time on set and with writers and executive producers and showrunners and casting directors. And so it just all kind of whirlwinded together. And that question actually brings us back to the other thing we were talking about. I teach this stuff. in my intensives and master classes. I literally want to give away this thousands and thousands of dollars, these thousands of hours that I took to learn and connect these disciplines together. I just want to give that to you.
Yeah.
I'll just give it to you.
It belongs in a museum, going back to Indiana Jones.
Oh, I remember the look on that kid's face. I remember when Harrison said it, there was something, because no, he really meant it. He was like, it belongs. There was a righteousness to that.
Yeah.
You saw the idealism in his character.
Totally.
It's for everyone. It's timeless. It represents something great from our history, and we should all be able to enjoy it. Like, that's one of the things that hooked me on Indiana Jones, honestly.
Same.
You know, I think it was on purpose, man. Now that you said that, they were just trying to teach us to be more adventurous in life.
Yeah.
And to keep
searching and to be more open with each other, because that's how we all learn. Like, you don't, if the information isn't there, then somebody won't be inspired by that information because it's not there for them to be inspired by. And, you know, I will say one thing about, you were talking about like the differences between like acting and voice acting, and that there's no difference at the core of it. That's true.
Yes.
I will say this, the main difference that I see is, you know, I mean, yes, you're getting direction, but in acting, especially if you're opposite someone, unless it's like a one-man thing, or the one person thing, you've got somebody to play, because half of acting is reacting. Well, in that case, you're acting both your part and the other person that you see. So you're acting for like 2 or 5 or 6 or however many people are in the scene with you.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
You see you see them and their motivation, and you're interpreting that to give yourself something to react to.
Yes. Oh my gosh. Well said, my friend. And thank you. Because I'm sure other people were like, Vinny, you need to listen to Jamie, because duh. Like,
no, but you're absolutely right with the core. I just wanted to add that bit of context.
Well, I agree with that context. The only thing I would add to that is part of playing pretend and rehearsing is not just what you say. It's what you're thinking as a character when that character is speaking to you. So some of us will not learn the other person's lines.
Right.
But it's not about learning their lines. It's really knowing what they're saying, like reading it and thinking about how your character is reacting to that and why they would say that, and having that thought as the character, and then going and then looking at your line. What do you say? So it's like there's a step in there that I always bypassed as an actor. And it was just like, if I took all my dialogue out and I could say whatever I wanted, but the actor across from me was still in the same scene saying their lines, what would come out? And then it's like, okay, does what I said make sense for the character? Cool. But now what was written for me? And can I just use their words?
Right.
Instead of, but now you have more make believe, like you were saying, you kind of have to act as different people. But though in my head, I don't think that as acting as different people. I just add it to the play pretend I'm making. So, which is kind of fun, but it's also totally hard. Like, that's an extra thing that is one of the hardest things about what we do. Because like, here, act with this tennis ball, or give us 3 reads of that line. But you only read me in for the beginning of it, and now the next 2 I'm saying just out of nowhere. And then there's another skill you develop, which is resetting yourself and going back to the moment before, and without anyone telling you, you look up 2 lines, and you put yourself in that position and you read the lines as if you're there, and then until you get to your cue line, and now you can respond the way you would. So you give yourself a little more time to do another read. And that's a discipline too that takes 100%. Practice. And it's also, everyone has different ways of doing it, and so I'm respectful of that. I just became so pragmatic on what would help me get the most authentic result that would feel alive, so that the person listening to it, the director, the showrunner, the casting director, would think, I want them to understand right away, I hear the character.
Yes.
I feel okay, I feel where they're coming from. They have a very specific point of view. So like that kind of stuff is so important as an actor. And I'm still honestly, Jamie, as someone who's a fellow like archivalist and teacher and giver of information, it's still overwhelming sometimes to think that I can even say these things, because I don't want it to come off as being boastful or egotistical or narcissistic. But to quickly say something about that, and then talk about A Normal Heart, because I see Kristen's question. Hi, Kristen. There's oh crud, what was I saying? Sorry, ADHD.
I do the same thing. I call it etch-a-sketching, where like, you shake it and the sand is gone. That's what I call it. So I like
sorry, I guess it wasn't meant to be.
No, well, I'll tell you, I'll say this. When you were talking about, that you don't want it to seem boastful, one of the reasons that I asked about like the black belt degrees and those kind of thing is I look at it, I describe it to people, because you get to a certain level of understanding and you kind of work with that for a while, and then eventually something else just kind of opens up, almost before you understand it fully.
Yes.
And then you realize that, oh wait, I used to be looking at this and now I'm looking at this other thing.
Yeah.
And it's like it's a layer on a layer on a layer. And I don't know, this may not be a good analogy, but I look at it as almost like the next degree of, and it's like, is there a perfection in anything? No, but we still push toward that because that helps us grow in ourselves. And so using that as a context to tell people about what it's like, well, this is my understanding at the moment, and maybe years down the road it'll grow beyond that, but that's where I'm at now.
Yeah, it's years of understanding. Absolutely. I think the degrees in the black belt system, because there are usually 10, are a great analogy for how we keep leveling up and creating new layers of understanding. And I'll even dare say, with understanding and repetition comes certainty, and uncertainty leads to confidence.
100%.
Where am I getting this information? Google it. I don't know. I told you who I listened to: Wayne Dyer, Michael Beckwith, Simon Sinek, Jim Quick. It's like Joe Dispenza. Like these are even Dr. Jim Doty, head of manifesting psychology. And so like these are all the things that like I think help us believe in ourselves. Mm-hmm. And I think that's also what is kind of being fought for as artists. We're not saying that, but we're fighting for our ability to express our ideas. And when it comes to acting, I think the people who are in charge of hiring and creating stories and who gets cast in the parts that they write, I think that responsibility is, I want to make like the writers are like, I want to make sure I make something that is my favorite and that is mine and that represents what I think the show should be about. I want to hire writers who believe in that. I want actors who can live out those moments and who believe in it based on how they portray the character and how they develop it. I want to see how much they believe in the story and how much they understand. And that's what our auditions are. It's like, hey, here's a self-tape. Send me some ideas.
Right. Yeah.
Or like, this is the character's like this. That's your jumping off point. Please give us a character that looks like that. But if you have other ideas, hey, you don't have to turn in just one take. Yep. So I do that.
Yeah.
Because like, here are some ideas, or like, I don't know this casting office. Here's 3 takes of 2 scenes.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, I know this casting office. It's like, oh, I think I know what they need. So I'm just going to give them 2 each because I think I know what they're looking for.
Yeah.
And so, but that comes with time and developing that. It takes so much patience, which I think can add up to a level of confidence, which can lead you to moments like Kristen is asking about, doing a play on Zoom, specifically the play A Normal Heart, one of the greatest queer-centric plays, pivotal queer-centric plays ever, and to be cast in a role that is usually always played by a white person, but this version was reimagined based on the talent that was around us in that moment and what that director, Paris Barclay, and what the producers of it wanted to see and wanted to share and wanted to say.
Yeah.
So they asked me to play this part, a doctor who's closeted. And I happened to play opposite Sterling K. Brown. No big deal. It's fine.
Right?
It's like whatever.
I love that.
Guys, gals, they, thems, everyone loves. It's wow, what happened? It was an amazing experience. It was very scary, Kristen, to answer your question, because oh man, you get in your head when you're with someone who you idolize and whose work is so inspiring. I remember, Kristen, feeling so nervous. I'd be even nervous rehearsing. Like, and I knew I had to rehearse mostly with my MacBook, just like this, because this is what it would be. And I did a few things over the pandemic like that, and I got pretty good at Zoom callbacks and good at doing performances. Like I do musical performances where I have to be on a plane, and they'd choreograph us looking this way and then looking down at the same time. And they, Brady Bunch edit that stuff. So I was a part of stuff that was kind of technical online. And so I had a bit of that confidence, Jamie, but Kristen, you're asking about this because I assume you saw the cast. It was just these amazing actors, and so I was very intimidated. But later on, when I talked to Paris Barclay, he was so complimentary of my work, and that made me feel obviously a lot better, because even though I knew I was a good team player, because we rehearsed like 2 or 3 times outside of the reading, because there was a telephone scene that was very fast paced. And with Zoom, we noticed we couldn't get the pacing where we wanted it to get to. So we had to like really pick up a cue when you didn't even hear them finish the line yet type level of specificity. And I bought a fake phone so that I wouldn't have to do this.
Right.
But I bought a real phone cord that at the other end goes into your actual iPhone. So I got one.
I have one of those too.
Yeah, mine is collecting dust, Jamie. So,
Same. I used it. It was cheap plastic. I used it once, and I was like, "Oh, this sounds like garbage. I'm not doing that again."
Like this is it's a nice prop now. So it's like so I could do things like this and because the behavior, like there's a whole environment happening around these characters, and we just wanted the frame to feel like those energies were pulling us in. At least that's what I wanted to create, because I know these things are kind of thrown together. There's not always a whole lot of rehearsal time. Even sometimes there's not a whole lot of prep, even though during this time we had all the time in the world. We had our own challenges to deal with when learning material for plays and stuff. But it was really amazing that the cast was incredible, and getting to work with different actors and just feel that pressure to, I'm going to say level up my game, but I'm going to equate it to something more specific because that's too vague. When I say level up my game, I mean take a larger bet and put it down, and I'm betting on me.
Yeah.
Because I'm with people who already bet that big on themselves, whether you think they're good or not, because art is subjective. You don't make it so they'll like it. No, you made it because you like it. Oh, they happen to like it. Oh, wow, a lot of people happen to like it. Like we've seen this happen all the time on TikTok and YouTube and social media. So it's not a surprise. Artists who get hired, they get rehired because the ideas they come up with are ones that really serve the stories that they're auditioning for. So creatives are like, I want to work with an actor who can bring my idea to life and who has ideas to add to my ideas because I love their ideas. Oh my gosh, what they did with that character was so cool. Oh, and then they did this one. Oh, and then they did the similar one, but they added this other thing. Oh my gosh, that was so fantastic. It just makes us excited. And so I think when you live as an inspired person, or in this case, an inspired artist that influences in a positive way your work, and therefore it has a higher influence and a bigger impact on the people, not only that you work with, but on the people who are watching the story you're in.
100%.
You know, so Normal Heart, I think, was a great example of that. It was such a broad experience. It taught me so much, and it really made me scared, Kristen. You know, but I'm glad I did it, and you know, I think it's recorded, so it's forever out there. And you know, as I say to my students and my friends, it's just another swing I took. I took a swing.
Yep.
I tried it. If I don't like it, I could have to teach this to my students. I'm like, if you don't like the way you look in the past, that's fine. Take notes as if you were a director, but then be a compassionate director and rewrite those notes to the actor, but as if that actor were you.
Yeah.
Like, be nice to yourself. Like, what would you say? You know, like,
Yep.
you sucked. You'll never do that. No, just like, hey, you're a little pitchy up there. There's too much effort. You got to find ease up there.
Yeah.
Okay, we didn't have enough breath there. Oh, that you didn't support that breath, and also you didn't earn the emotion, which means you didn't earn the breath, which means then you didn't hit the note. So, because there's all those technical things like, oh, you didn't hit the note because you didn't build emotionally within the singing properly.
Yep.
To get 100%. To that
100%.
place, because that's how songs are written, beginning, middle, and end. Same thing with a movie. There's something like, it's a hero's journey. Something always goes wrong.
Yeah.
World is established.
Yep.
Like all the rules, and then the hero or anti-hero, and then all the team players who are going to help that person, and then the ideal world, the problem.
Yep.
How it ruins the life, and then what the hero does, what are the allies, what are the obstacles they run into, and then what does it mean to them, and then they try to do it and they battle, and then there's a montage to like get better to fight the battle, then they fight the battle and they either win or lose, or usually they lose and they go into despair, and then so heroes, it's the same. And when you know that, right, as an actor or as a singer or just as a storyteller, like it makes your job a little easier. And you can, or the way I think of it when it comes to acting, it's easier for you to decide who your version of a character is if you really just understand this genre. Who wrote it? Who's directing? Oh, who'd they cast already? Oh, you kind of already are imagining. Well, if it's J.J. Abrams, huh? If they're hiring, you know, Robert Downey Jr., huh? Okay, Sterling K. Brown is in this. Okay, they have Meryl Streep in. Okay. All right, what is this? And it's shot and it's cinematography by this person who did Everything Everywhere All at Once. Oh, wow. And A24 is doing it, dude. And now you're auditioning for this part. How should this part be played? And now you're like, oh my gosh, how is that? Like, you could be afraid, or you can be like, well, it's way easier for me to decide now because I have all these givens, these facts. And I know the structure of how stories are told. It's like, oh, this side's from page 20. This side's from page 60. This side's at the end of the movie at page 125. And now you know what's happening in the story, and you identify what your function is, you know, how your character contributes. And I feel like that's the fun of being a performer. Ideally, because I also think there's times where it's not fun, y'all. Like, you know,
it can be a slog.
It's a slug. Like, for artists, we want it to be fun, but sometimes it isn't. Just like all y'all who have jobs that aren't artistically based, you don't do it because they're fun. You do it because you got a degree or it's paying the bills, right? I think, though, ideally, it would be really cool if the 8 of those hours you spend making a living were not just spent working and making money. Because if you look at the time you spend sleeping, 8 hours, let's say, the time you spend eating, 3 to 5 meals per day. Takes up a few, like probably 2 hours, if not more. And then you have time in the bathroom, just getting ready for your day, just showering, just decompressing, right? And then you have, so you're sleeping, eating, personal time, and then you like need to spend time with your family, like, you know, whatever that is for you. But at the end of the day, you really only have like 4.5 hours once you cut out sleep and work. You know, add work to that 8 hours. So you have 4.5 hours left. And so I figured if you're spending most of your day 8 hours a day working, it would be great if it was something for 8 hours a day that fueled you, that you really enjoyed, that you want to spend your time and your existence doing. Yeah. So, you know, just like I worked the survival jobs, I worked at Starbucks, and I just found the joy in it. And I pulled all these mad skills. Like, Jamie, I bet you could write a book on all the things you learned from your survival jobs, and how I'm like, oh my God, that totally applies to this. Like specialing a table. It's copy. I now learned copy. And now I'm doing it for a table. You know, It's like I'm looking at the table. Oh, he's having a steak knife. I have to mark that table. So it's the moment before, like you're thinking ahead, just like you would your prop before you enter Act 2, Scene 1. It's like, oh, remember, you have to put throat lozenges there because after it's very dry after you do that because of the fog in that scene. So yeah, you know, it's like this is what artists do, and so
it's all building life skills. I mean, that's true for almost anything that you do, and the key is finding things that even when it is a slog, that you still at the end of the day are happy that you went, or happy that you were there, but sometimes if you're not at that spot, you find other things that you're doing, and you see where those things can apply to what you want to do. So when you get to that, when you get to that space, then you're like, that's just more wheelhouse stuff that you got in your head. It's more skills that you can pull from.
I mean, I feel like that's another book. That's another TED Talk I'm going to make. I have so many TED Talks in my head. I have one for like college, like beginning college students in performing arts, and then ones that are leaving college to go off on their own, and then ones that are already in it, doing it. Like I have specific things. I have general things I would give them, but I also have specific things. And one of the ones I'd be across the board is definitely how to leverage your survival jobs, and how ideally they, in many instances, they're not just one. And so when you do have a diverse palette of survival jobs, you can habit stack that, James Clear, Atomic Habits, habit stack that with what are the skills that I'm weak at, that I need to be better at in order to be an actor who can function as a one-person business. Headshots, resume, emails, postcards.
100%.
You temped at an office. You were in charge of online orders at this bake shop. You were a PR manager for a sushi restaurant. You were a host and a server, so you had to learn both positions, and you had to be assistant manager at times because they would always step out. So we would have to learn how to stall and how to de-escalate things. Did anyone teach you those things? No. You're like, I'm just going to take a swing.
Yep.
And you take the swing in the real world at the survival job, and then you book the musical or the play or the album or the long, the project, and now you're collaborating with other people, and all of a sudden there are these little synapses in your brain, these structures, these systems that you already have. And I think you'll naturally do them in your brain, but it would be cool if we just had more awareness of like, that's what we were doing. Like all my fellow actors out there, if you work at Starbucks, y'all better be learning how to be other people. Y'all better be learning how to multitask, memorizing recipes for the cups, like troubleshooting, thinking ahead, social relations management, also your energy level before work, after work, making sure you eat on time. Are you hydrated? Do you have a good relationship with your support system, your shift supervisor, your manager? Do you have a rapport with your cast, like the people you're working with? Do you have compassion and empathy for them? Because they're not perfect, but part of the reason why they're going to love working with you is because you give them space to be imperfect and to support them, which is no different than you would in a recording studio or on stage or on a set.
Yep. And something else this just popped into my head now is the thing about the survival jobs is when you're learning things in those, the one thing that might be good for people that are learning different skills and things to keep in mind during survival jobs is that those aren't necessarily, I guess, unless you either really screw up or do really, really well, they're not necessarily in front of a camera that's going to be seen by 1 million people. So that's a great time for experimentation. If you want to try out a personality type or something for a character or whatever, do that as the barista at Starbucks or the whatever. So that way you can then play with that and see how people react to that. And then you can have, you can think about those things. And I'll piggyback on something else that you had said that just popped in my head as well. Like you were saying about, put yourself in the director's chair and be good to yourself when you're doing it. I think it's especially when we're looking at any kind of criticism or not criticism, any kind of critique is not criticism, but critique is be specific. Like there's a difference between oh, I sucked just then versus I didn't get, like you were saying, like, I didn't get my breath right. I didn't earn, which meant I didn't earn it, which this didn't build and this didn't. So you look at those specific things, because if you just have this amorphous blob of it sucked, then there's nothing to poke at and improve on.
No.
Versus if you got specific notes, you're like, okay, this, I didn't do this. How do I work on that? What steps do I take to make that different? And yeah, that's, I absolutely, I love the vibe of it. That's so good.
Oh yeah, like trying to tell a kid who's learning high jump or squats or long jump or whatever, like, yeah, jump higher.
Yep.
They don't know how to jump. Like, they don't know how to jump up for basketball. They don't know how to squat. They don't know how to send their hips back. You're saying jump higher. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Your jumping is horrible. Jump higher.
Yeah.
Teach them what a squat is. Like in dance, teach them what a plie is. Teach them how to extend through the foot. A lot of people can't even get on the balls of their feet in releve. They think that we're on our toes, and we're not.
Right.
But if you learned what that was, you would learn that you can push through your toes, which is exactly how ballet dancers get so much height off the ground. They're using the plie, which is what you see them knees parting, and they squeeze that together. And while they're squeezing that together, the heels are coming up. The heels are coming up.
Yep.
and the toes are last, and they're also pushing you off the ground, and the person is lifting with their chest and has their core engaged and is pushing down while they push up, because there's all this physics that are involved, and it's visualization. Just
Yep.
like basketball players say all the time. And so these are all the is the word elusive, like invisible things that make what we do.
Perfect word.
But it's not perceived by the people who are, not everyone who's learning stuff on social media or YouTube, because I do too. So I love it. I actually love it. I'm gonna put up more content soon on social media. I have a lot of things. I'm a speaker and a teacher, so I'm behind on things to post, but they're out there, and in terms of my ideas, and I look forward to sharing them, because I don't want to hold on to this on my own,
Totally. What's your so you've got a YouTube channel where you're putting these out, or?
Well, I mean, I'm still developing my YouTube channel. I actually have a production company called VR3 Productions Inc. My COO is thank you. Yeah, my COO is Don Mike Mendoza. He's been my manager in the Philippines, which is a new venture for me. Is building my career out to the Philippines, adding modeling to my hyphenate. It sounds odd, but that's really that's the rebranding process I'm going through. Thank you, Matthew McConaughey, for saying the words that we dread as artists, because there's a lot of pretentiousness in what we do, and there's vanity, and it gets a bad rap, and it villainizes a quality that exists in our business, and that is actually one that people pay for. And so I'm no different than any other human being who struggles with doing my best, looking my best, presenting myself at my best, and navigating all the stuff that happens up here that is not really you. It's like the stuff you learned that you should probably unlearn, but not everyone knows how to do that.
Totally. Yeah.
And I'm like, I got my ADHD book over here. I got my gifted book. I got psychology. I'm like, okay, the 5 love languages. What's that? It's like, how to be more compassionate at work, or like all these little lessons that exist that I think help us along, and ultimately like help us stay connected to not just each other, but ourselves. Because you're only going to be so lucky in your lifetime to be a part of moments where you're really connected to you and what your joy is, what your love is. And the people who inspire that, your spouse, your friends, you could be your brother, your cousin. It doesn't have to be your blood family. For many, it's not. It's their chosen family. It's their basketball team. It's their rugby team. It's their gym crew. They go to gym together, and I love that. I see those pockets of people. Oh, we do marathons together. It's like, oh, we do pickleball on Thursday nights on the hump day. And I'm like, I love this so much, because I was a martial arts kid. I was in martial arts classes every night of the week. And on Saturdays, I was there from 10 to 2.
Yeah.
Doing martial arts, eating Little Caesars, doing martial arts. Or in high school, doing musicals, rehearsing. I was in jazz band. I was in marching band. I was a volunteer, service commissioner, we called them. And so if you're, I mean, many of us are very fortunate, but maybe we just I encourage everyone to take a little stock. And like, if you're a part of something that really hits you on all these levels of feeling good and feeling connected and feeling like you're expressing yourself in such an honest way, I think that's one of the most beautiful things ever. And I am so grateful right now that I get to experience that with my original cast members of Crazy Ex-Girlfriend for 4 concerts starting next week in New York, Friday night and Saturday night, 2 weeks later, Friday, Saturday night here in LA, and then my hometown in San Francisco. We are going to do, I have the script, I looked it over today. It is so fun and so ridiculous. And it's just exactly what our other live shows were, and our 2 sold out nights for Radio City Music Hall were. We're just theater kids having the best time, the best joke, the funniest joke wins. Bits are welcomed, but also need to be nuanced and collaboratively created. Boundaries need to be made, rules need to be made, so what can be broken and what shouldn't be broken. And really just like letting yourself bask in that feeling of being connected to these people who just you feel connected to. Like you love them, you love singing with them, performing with them, making them laugh, them making you laugh. I get to live that. And I leave Tuesday for New York, and I'm still kind of processing it, to be honest, because it's been 10 years since the show wrapped. And so this is a big moment. And I'll be honest, I'm overwhelmed in a very extremely great way. But just because it's great doesn't mean I actually have the capacity to deal with that amount of whelm. That's why I call it an overwhelm, not an under. That's a problem too. Not a whelm. It's not a whelm. No, it's an overage of whelm.
Right.
And
my whelm runneth over.
My whelm runneth over. It's too different.
Yeah,
totally. So I'm excited because the fans are excited. Jamie, Crazy Ex-Girlfriend has some crazy fans. See what I did there? But we're really excited to see them and celebrate these songs because they mean so much to people who, were also battling with mental health issues, like our anti-hero Rebecca Bunch, who found out later she had BPD, but that's after she did these really horrific things to herself, to her friends, to her life, because she just wasn't coming from that healthy place. And thankfully, because of Rachel Bloom, who co-creator of Crazy X, and she executive producer of all the songs because she co-wrote all the songs, and like a head writer, she's in charge of the narrative, along with Aline Brosh McKenna, the Aline Brosh McKenna, the screenwriter for Devil Wears Prada, the most quotable movie of all time, especially in the LGBTQ community. So let's get that right. So Aline and Rachel led this universe and created such a dynamic group of energy, but also made sure there was always this through line of Rebecca's going to figure it out, and she's going to need her friends, and her friends are also figuring things out. Sound familiar? It's so relatable. So all these people, it's not just women who relate to Rebecca. I relate to Rebecca, and our musical TV show isn't just for musical theater fans. People who don't like musicals, men and women, they, thems, don't like musicals, they love Crazy Ex-Girlfriend because it's not.
That's awesome.
It's not just candy. It's not pop. It's pop with substance. It's these pills don't taste good, some of them, because we're dealing with real stuff. Like really bad personal mindsets, but we're also dealing with the ridiculousness of real life things, like trying to get ready for a date and hearing sexy getting ready song. It's a sexy getting ready song. And then going on a date and realizing that you gave your partner a UTI and then singing, I gave you a UTI, a UTI. Like it as an Elvis song. Like who does that? Why would you do that? Why would you? There's another song called We Should Definitely Not Have Sex Right Now.
I love that.
Guess what happens during the song? And
I
we're
wonder.
singing it.
I wonder.
We should definitely not have sex right now. Song, song, song. It feels so good to be having sex right now.
Yeah, yeah.
During the song. We really shouldn't have had sex right now. That's not really the last lyric. Sorry, Rachel, if you're listening. I wasn't prepared for that one. But I'm glad, I'm grateful to be here and get to share some of the joy about my own life and about art with you, and and all the things I'm doing outside of acting and stuff, because it really matters to me. And I think Crazy Ex-Girlfriend was just, I got so spoiled. I have been ridiculously spoiled. Extraordinarily spoiled by Crazy Ex-Girlfriend. The people, the writing, the story, the meaning, the fans who have come up to us and said how much it means to them, and some who have actually admitted to us, at times awkwardly, but honestly and so authentically, like the only reason why they're still alive is because of our show.
Wow.
And to hear that, I mean, I'm sure it's true for many people and many types of art or things that inspire people to, have that, get that, the will to live, the will to go on, the faith, the courage, the bravery. Our show had that, and the viewers felt it and saw themselves and believed that it could be better and it could change, and it did. And now they're seeing us live at the stage door after the show, and they're from like some other country,
cool.
and they flew here from, it feels really good and is kind of unbelievable. And at the same time, I just, radical acceptance, like
Totally.
it is what it is. I still have to pack. Oh my gosh.
Oh no.
And I had to pack costumes, guys. I gotta pack some weapons. I won't say what. I don't want to give it away.
Right.
I gotta pack wigs. I'm just kidding. I don't have a wig. But I have a wardrobe. I have a wardrobe to put together for the concert in New York.
Gesundheit. No.
I was just gonna try to have everything.
No. It's
but thanks so much for having me. This is so cool.
It's been such a joy talking with you. And if I have one small piece of advice for this,
please.
how many days are you doing this? 5 days, you said?
The show, or how long am I in New York?
No, how many days of the show do you have?
It's Friday in New York. It'll be Friday, Saturday night, and we have an all-day rehearsal the day before, so Thursday, and then I have like press on Wednesday. And so my marathon isn't quite a marathon, but Jamie, if y'all could see my calendar, I planned when I nap. I planned when I go to the gym. I plan when I buy food. I'm eating every 2 to 2.5 hours, because I know what happens when you get creative and you start getting really excited about something. That blood sugar drops.
Yeah.
You're burning so much energy, being pumped, warming up your voice, singing, ideating, feeling joy, moving your body, sweating, just feeling that life in you. And so was that going to be your advice? Like, take care of yourself and pace yourself?
But also because and I understand, because like on October 2nd I leave for Denmark for 5 days, so I definitely know. But like,
what's the time change?
It's crazy. I have 2 concerts. I have 2 concerts over in Denmark, and then I come back, and then I prep for Christmas shows in November and all this kind of stuff. But what I was going to say is, since this is 10 years and you're seeing folks that you haven't seen in a while and everything else, like, take battery packs as much as you can, film everything that you can, because these are memories that you're gonna cherish. And I mean, I'm only 2 years older than you, but like, but like, there's so many things that I was like, oh God, I wish I'd have filmed that, because then it'd be so much fun to look back on, even if I never look, just to know that it's there. If there's a moment where we're like, what did that feel like? And then you watch that and you're right back in it for a second. It's a great experience. So I
100%. I agree with you now, and I agreed with you 8 years ago when 8 years ago when I joined the cast of Crazy Ex-Girlfriend, and I filled my phone with photos and videos of 4 years, to the point where I had a wrap poster, and I guess I'll finish on this. I gave them like a big poster as a wrap gift, and I made it very specific. So it's a dock and then the ocean and like sunshine. And so I had a big 2, 0, 1, and a 9. And then above here, I had a little note saying, "To my dearest company of Crazy Ex-Girlfriend." And I said a lot of nice things and poured my heart out. And I said, I started the show not doing TV and film and never having started anything. And I kind of had to learn from scratch. So after our 4 years together, I think I affectionately refer to being a part of Crazy Ex-Girlfriend as my 4-year like degree in TV, filming television from Crazy Ex-Girlfriend. So cheers to the class of 2019. Thanks for the memories. When you look at the 2, there's photos. Every photo that's in the 2 is from season 1. Every photo that's in the 0 is from season 2. Every photo that's in the 1 is from season 3. Every photo in the 9 is season 4. And then above that, you can see kind of like those paintings where like you have to blur your eyes to see what the image is. You kind of see that in the background. And I told them what it was. It's in a little note. It's actually right here. I said, I told them what everything represents. And then I said, the faint black background is my favorite part. Those are actual quotes from our fans about how much Crazy Ex-Girlfriend has meant to them the past 4 years. I wanted you guys to be able to look at this poster and smile, remembering how much fun we had together, creating this amazing piece of art that had such a positive effect on our fans all over the world. I will forever be grateful to our creators, Rachel Bloom and Aline Brush McKenna, for creating this world and bringing all of us together to bring it to life. I love you all, and I will miss you so very much until we meet again. You're Josh Chan, Vincent Rodriguez III. So
beautiful.
That was my wrap gift.
Perfect.
And it came with a PDF. That was 64 pages long from the fans of them answering that question. What does Crazy Ex-Girlfriend mean to them, and why are they going to miss it? Like so good. And because I wanted them to be able to open it and like just a stranger. Just like you need
feel it.
You don't know their name. There's no personal information. Yeah. It's just the pure joy from strangers who saw this show and who follow me on social media and saw me ask this question. My assistant had to go through so many messages, but it was beautiful. And I got to create this little document. And so to be celebrating the 10-year anniversary of the show and celebrating it by doing another live concert. Like, we're gonna dance a little bit and we're gonna sing our songs and we're gonna improvise and do a show for you, and it's gonna be alive. You're gonna be like, things will happen in that show that will not happen for the rest of the shows. There might even be guests, wink, that will not be at other shows. There might be jokes that we alter because that audience was saying this at us or doing this, or those the people in the front row are wearing this costume from this number from Crazy X instead of this guy because they come dressed up. You know,
that's so good.
As our various music video numbers. Yeah, we have over 157 original songs and dances. Crazy Ex-Girlfriend. Yeah, so Kat Burns, our Emmy Award-winning choreographer, she choreographed all of our numbers, and she hired amazing associate choreographers. So we have all the genres of dance, the most amazing dancers in LA, all diverse in age range and ethnicity. You know, we just really upped the representation. And so, like I said, I'm just very grateful to be a part of it and to be celebrating in this way. And I will be clearing more space off my phone so that I can just keep annoyingly taking selfies. So that I have content. No, it's not just content. It's I wanna share like that. My YouTube channel is gonna have a lot of different things in it. It's gonna have footage from Crazy Ex-Girlfriend that you've never seen. I have even videos of, like, because I also work out, and my trainer Eric the trainer is a celebrity trainer, and he transformed bodies for comic book universes like Jason Momoa and all these different action people, you know,
Yeah.
and these leading men. And so he taught me how to do that, and have all these videos of training with him and what I learned, and the technique of how I exercised, and videos of me and how I cooked and how I ate. And so I have this like passion for obviously fun musical comedy, but there's this, and you have it too. It's just this incessant need to give back and just kind of contribute. Like, just you want to give back because like people helped us get here. Well, now we want to pay it forward.
Yep, it's building the community, and in the wider and wider the community gets, the more. Yeah, exactly.
We all win. We all win.
Yep. We
all
all
right,
win.
Indiana Jones. It belongs in a museum.
It does. It all
Yes.
does. Vincent Rodriguez III, thank you. Vinny, thank you. This has been an absolute pleasure and a joy, and I look forward to look forward to speaking with you again, hopefully soon. This is just lovely.
Oh,
yes, and it was great, and we had a great weekend. And hang around for a second, Vinny. Once I close down the stream, our founder Kristen wants to say something to you, but I'm just going to let people know this was a great weekend. The donation link is still up. You can go to our website on the ticker down at the bottom, Otherworldly Fundraising. You can go to the QR code and scan that to donate. And I'm going to play the video one more time just to let you know that what we were doing here this weekend and why it's important.
Otherworldly Fundraising is a group of friends who decided to use our nerdy talents to help others. Our charity this year is Options Save Lives, which helps individuals fully recover from alcohol use disorder. Thank you for joining us this weekend and for donating to this worthy charity.
Thank you. Cool. And thank you to my beautiful wife, Rebecca, for creating that video. And keep the donations coming in. Yep. And for anyone that donates over $10, you get put into our sweepstakes to win one of 3 mystery prize boxes. For anyone that donates over $50, you get put in to win this painting of Amy Acker done by our very own Trevor Hawkins. And she autographed the painting a couple weeks ago at a comic convention. And anyone that donates over $60 gets entered to win one of these 2 scripts signed by the cast of DC animated movies. So we've had a great weekend. We're going to continue to have the donation links open for a little bit longer, a week or so. So we're trying to just raise as much money as we can for Options Save Lives, and go check them out and see what they're all about. And thank you all for spending the weekend with us. I'm going to end our stream now.
Before you do that, I just want to say really quickly, we're at $1,102 at the moment, as of the end of the stream, which is fantastic. Let's get that number up. Don't forget that whoever donates the most money, and you can't do it anonymously or we don't know who to send it to, whoever donates the most money, I have a $100 digital download pack of my albums that I'm going to give to the person that donates the most money. So yeah, I've been doing albums since 2002, and my 2016 album is almost entirely songs that I wrote. So definitely check that out. We do have slots open for I think is it 3 that are still open for I've got Deadpool shout outs. So
Deadpool shout outs.
Yeah. So if you want me in a crazy red outfit doing all kinds of weird stuff like that, then that's something that you can do as well. So that's fun. But so anyway, thank you, Vinny. Thank you, Steve. And thank you again to Gary for being absolutely lovely and submitting those scripts as prizes as well. So thank you to everybody, all of the guests that have been here for the 3 days. You all are beautiful. All the people watching, please share this video, share the videos. We're gonna before too long, we're gonna have individual videos of the things from the weekend. Please share those videos with as many people as you can. That is incredibly important. Options Save Lives helps folks who are trying to recover from alcohol use disorder. If you are suffering from alcohol use disorder, please go and check out Options Save Lives. The next life saved might be yours. So,
all right. Goodbye, everybody.